Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗲𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku sighed, finally looking up and instructing Midoriya to take a seat. He grumbled about the analysis teacher being late, glancing at Nezu for an answer. Midoriya spoke timidly, revealing that he was, in fact, the analysis teacher. A moment of silence followed, broken by laughter from Kaminari, who thought it was a joke. Nezu confirmed that Midoriya had been hired just that year, leaving Izuku to brace himself for what promised to be a long year. 2 years earlier, Izuku Midoriya introduced himself as an ordinary 13-year-old in middle school, but he felt different from his peers because he lacked the one thing that made them unique: a quirk. Diagnosed as quirkless at the age of 4, he watched as others around him developed their amazing abilities. Initially, he faced some teasing, which he accepted as part of growing up. However, he didn't fully grasp Kaken's reluctance to be his friend, believing he could show Kaken how remarkable he was beyond his quirk. As time passed, Kaken began to distance himself, often abandoning Izuku in the park. Other children would sometimes use him as a target for their quirks or even throw rocks at him. Izuku kept this hidden from his mother, who was already struggling with the challenges of raising a quirkless child. Despite her talent, she faced difficulties in finding a well-paying job, and their financial situation was strained. The child's support from his father, who lived in America, helped, but it was not enough to ease their struggles. Izuku gradually stopped going to the park and attending playdates with Kaken, though he still visited Kaken's house occasionally since their mothers were close friends. During those moments, Kaken would tolerate him, and Izuku focused on studying and learning about heroes, hoping to find a way to contribute despite his lack of a quirk. However, as they grew older, Kaken became more popular at school, and rumors began to circulate about Izuku being a quirkless loser. One fateful lunchtime, Kaken made it clear to everyone that he no longer wanted to associate with Izuku. After being pushed to the ground and hurt, Izuku understood the message loud and clear: he was not welcome. From that day on, he chose to eat lunch on a rooftop corner, making himself small and unnoticeable. Surprisingly, older students never bothered him, allowing him to remain hidden. Despite his efforts to stay invisible, he still faced harassment from other students, who would sometimes use their quirks against him or burden him with their homework. Izuku found himself doing multiple essays on the same topic in a single day, which was far from enjoyable. Yet he excelled academically, as he had no distractions and learned much of the curriculum on his own. Unfortunately, teachers often downgraded his work for minor reasons, such as forgetting to include his last name. At the age of 9, Izuku reached his breaking point and declared that he would no longer do others' work. This decision angered his classmates, leading to more frequent bullying. He sustained injuries, but he cleverly timed his stand against them during winter, allowing him to hide his wounds under long clothing. It was also around this time that he began to master the ability to erase his presence, becoming an invisible ghost that others occasionally targeted out of boredom. Despite the challenges, he found solace in the knowledge he gained and the companionship of 2 animal friends. 2 cats, I know, not humans, but cats don't judge. Izuku had been friends with them since he was 4. 9 years ago, Izuku remembered crying as he got up, dusting himself off and wiping the last few tears from his face. He had been playing in the park alone while Kaken went off with his friends, just like he had been doing since Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. He shook his head, trying to dispel the bad feelings and memories. Some older kids had come and dragged him off, hitting him, and it hurt. He thought optimistically that maybe he would be able to handle pain better when he became a hero. However, he shrank back into himself as he heard a sound coming from an alleyway nearby. It was too small to be a person. Was it another child? He shuffled nervously to the entrance and his eyes widened as he saw 2 small kittens with appealing black and white fur, one with more black and the other with more white. He shuffled away, thinking that stray cats were dangerous and that he shouldn't go near them. At that moment, both animals turned to look at him. He didn't know what drew him to them, Their eyes were a startling purple, unlike any he had ever seen before. They were kind, unlike the mean ones he had encountered. He shuffled closer, kneeling down and introducing himself, reaching out a hand. Presently, it took some getting used to, but the kittens eventually hung around him. He sometimes fed them through his window, while they hunted wild rats for themselves. To his surprise, they had quirks, a shared transformation quirk. Double quirks were extremely rare, typically found between siblings, which he supposed they were. They were also very intelligent, far more than any person he had met. They picked up English and math as if they had always known them. So, he didn't care that they were cats. They were more human than most people he had encountered. He knew he would give his life for them in a heartbeat if necessary. For now, all he needed to know was that he had someone who had his back. He felt content with his mom, his two best friends, and a school he could somewhat tolerate. But he should have known that things couldn't stay the same forever. Nothing stays the same. He was not ready for how much his life would change in a short while. One day in 8th grade, just 3 months into the school year, his mom sat him down for a talk. She was the most nervous he had ever seen her, and he felt a wave of worry wash over him. She explained that she had been asked to transfer to a different country. She sat him down to tell him that she was turning it down, but she would get fired because there was no longer a position for her. She didn't want to panic him, just warn him that things might be a bit harder for a while. He sat there, stunned, until she started apologizing and tearing up. He shook himself out of his daze, and although he might have looked surprised, a firm plan formed in his mind. He asked when she needed to leave. She stared at him in shock before saying that she wouldn't be going and that it was already decided. But he knew better. It was hard enough for her to find a job. This one she got by luck and was well paid after proving her value. He told her to go. When she said she had a month to decide, he made a deal with her. If he could prove to be independent, she would go. For the next month, he woke up every day, making breakfast, lunch, and dinner for both of them. He did the laundry, dishes, cleanups, and everything else. He didn't let her treat him for his birthday or get him a present, returning it on his way back from school when she insisted on getting him one anyway. It may have seemed harsh, but he had one birthday request, for her to go and accept the transfer. She begged him to stop, but he didn't relent until she finally agreed. There were many demands that came along with it, including a camera she could monitor from the front door, daily calls, and weekly video calls. He showed her the fridge and the house to ensure he was eating and cleaning. He agreed, and the last week was spent in celebration, talking, eating, and taking the whole week off school. But the day came when she left, leaving him by himself. They checked with the law, and he got permission to stay home alone. It only took 2 tries. As soon as they found out he was quirkless, they were indifferent, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. School had its ups and downs. Some students were upset about the week I took off, and for 3 days, their taunts echoed in the hallways. However, the noise eventually faded, allowing me to retreat into my own space. It was a strange twist of fate. My mom's departure seemed to bring an unexpected sense of comfort. Luna and Knox, my cats, were always by my side after school, no longer needing to hide from my mom. I felt more included than ever, perhaps because the quietness at home had left me craving companionship. We played together, and I discovered their ability to transform into any mythical creature. I was genuinely happy, free from worries about my friends or the risk of my injuries being discovered. My mom, from what I gathered during our calls, was thriving and looking healthier, far away in America where her child's quirk didn't matter. Life was good, but I wanted to contribute to our finances. So, 3 days into living alone, I sat down at my computer, determined to find a job suitable for my age. The odds were against me, especially since I was quirkless, but I managed to secure a position at a small convenience store. The owner, an elderly lady, needed someone to work the register for 3 hours after school, 3 times a week. It was a decent arrangement, earning about $50 each day. Unfortunately, my teachers decided to give me detention for no apparent reason, which meant I occasionally missed work. Thankfully, the owner was understanding. However, a month into my job, a new student, one of my former bullies, was hired. He had a knack for making my life difficult and was fortunate enough to avoid detention. This led to him taking my position, and I found myself without a job. I wasn't too upset, though. I had been prepared to leave once he arrived. I was grateful I had convinced Luna and Nox not to retaliate against my bullies, even if it took some convincing. I viewed my challenges as training to improve my dodging skills and pain tolerance for my future as a hero. They still grumbled every time I came home with a new bruise or cut, but at least they refrained from turning into dragons to confront my bullies. After losing my job, the three of us spent days searching for alternative work, ideally something online where I could remain anonymous. To my surprise, we found a promising opportunity, an analyst position. I was hesitant, but after much persuasion from Luna and Nox, I finally sent my first email regarding a criminal that a hero agency had struggled to catch. I offered my analysis at a low price, sending the first one for free since it took me less than an hour to complete. I used a public internet cafe to ensure my identity remained hidden, as I didn't want to risk any trouble. A week later, I was shocked to find 5 emails waiting for me, along with an online payment of $300 for my analysis. It was an astonishing amount for a task that took me so little time. Luna and Nox were ecstatic as I researched the standard rates for analysts, discovering that they typically earned at least $300 an hour. The high prices were due to the scarcity of analysts in the hero industry. The clients mentioned they only paid me for 1 hour since the first analysis was free, and they assumed I was joking about my rates. Life had become quite complex. Fast forward 9 months, and I was now receiving around 20 analysis requests each day. I had to change my bank to KfW Bank in Germany for security reasons. I also taught myself some hacking skills to protect my identity from a persistent hacker trying to uncover who I was, even attempting to trace me through my bank account. It was a challenging time, forcing me to take a week off school and fabricate an illness to avoid raising questions with my mum. I didn't get sick, I just needed to keep my secret safe. Not after being exposed to so many different types of poison quirks from bullies, and trying to teach my body to resist various gas and liquid poisons, starting off easy with some sleeping tablets. This pretty much sums up my life for the past 14 years. A self-taught hacker, an analyst known as 𝗵𝗃, and a teenager with an unusual amount of money. I began donating the money after the first month so it wouldn't accumulate too much. I thought it was better for some of it to go to orphanages and hospitals rather than hero agencies that already had enough funding. Another positive aspect was the numerous requests I received from heroes, including Night Eye, Present Mike, and Eraserhead and Midnight. They weren't even the mainstream heroes. I had to hold back my excitement when I received emails from them. As the year came to an end, I was in my last month of school, eagerly anticipating a blissful month-and-a-half-long holiday when my mom would visit. I pushed through with optimism, believing that one more month would bring relief. How wrong I was. Izuku felt far from good that day. He had self-diagnosed himself with depression and various mental issues 7 years ago, which made it difficult for him to fit into normal society, even if he somehow had a quirk at this point. He felt like an insane person pretending to be sane. Although he hadn't fully admitted it to himself, the truth lingered in the back of his mind. After all, he had read enough psychology books to understand human behavior. That day truly tested his resolve. Kaken had told him to take a leap off a rooftop. Izuku muttered to himself, contemplating the implications of such a statement. He was struck by a troubling thought. What would Kaken feel if he actually did it? His eyes widened in shock at the idea, quickly reminding himself that his mom would be coming home in 2 weeks. He shook his head, trying to think positively. However, he kept his head down for the rest of the walk, mulling over Kaken's words. He wondered if Kaken would say something like that to anyone without a quirk. Would he save a quirkless person in need or let them fall? This thought nearly knocked him out of his mental spiral. Perhaps it was due to his muddled mind and fatigue that he didn't sense someone closing in on him until it was too late. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise as a liquid-like form enveloped him. It felt as though he had been plunged into a thick, unpleasant substance. He struggled to comprehend the situation, realizing it was a villain trying to take over his body. As he fought to claw away from the liquid, everything slowed down. He pondered what would happen if he died. Kaken wouldn't miss him, and his mom knew he couldn't protect himself without a quirk. Luna and Nox would be able to send money to his mom and keep the rest for themselves. But then, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. No, his mom, Luna, and Nox would be there for him. They were his friends, and he enjoyed spending time with them. He decided he would live for them. Instead of grabbing the liquid trying to invade his mouth and lungs, he reached upward and unexpectedly seized the creature's eye. The slime screeched and recoiled as if he were on fire. Before he could react further, a figure in a bright yellow suit appeared, delivering a powerful punch that sent the slime flying. Izuku dropped the slimy eye, wide-eyed at the sight of All Might. He watched in amazement as All Might darted around, attempting to collect the slime in a plastic bottle. Izuku quickly helped, finding the smaller pieces easier to manage. All Might, breathing, thanked him for his assistance and asked for his name. Izuku introduced himself nervously, and All Might acknowledged his bravery in the situation. He then explained that he had to leave to deliver the captured villain. In a moment of impulsiveness, Izuku grabbed onto All Might's leg just as he was about to jump away. All Might expressed surprise as they soared through the air. Izuku couldn't speak due to the speed, but they made a quick stop on a rooftop, allowing him to roll down safely. When he looked up, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A frail, half-dying version of All Might stood there. Izuku gaped in disbelief, finally managing to ask, All Might, in confusion. All Might sat down with a serious expression. He noticed the concern on Midoriya's face and assured him that he was fine, explaining that his current form was a result of an injury from a past battle with a villain. Midoriya was taken aback, surprised by the revelation. All Might then expressed his disapproval of Midoriya's reckless behavior, reminding him of the dangers involved. Midoriya felt embarrassed and apologized, explaining that he only wanted to ask a question. All Might reassured him that it was all right, but requested that Midoriya keep his form a secret. Curiosity overcame Midoriya as he hesitantly asked if someone without a quirk could become a hero. All Might's response was disheartening, as he expressed doubt about that possibility. He revealed his wound, emphasizing the risks of fighting without a quirk and suggesting alternative paths, like becoming a police officer or a doctor, which also contributed to saving lives. Midoriya nodded, feeling the weight of All Might's words. After a moment of silence, All Might announced that he had to leave, and Midoriya watched him go, feeling a wave of emotions wash over him. He tried to let his tears fall but found none. Instead, he felt a strange emptiness in his chest. Suddenly, an explosion echoed nearby, snapping him out of his thoughts. Instinctively, he began to run, recognizing the sound of Kaken's explosions. When he arrived at the scene, he saw 5 heroes struggling with crowd control while Kaken was trapped in a slime villain's grasp. Without hesitation, Midoriya threw his bag at the villain, trying to distract it. Kaken yelled not to save him, but Midoriya focused on the villain, surprising both himself and it by rushing forward and grabbing its mouth. He quickly forced a handful of high-dosage pills into the villain, hoping they would work quickly. As time seemed to stretch on, Midoriya felt the villain's grip loosen. Just then, a hero in a striking yellow suit intervened, delivering a powerful blow that cleared the area. Midoriya gasped for air, realizing he had forgotten to breathe during the chaos. Kaken, struggling to catch his breath, attempted to speak, but they were soon surrounded by pro-heroes who began to scold Midoriya. He kept his head down, absorbing the reprimands while Kaken drew their attention with his outburst. Seizing the opportunity, Midoriya quietly slipped away, blending into the crowd. He was grateful for his unremarkable appearance, which helped him avoid further attention. Choosing not to interact with anyone else, he made his way home, navigating through familiar alleyways until he reached his street. After ensuring he looked presentable, he entered his house, aware that he would need to come up with an excuse for being late. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the warm embrace of his 2 friends, who had flown in through the window, having seen the news and come to find him. They transformed back into their usual forms, crashing into him with excitement. 2 weeks later, during the second day of summer holidays, Midoriya sat nervously at the dinner table with his mother, who had returned home for a visit. They had shared hugs and tears, though Midoriya still struggled to express his own emotions. After plating the food they had prepared together, He knew it was time to share what he had been doing. With his chopsticks set down, he nervously fidgeted with his fingers and finally spoke up, catching his mother's attention. She became alert, eager to hear what he had to say. "Is anything wrong?" Worry was evident in her voice. Izuku would have told her not to worry, except he himself wasn't sure if she should be or not. He nervously admitted that he may have joined an online school while she was away. She expressed confusion, asking if this was why he hadn't gone to school for the last 2 weeks. He explained that he had started finding school a bit too easy. His grades weren't improving, and he was almost certain the teachers were grading him unfairly because he didn't have a quirk. His mother exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide, reminding him that he had said they stopped doing that years ago. Izuku apologized, saying he didn't want to worry her. She sighed, reassuring him that he could talk to her whenever he wanted. He promised he would if it became worrisome. Curious about the online class, she asked if he had to pay for it. He quickly clarified that he had joined a 3-week free trial, completing 2 weeks, with the last week continuing after the school holidays. She asked if he wanted to join it permanently, and his eyes widened in surprise at the possibility. She encouraged him, stating that if they weren't grading him fairly, it made sense to pursue it. He assured her he had done his research, confirming the school's reliability and even mentioning he had taken a placement test. He asked if he could show her the report he received. As they entered his bedroom, her smile faded when she noticed the absence of his figurines and posters. He nervously explained that he had sold them, believing he could use the money to convince her to let him enroll in the online school. He admitted he didn't think she would agree so easily and felt it was time to grow up. He had enough money for 10 years of online schooling and apologized for how expensive the figurines had been. Before he could finish, she pulled him into a hug, expressing her love and concern for him growing up too fast. He smiled gently and returned the hug, thanking her. She then reminded him about the placement test review he wanted to show her. Excitedly, he opened his computer and displayed the page, fidgeting nervously as she focused intently on the screen. After a long 15 minutes, she exclaimed in disbelief that he had graduated high school. Izuku updated her that he had indeed graduated, having unintentionally learned too much while teaching himself the criteria. His mother was ecstatic, and they spent the rest of the day exploring the website and selecting additional subjects for him to study. He was now doing college-level work. As they settled on the couch, she suddenly remembered his dream of attending UA and worried that graduating high school might affect his chances of participating in the hero course. He looked at her, considering everything that had happened, and assured her that he had another plan for his future. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she asked what it was. He playfully put a finger to his lips, promising to reveal it once he reached that point. He felt it was best not to mention that he was earning a significant income from an online job, fearing it might overwhelm her. Would be waiting for him to share his secret, affectionately running her fingers through his hair. He smiled and nestled closer to her, drifting off to sleep. 2 weeks later, Izuku felt a twinge of sadness as he saw his mother leave again, but he reassured himself that everything would be fine. He welcomed Luna and Nox back as they landed on his shoulders, apologizing for having to kick them out. They laughed and made themselves comfortable on the couch. He sighed, realizing it was time to catch up on work after spending time with his mother. As he brought out his computer, Luna and Nox gave him a thumbs up, wishing him good luck with their usual playful grins. They knew all too well how easily he could lose himself in his studies. A month and a half later, Bakugo was frustrated, wondering what had happened to Izuku. The nerd had disappeared from school, and it had all started after Bakugo had told him to give up. He grumbled about how Izuku had tried to save him from the slime monster, questioning what he had been thinking. He had asked Izuku's mother, who assured him that he was fine, but Bakugo was still irritated. He just wanted to confront him for that reckless stunt, trying to be a hero without a quirk. Suddenly, he heard a yell from downstairs, urging someone to get up for school. I groaned and yelled back down, announcing that I was awake. The response from the old hag was a lecture about language, but I ignored it. A satisfied grin spread across my face as I thought about finally getting to see the nerd today. I hadn't seen him in ages. As I walked down the hall to brush my teeth, I grumbled about school time. I offered a half-hearted greeting to the group of classmates who followed me like lost puppies. They were goofing around as we reached our classroom. I propped my feet up on the desk and closed my eyes while waiting for the teacher, keeping an eye out for the nerd. To my surprise, he didn't show up for class, and there were no empty seats either. I thought to myself that it was unexpected. I figured he had lucked out with his class placement. The nerd was going to hear about it when I finally caught up with him. I stomped to my locker, anticipating the sight of his messy green hair. However, as time passed, I grew frustrated when he didn't appear. I wondered if I had missed him or if he had skipped school on the first day. I spent the rest of the day searching for him like a fool, feeling ridiculous for being so fixated on his absence. By the end of the day, I finally gave up. After telling my classmates to go ahead, I headed to the staff room and knocked on the door. When I heard a voice invite me in, I entered to find a teacher with a smile. I scowled and asked if he knew where the nerd had gone and what class he was in. I couldn't believe I was actually asking this. The teacher casually mentioned that 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲 was no longer attending the school, which shocked me. I pressed for details, frustrated that he didn't seem to care about the situation. The teacher explained that 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲's mother had called to withdraw him, and I couldn't understand why he would leave, especially in his last year. The teacher shrugged, saying it wasn't the school's problem anymore and that he needed to plan classes. I left the staff room, feeling a mix of anger and confusion. When I got home, I saw the old hag and asked her if she knew what happened to Deku. She looked ready to scold me but calmed down at my question, expressing confusion. I told her that the nerd had apparently left the school. She seemed surprised and mentioned that she would ask about it later, suggesting he might have joined a different school. I felt a surge of annoyance at the thought of her planning playdates. I quickly dismissed her idea, insisting I never wanted to see him again. Once in my room, I pulled out my phone. I had the nerd's number but had never used it before. I thought to myself that there was a first time for everything. I typed a message, warning him that even though he had left, he wasn't off the hook. I promised that the moment he showed up for the UA exams, I would make him regret it. Meanwhile, Nizu observed the online learning platform he had created, which helped students study at a low cost. He was surprised to find a young middle schooler, a 14-year-old boy, who had joined 2 months ago and completed high school after taking a placement test. Nizu was intrigued by the boy's rapid progress in various subjects. He hesitated to remove the boy from the platform, deciding to investigate further instead. Curiosity piqued, Nizu hacked into the government database to find the boy's name and discovered that he was quirkless. This revelation made him glad he hadn't kicked the boy out. He decided to send an email to Mr. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲, expressing interest in his academic progress and requesting a meeting to discuss it. Izuku, on the other hand, was taken aback when he opened his phone and saw a message from Kaken. His heart raced, but he quickly reminded himself not to panic. The message warned him that Kaken knew he had moved schools and that he wouldn't be off the hook. Don't think you're off the hook, you silly nerd. The moment you show up for UA exams, I'll make sure you regret it. Izuku greeted Kaken, expressing that it was nice to talk to him again. He mentioned that he switched to online schooling, so Kaken wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. Izuku also added that he wasn't planning to attend the UA exams but wished Kaken good luck, knowing he would do amazing. After sending the message, Izuku texted his mother from his computer, explaining that his phone SIM had stopped working and that he would be getting a new one. He planned to email her the new number later. He then removed the SIM card from his phone and tucked it away in a cupboard, thinking he might use it later. It was a small lie, as he preferred not to share more information with Kaken or have him yelling at him over text. However, Izuku found himself staring blankly at his computer screen when he opened his email account to check his study assignments. His eyes widened as he read through an unexpected email. It felt more like a summons than a request. Despite his reservations, he followed the instructions and arrived at a quiet little cafe at 4 p.m. 2 days later. Nervously, he fiddled with the door handle, but what he saw inside took him by surprise. Nizu, the principal of UA. Izuku realized he should have suspected something when he noticed the cafe's name. He felt a mix of confusion and panic, wondering why Nizu was there and if he was supposed to dress up for the occasion. He would have turned back, but that would be rude, especially since Nizu had spotted him and was calling him over. Mentally bracing himself, Izuku approached, giving a nervous greeting before sitting down at the table as 𝗍𝗂 gestured for him to do. 𝗍𝗂 observed the green-haired boy, who was fiddling with his jumper. He introduced himself, explaining that he was the administrator of the online school 𝗬𝗓. Izuku nodded nervously, acknowledging the introduction. 𝗍𝗂 continued, noting Izuku's impressive progress on the online platform, having graduated high school through placement tests and earning degrees in math and English at just 14 years old. Izuku thanked 𝗍𝗂, who was genuinely impressed. 𝗍𝗂 then asked how he managed such remarkable scores, given the platform's measures against cheating. Izuku explained that he had studied by himself and accidentally got ahead of the curriculum. 𝗍𝗂 proposed a test to gauge Izuku's abilities further, assuring him that it would be challenging but not to panic if he didn't understand some questions. Izuku nodded, feeling a blush of pride at the compliment. 𝗍𝗂 set up the computer and test materials, and Izuku began working diligently. After an hour, he nervously announced that he was finished. 𝗍𝗂 checked the results and was astonished to see a 96%. 𝗍𝗂 thanked Izuku for participating and then made a request. He revealed that he was also the principal of UA and offered Izuku a place in the hero course, assuring him of temporary guardianship during his time there. Izuku's demeanor shifted as he firmly declined the offer, stating he had no intention of becoming a hero. 𝗍𝗂 reminded him that he had expressed a longing to be a hero in his reports, emphasizing that even without a quirk, it was possible. Izuku stood his ground, explaining that his dreams had changed and he had other goals now. 𝗍𝗂 expressed disappointment but insisted he couldn't let Izuku go, citing concerns about his well-being since he had a single parent living in America. Izuku's nervousness disappeared as he confidently clarified that he was not neglected and had permission from the government to live independently. He showed 𝗍𝗂 an email confirming his status. 𝗍𝗂 realized he had jumped to conclusions too quickly based on Izuku's quirk status. Izuku explained that his mother had struggled to find work due to his quirk status but had recently secured a good job in America. He reassured 𝗍𝗂 that he was capable of taking care of himself. The kid nodded in agreement. He expressed that his offer stood, but with some changes. Instead, he asked if he could study under me, and in return, I would work with him to help him agree to pursue the hero course at UA. I firmly believed he had great potential in the hero industry. The kid stared at me in awe, and his expression shifted as he realized the opportunity before him. He gasped, amazed that he could study under the smartest being in the world. I chuckled at his enthusiasm. He was quite an interesting kid. I extended my paw, asking if we had an agreement. The kid looked surprised, questioning if I truly wanted him and if I was sure about my decision. I assured him that I had never been more certain. Nervously, he reached out his hand, expressing his eagerness to work with me and his hope to meet my expectations. I smiled, looking forward to our collaboration. After an 11-month time skip, it was time for the UA entrance exam. Bakugo entered UA with determination, keeping an eye out for Midoriya. He had received a message stating that Midoriya wouldn't be attending the entrance exam, which Bakugo found hard to believe. Midoriya had always wanted to be here. There was no way he would miss the exam. When Bakugo tried to send another message, it didn't go through. He felt frustrated, thinking that Midoriya had chosen to give up today. Bakugo performed excellently in both the written and practical exams, but his annoyance grew as he realized Midoriya was nowhere to be seen. Typically, students from the same school were placed near each other during the exam and orientation. Where could he be? Was he in a different group because he had technically changed schools, even if it was an online one? Bakugo scoffed at the thought of Midoriya sitting alone because of his online schooling. As the exam progressed, Bakugo's concern deepened. He couldn't shake the feeling that Midoriya had actually given up on his dream. Why did he feel angry about Midoriya's absence? Meanwhile, Midoriya sighed as he worked on his computer during the writing test. He was in 𝗍𝗂's office, having arrived 2 hours early to avoid any encounters. 𝗍𝗂 had requested that he analyze various behaviors and quirks for a better understanding. Midoriya had shared his side job as an analyst with 𝗍𝗂, which had led to unexpected complications. 𝗍𝗂 had fallen into his traps, where he offered something enticing and set up a rigged game. Midoriya regretted revealing his job, as it had resulted in him being involved in more than he had anticipated. He had firmly declined joining 𝗎𝗎's school, but a deal had been struck: whoever won a challenge would get their way. Despite the circumstances, Midoriya found himself somewhat content. He had engaged in physical training, hacking, building, and various other activities. He noted that most people were not very skilled in fighting, and with 𝗎𝗍's help, he had found training partners. As he observed the exam, he conveyed ideas to 𝗎𝗍 about potential changes. The most enjoyable part was witnessing the diverse quirks displayed during the exam. One standout was an invisible girl who moved skillfully and targeted the robot's weak points. Bakugo performed impressively as usual. There was a moment of concern when the control of the 0-pointers malfunctioned, nearly causing harm to a student. Fortunately, Midoriya and 𝗎𝗍 managed to regain control of the smaller robots and prevent any accidents. Overall, the exam wasn't terrible. It provided Midoriya with a chance to see various quirks and alleviate his boredom. After the exam, he stood up and stretched, calling out to his two kittens, Luna and Nox. They perked up and eagerly climbed onto his shoulder as he made his way to the training room. Aizawa, observing the scene, felt little excitement about watching students destroy chunks of metal. He noted the energy of his overly enthusiastic friends early in the morning, feeling somewhat indifferent to the chaos unfolding before him. The writing exam went smoothly, though the orientation was a different story when a blue-haired student interrupted Mike and pointed out a blonde classmate for not paying attention. This quickly escalated into a one-sided shouting match, and the blonde really needed to calm down. Overall, it could have been worse. However, I found myself growing tired of the chaos. I was watching the arena where the blonde with anger issues was demolishing some robots. He had a peculiar way of yelling "die" with every hit, and I knew I would have to talk to him about that. As luck would have it, he would likely end up in my class. My attention shifted when I noticed a 0-pointer about to endanger a student, confirming that the robots were a bad idea. Mike announced that he would step in if the controls weren't working, sprinting toward the scene. Unfortunately, he got caught up with a reckless kid trying to sabotage others. I couldn't believe it. Vlad yelled a warning about the impending danger, and 𝗎𝗍, seemingly unfazed, put away his phone and began typing rapidly on his computer. I sighed as they managed to stop the other robots from causing harm, and thankfully, the girl was safe. I couldn't understand 𝗎𝗍. He was more focused on his phone than on the student's safety. I grumbled as he continued typing even after the exam ended. I had seen enough for one day and was ready to leave when 𝗎𝗍 called out to me. He asked if he could have one, actually 2, of my backup capture scarves. It took a moment for me to process his request, and all eyes turned to 𝗎𝗍. I echoed Vlad's confusion, asking why he needed them. 𝗎𝗍 simply stated it was for a bargaining chip. I questioned his intentions, noting that no one else knew how to use them. He replied that they were for someone else, wearing a smile that made me skeptical. I sighed and agreed to leave them on his desk by the end of the day, wondering what I had done to deserve this and why he was my boss. Uraraka had finally made it outside, the only one left. As everyone else had departed earlier. She had been taken to the infirmary for some medicine after a terrifying near-miss with danger during the exam. Stepping into the sunlight, she felt overwhelmed and on the verge of tears. She had earned some points but doubted it would be enough. Suddenly, she noticed a green-haired boy walking off to the side and assumed he had just been slow to leave. Her eyes widened as he tripped on something on the ground. In a moment of reflex, she lunged forward and caught him just in time. He flailed in surprise, and she quickly set him on his feet, apologizing for using her quirk without permission. He smiled back at her, thanking her and asking if she was okay. Surprised by his concern, she admitted that the exam had been stressful and she was uncertain about her performance. He reassured her, saying he had seen her during the exam and thought she did great. She smiled sadly, explaining that she hadn't destroyed many robots. He countered that helping others was far more heroic than simply destroying robots and praised her use of her quirk. She was taken aback by his kind words as he excused himself to head to a building. She wondered how he had been watching her so closely during the exam, as she didn't recall seeing him. Shaking off her confusion, She felt lighter after their exchange and resolved to wait and hope for the best. It was the morning of the first day of school, with only the first-year students attending that day. The second years would arrive the following day, and the third years on the third day, a strategy to manage the influx of students. I was doing a final check of my roll call before heading into class when I noticed an unfamiliar name, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲. I didn't recall seeing him on the leaderboard and shrugged it off as I made my way to class, ready to teach the students. It took them a while to notice me, but eventually I began speaking to them. However, I frowned when I noticed one student missing from the back corner table. Checking my list confirmed it was indeed 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 who was absent. I shrugged again, thinking 𝗍𝗲 might have more information later, but the kid better have a good reason for missing the first day of high school. I instructed them to put on their PE uniforms and meet me at the training room, warning them not to be late. As I walked out of the class, I made a quick stop at the teacher's office before heading to the training grounds. I noticed a new table in the training area, complete with shelves above and below, and wondered about it. 𝗍𝗲 had mentioned we were getting 2 new teachers, so perhaps they would need a desk. Though there was curiosity about who would be teaching the new subject and who the analysis teacher would be, it wasn't something that occupied much of my thoughts. It was intriguing that 3 teachers capable of teaching analysis had been hired, as they were quite rare. 𝗍𝗲 likely had a plan in mind, as he usually did. The testing process had been slow, involving a lot of stern looks and some threats of expulsion, but in the end, I could say that not all of them were bad, far from it. We had a lot to work with, but it was nothing I couldn't manage. I sighed, finally dismissing them for break, now only needing to worry about the blonde hero attempting to teach my class. He often got away with too much simply because he was the #1 hero. It really wasn't wise to place him with students, like putting a bomb next to some kittens. Teaching wasn't something you could just punch your way through, I thought. From 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏 perspective, the first day had been stressful. It would have been manageable if the first thing during home group hadn't been a test, accompanied by the threat of expulsion for poor performance. An hour into the day, she felt ready to collapse from exhaustion. However, on the bright side, it turned out to be just a threat, and no one actually got expelled. She felt a twinge of disappointment that the green-haired boy she had seen earlier wasn't present, but she understood that not everyone could get in. Perhaps she might see him in a different course if luck was on her side. She really wanted to thank him and learn his name since he had been so kind to her that day. More good news followed, as she had made some friends, including all the girls in the class. She was at least on talking terms with them and a few of the boys as well. Overall, she was happy, and the day had settled down. Thankfully, the rest of the day was as uneventful as any other school day, except for the fact that they were being taught by pro heroes, and Lunch Rush was their canteen manager. How cool was that? But now came one of the best parts of the day. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the last 2 modules, the hero class training, the highlight of the day. Just after lunch, they were all chatting excitedly about what they would be learning while Mr. Izuku observed them. 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏's heart leapt with surprise as All Might burst into the room, announcing his arrival in a way that was anything but ordinary. She almost laughed, wanting to point out that his entrance was far from typical, but she held back, still in awe of having the #1 hero in front of them. Gasps of surprise and awe filled the room. All Might attempted to calm them down but struggled until Mr. Izuku activated his quirk and glared at the class. He instructed them to listen and behave, and they all responded in unison, the fear of his glare already instilled in them. Just as he was about to continue, a knock on the door interrupted him. Everyone turned their attention to it with curiosity. Mr. Izuku sighed as All Might went to open the door. The next word caught everyone's attention. All Might expressed genuine surprise at the sight of the plain-looking boy with curly green hair standing at the door, holding a metal case. The boy greeted All Might with a bow, and All Might stepped back in shock as the boy entered the room. Before anyone could ask questions, Bakugo shouted something and rushed toward the green-haired boy. Mr. Izuku quickly restrained Bakugo with his scarf, noticing the surprise on the boy's face. Bakugo was still tugging at the scarf, and Mr. Izuku warned him that one more pull would result in him sitting outside for his first heroics lesson. This made Bakugo settle down, though he glared at the new kid. Mr. Izuku assessed the boy, noting he was rather short, but he had learned not to judge by size after encountering the purple-haired student. The boy had green eyes, freckles, and a uniform that appeared 2 sizes too big. Mr. Izuku asked for the boy's name, and their eyes locked. The boy's wide, innocent-looking eyes almost made Mr. Izuku question if he was lost. The boy introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and explained that he had not been present all day. Mr. Izuku inquired why he was late, and Midoriya apologized, explaining that he hadn't planned on joining the hero course but had ended up there after being informed just 2 days ago. He was preparing his hero suit, which he revealed was in the case he was holding. Mr. Izuku expressed skepticism, noting that it was hard to believe someone could get into the hero course without taking the exam. Just then, the door opened again, and 𝗍𝗍 entered, apologizing for the confusion and explaining that he had been delayed with another class. He acknowledged Midoriya, expressing that he should have known the boy would find his way there. "Sorry, I thought I should get to class. I didn't want to be any later and get into more trouble," he said with a nod. Izuku raised an eyebrow, surprised that he was speaking so casually to 𝗍𝗍. 𝗍𝗍 smiled and explained that there had been a dropout, and he had sucked Midoriya into the class at the last minute without informing Izuku. Izuku expressed his frustration, questioning why he hadn't been informed about Midoriya's absence for the whole day. 𝗍𝗍 acknowledged his oversight but seemed unfazed. Izuku then inquired about allowing Midoriya into the hero course without an exam. 𝗍𝗍 chirped that he had assessed Midoriya's skill level and made the decision himself. Izuku sighed, noting that such an exception had never happened before and wondered if it was against the rules. 𝗍𝗍 replied that he made the rules and didn't recall following them. 𝗍𝗍 then instructed All Might to speak with Midoriya after school and asked Bakugo to take his seat. He turned to Midoriya and encouraged him to introduce himself. Midoriya nervously stated his name and expressed his hope to get along with everyone, bowing to the class. Izuku sighed, thinking it was time to move on. Bakugo, unable to contain himself, shouted at Midoriya, questioning why a quirkless person like him was in the class. The room erupted in whispers at Bakugo's words. Midoriya took a deep breath and stood a little taller, explaining that he had been diagnosed quirkless at a young age. He admitted that he hadn't planned on becoming a hero or being in the hero course, but now that he was there, he intended to work hard and support his classmates. His words sparked a flurry of questions from the class, expressing their confusion about his presence. In a flashback, Midoriya recalled a conversation with 𝗍𝗍 in his office. 𝗍𝗍 had repeatedly asked him if he wanted to join the hero course. Midoriya had declined, stating he had no interest. 𝗍𝗍 then offered him various incentives, including a capture weapon like Izuku's. Midoriya was surprised and intrigued, eventually agreeing to join the hero course in exchange for 2 capture weapons. 𝗍𝗍 welcomed him to the hero course, handing him a uniform. Back in the present, Izuku felt a wave of frustration at the comments being made. He silenced the room with a glare and turned his attention to Midoriya, his eyes intense. He firmly stated that if Midoriya didn't want to become a hero, he had no place in his class. Midoriya's eyes widened, but he appeared more surprised than shocked. 𝗍𝗍 intervened, clarifying that no teachers were allowed to expel Midoriya, as he was under 𝗍𝗍's guidance. 𝗍𝗍 explained that Midoriya would only be participating in the hero course lessons and would be exempt from other classes. Izuku looked at Midoriya in surprise as he bowed and apologized. 𝗍𝗍 concluded the meeting, instructing the students to prepare for their next activities. As the students began to leave, Midoriya expressed concern to 𝗍𝗍 about not being a good fit in the class with Bakugo present. 𝗍𝗍 encouraged him to use this opportunity to test his problem-solving skills. Midoriya slumped slightly before bowing again and exiting the classroom. Izuku pondered who this kid was as he left, feeling a mix of curiosity and concern. Bakugo felt a surge of anger, his insides burning with frustration. He couldn't understand why Midoriya was allowed to stay and what had earned him 𝗍𝗍's favor. He vowed to teach Midoriya a lesson, determined to make him regret showing up. After the confusing introduction, the students were sent off to change. Just a few minutes into changing, the door opened again to reveal Midoriya standing at the entrance, causing everyone to stare before a commotion broke out. My eyes widened in surprise as Bakugo attacked the moment he entered the room. He had him pinned against the wall, gripping his throat tightly. I rushed over, pulling Bakugo away. I yelled, expressing my disapproval, urging him to stop. Bakugo was breathing, his anger palpable. He demanded an explanation from Deku, threatening him with his usual intensity. Deku began to apologize but was quickly interrupted. Bakugo was furious, questioning why Deku had vanished for a year and a half, insisting he had no place in the hero course. Deku explained that he had met Principal Nizu, who encouraged him to pursue his childhood dream despite his initial reluctance. He intended to stay out of the spotlight and contribute as a support hero, but for now, he found himself in the hero course. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stepped in, welcoming Deku to the class. He acknowledged that he didn't fully understand Deku's situation but hoped they could work well together. I watched as Deku's eyes lit up with surprise, breaking into the happiest smile I had ever seen, as if he had just received a wonderful gift. He glanced at Bakugo, who grumbled and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Deku sighed in relief, shook 𝗧𝗵𝗲's hand, and began to change. As we started to leave for the city, I noticed Deku at the back of the class. He wore an oversized black suit with dark green accents, a hood down, and cargo briefs that seemed a size or two too big for him. It looked like he could fit 3 of himself in there. I wondered how he had gotten there so quickly, but my thoughts were interrupted as All Might introduced the task of finding the bomb and assigned our teams. Uraraka smiled at Deku when they met up, feeling nervous but trying to stay optimistic. She greeted him cheerfully, but he looked confused by the nickname she used. She explained that it was what Bakugo called him. Deku clarified that it was just a playful name, and Uraraka felt embarrassed for assuming it had a deeper meaning. They shared a moment of warmth, with Deku expressing that he appreciated her support during the exam and acknowledging her impressive performance despite not having a quirk. Suddenly, the countdown began, and Uraraka panicked, realizing they hadn't planned. Deku suggested that she try to sneak away to find the bomb while he distracted Bakugo. As the buzzer sounded, they agreed to stick to the plan. In the viewing room, Izuku observed the unfolding events, focused on Bakugo's reckless approach. As the hero team entered to locate the bomb, Bakugo charged in without a strategy, while Uraraka and Deku split up. Uraraka headed to another floor, and Deku created a diversion to draw Bakugo's attention. When Uraraka reached the bomb's location, Bakugo caught up with Deku. To everyone's surprise, Deku skillfully evaded Bakugo's attack, using tape to momentarily restrain him before making a quick escape. Bakugo quickly broke free and pursued him. As the chase continued, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 attempted to assert control over the situation, but Bakugo cornered Deku once more. Izuku felt a wave of concern as Bakugo prepared to unleash his explosive power. Despite All Might's attempts to intervene, Bakugo was determined. Izuku grabbed the mic, warning Bakugo against firing indoors, but it was too late. The explosion erupted, engulfing the area in smoke. When the dust settled, Bakugo stood there, bewildered, while Deku was nowhere to be seen. The spectators gasped, and questions filled the air about Deku's fate. Izuku remained uncertain, hoping for the best while preparing for the next steps. "Where did he go?" myheroacademia exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. He had just witnessed someone being blown away without a quirk. My attention was drawn to something unexpected. I pressed the mic again and announced in a monotone voice that the hero team had won. The class erupted in disbelief. Bakugo's voice boomed through the screen, demanding to know what had happened. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Uraraka echoed his confusion, especially since they were in the room with the bomb. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 informed Mr. Izuku that Uraraka had not yet touched the bomb. All Might looked at me puzzled. I clarified that while Uraraka hadn't interacted with the bomb, myheroacademia had. The class watched in astonishment as a trembling, soot-covered myheroacademia emerged from behind the bomb. Their collective shock was palpable. Questions flew around the room, each student trying to grasp how he had managed such a feat. myheroacademia, looking nervous, explained that he had dodged the blast and used the hole it created to escape the building, scaling up to the floor where Uraraka had indicated the bomb was located. He turned to Uraraka, apologizing for not collaborating more closely, fearing that the situation might have turned dangerous. Uraraka reassured him, stating that she had been useful as a decoy and that everything had worked out in the end. All Might, forgetting to provide constructive feedback, instead asked who the MVP was, as if it mattered in the grand scheme of things. The class moved on to discuss other groups, and Bakugo simmered quietly in the background. I would have questioned Midoriya further, but he seemed engrossed in observing the other students, his fingers twitching as if he were contemplating something important. The rest of the class proceeded without significant incidents. By the end of the day, Midoriya slipped away before I could speak with him, leaving me to wait until tomorrow or Wednesday for our conversation. Izuku managed to vanish after being dismissed, navigating through the vents of the school building to reach 𝗍's office. 𝗍 greeted him warmly, asking how things had gone. Izuku simply replied, pulling out his computer. 𝗍 noted that he had been provided with a desk in the teacher's lounge and questioned why he wasn't using it. Izuku admitted he wasn't interested. 𝗍, sensing the tension, remained silent as they worked together. After a moment, 𝗍 informed Izuku that All Might was on his way to the office and asked if he was ready for a chat. Izuku nodded. Moments later, 𝗍 opened the door to reveal All Might, who appeared nervous as he entered. He expressed his longing to find young Midoriya to offer an apology and an explanation. 𝗍 reminded him that he had previously told Midoriya he couldn't become a hero. All Might acknowledged his mistake, admitting that his judgment had been clouded and that he wanted to apologize. Izuku interrupted, stating that he didn't want an apology. All Might jumped in surprise, and Izuku, concerned, noted his reaction. All Might, recovering, insisted that he needed to explain himself. He admitted he hadn't realized how much his words had affected Izuku that day. He praised Izuku for his bravery in saving Bakugo, stating that the will to save others is what truly defines a hero. He bowed his head in acknowledgement of his error. Izuku accepted the apology with a nod, expressing his understanding. All Might appeared taken aback, while 𝗍 remained silent. All Might then revealed that his quirk was transferable and that he had come to the school in search of a successor. He had intended to offer Izuku the quirk after witnessing his heroism but had lost track of him afterward. Izuku blinked in surprise, processing the information. He thanked All Might but clarified that he had no intention of becoming a hero, as his goals had shifted. 𝗍 stepped in, explaining that he had made a deal with Izuku to enroll in the hero course, despite his reluctance to pursue heroism. All Might expressed concern about the implications of forcing Izuku into the hero course, worried about his safety. 𝗍 reassured him that Izuku was willing to improve his combat skills, even if he didn't want to be a hero. Finally, 𝗍 asked Izuku for a favor, to research All Might's quirk, its past users, and the effects it had on them, believing it could be invaluable for the next person to inherit it. 𝗍 expressed his concern to All Might, asking him not to transfer his quirk to anyone until Midoriya had done so, wanting to double-check for any potential drawbacks. All Might acknowledged the request, intrigued by the topic. He wondered if Midoriya was already aware of his quirk. 𝗍 confirmed that he had informed Midoriya after the boy mentioned seeing All Might in his deflated form. He also noted that Midoriya was aware of 𝗬𝗓. All Might hesitated, questioning why 𝗍 would share such sensitive information and what kind of relationship he had with Midoriya. 𝗍 clarified that he had simply been teaching the boy for the past year and had shared some secrets to earn his trust. Before All Might could respond, 𝗍 raised a paw, indicating that more information would be revealed during their meeting on Wednesday. All Might nodded in understanding and thanked 𝗍 for his insights before departing. Midoriya sighed as he sank into a couch, pulling out his computer. 𝗍 cautiously suggested that there was always another way for Midoriya to avoid taking hero classes, given his strong opposition to the idea. Midoriya bluntly stated that he would not be taking the test, dismissing the conversation. The two worked quietly for the remainder of the day, with Midoriya still slightly annoyed at 𝗍, who wisely chose not to press him further. Aizawa groaned as Mike approached him, inquiring about the new teacher who had yet to arrive. Mike noted that while some books were present, he was unsure if it was safe to touch them. Aizawa observed that there were indeed more books than the previous day and recalled that 𝗍 was supposed to introduce the new teachers before the school year began. He shrugged and mentioned that 𝗍 would provide details during their meeting the following day, noting that the new teachers were expected to be present since his class had them scheduled for their second module. Mike was excited at the prospect of meeting the new teachers and asked if he could join 𝗬𝗧. 𝗬𝗧 agreed, provided Mike was free. Midnight then approached, curious about the new teacher as well. 𝗬𝗧 sank lower into his seat, pondering the qualifications of the new staff. He brought up 𝗵𝗃𝗍, asking if Midnight knew the green-haired boy. When she inquired if he was one of 𝗬𝗧's students, he confirmed that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 was only enrolled in the hero lessons, while 𝗍𝗧 was handling his other classes. As 𝗬𝗧 used his quirk, Mike and Midnight reacted with surprise, questioning why 𝗍𝗧 had taken on a personal student. 𝗬𝗧 regretted bringing up the topic, as the entire staff room became invested in the conversation. He explained that 𝗍𝗧 had not specified whether he was taking 𝗵𝗃𝗍's classes, and only 𝗍𝗧 had the authority to expel him. 𝗬𝗧 abruptly stood up, stating that they would find out more the following day and excusing himself to attend to his home group. As he walked, he heard Mike yelling that he needed to get to his home group as well. 𝗬𝗧 sighed, knowing he needed to have his class choose their representative that day. After giving them instructions, he curled up in his sleeping bag, waiting for them to decide. After some time, he opened his eyes to the increasing noise and saw that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 had been chosen as the class representative. Bakugo was yelling, and some classmates expressed doubts about 𝗵𝗃𝗍's capability, while Lita appeared somewhat disappointed. 𝗬𝗧 was surprised that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 had made such an impression on the class despite not being present. He stood up and announced that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 was the representative, with Yaoyorozu as vice. He intended to inform 𝗵𝗃𝗍 of his new role later. Bakugo protested, and 𝗵𝗃𝗍, upon entering the room with 𝗍𝗧, was bewildered to learn he had been chosen. He questioned why he was selected for such an important role, expressing his uncertainty about being a good choice since he wouldn't be in class often. The class reacted in shock, unable to believe that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 did not want to be the representative. The kid shrank back slightly, expressing uncertainty about his suitability for the role. He looked at me and suggested that someone else should take his place. I nodded with a sigh. He then cheerfully declared that Lita should take his spot, which led to some confused murmurs and Lita sputtering in surprise. Mina raised her hand, eager to speak, but didn't wait to be called on. She questioned why Lita was chosen. 𝗵𝗃𝗍, looking surprised, explained that Lita already acted like a leader, so it made sense to give him the title. The class fell silent, and I sighed, deciding it was settled. I instructed 𝗵𝗃𝗍 to take a seat and asked 𝗍𝗧 about the analysis teacher, noting that they were going to be late. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 timidly spoke up, revealing that he was taking the class. I acknowledged that but told him to sit down, wondering why kids often repeated themselves. He then clarified that he was the analysis teacher. The room fell into a stunned silence, followed by laughter. Kaminari questioned if it was a joke. 𝗍𝗧 cheerfully confirmed that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 had indeed been hired as the analysis teacher this year. The class erupted in disbelief, even Todoroki, usually so stoic, expressed shock. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 flinched at the noise. I demanded an explanation from 𝗍𝗧, who stated there was nothing to explain other than 𝗵𝗃𝗍 was teaching the subject. I pointed out that he was only 15. 𝗍𝗧 agreed but mentioned that All Might taught without a license. I countered that All Might likely had the Hero Commission backing him, while 𝗵𝗃𝗍 did not seem to have the same support. I doubted a random kid could effectively teach, especially since 𝗵𝗃𝗍 struggled to hold a conversation without stuttering. 𝗵𝗃𝗍, gathering courage, interrupted, apologizing for the confusion and pleading with 𝗍𝗧 not to interrupt. He then insisted he had obtained his teaching license. I questioned how that was possible, noting the requirements to graduate high school and complete a 2-year course. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 pulled out a card from his pocket, revealing a new teaching license. I was taken aback, asking if he had really graduated high school. He confirmed it, and I struggled to comprehend the situation. 𝗍𝗧 nodded, indicating that 𝗵𝗃𝗍 was also teaching 2nd and 3rd graders. One student remarked on the irony of him teaching a class about quirks when he didn't have one, but I chose to ignore the comment and silence the class with a glare. I muttered to myself about my life choices before resigning to let 𝗵𝗃𝗍 take the stage. As I settled into a chair, I noticed Bakugo approaching 𝗵𝗃𝗍, gripping him by the collar and pushing him against the wall. The class reacted with shock, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 ignored them, demanding an explanation from Midoriya in a low, threatening voice. Nizu attempted to intervene, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 dismissed him, insisting he wouldn't learn from Midoriya. Midoriya, surprisingly calm, offered to explain after class and suggested that anyone who didn't want to stay could leave. This caught everyone off guard, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 released his grip in surprise. Midoriya continued, stating that it was his first time teaching and he wasn't sure how helpful his class would be, so it might be better for those who wanted to leave. Todoroki then posed a question about what would happen if everyone decided to leave. Midoriya shrugged, suggesting that it would mean less work for him. I quickly interjected, reminding everyone that it had taken me months to convince Midoriya to teach. I encouraged them to use his classes to their advantage. I warned 𝗵𝗃𝗲 that any further aggression towards Midoriya outside of training would result in suspension. I instructed Midoriya to meet me after recess to introduce him to Class 1B before leaving. To my surprise, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 grumbled and returned to his seat, glaring at Midoriya. I focused on Midoriya, curious to see how he would handle the class. Midoriya took a deep breath, looking at the confused and curious faces of his classmates. He felt a mix of emotions, unsure if he should be happy or sad that they hadn't left. He decided to push forward and asked the class what quirk analysis was, inviting guesses. The class sat up straighter, even 𝗵𝗃𝗲 seemed to pay attention. After a moment of uncertainty, Kaminari raised his hand and suggested that it involved studying a quirk's strengths and weaknesses. Midoriya smiled and nodded, encouraging further input. Mineta chimed in about finding creative ways to use quirks, and Ojiro added that it was about discovering methods to improve one's fighting style. Midoriya affirmed their contributions, feeling more confident as he engaged with the class. To understand a quirk's full effects, to find different combinations with one's quirk, to identify weaknesses and strengths, not only in one's own quirk but also in opponents', was crucial. The better one understood their quirk, the more weaknesses could be exploited. Midoriya observed the class's surprised expressions, even Kaken was now paying attention. He suggested that they needed a hero for their discussion and proposed Mr. Aizawa as the subject. He quickly changed his mind, affirming that Mr. Aizawa would work perfectly since they had seen his quirk in action a few times. Midoriya grabbed a pen and approached the board, asking the class what they knew about Mr. Aizawa's quirk. When silence fell over the room, he felt a bit confused. He prompted them to share any observations they had. Kaken pointed out that Mr. Aizawa needed to look at others to erase their quirks, and Midoriya noted it down. Yaoyorozu added that his eyes glowed red, and Kirishima mentioned that his hair stood up. The class fell silent again, realizing they might have pushed the boundaries a bit, given Mr. Aizawa's reputation as an underground hero. Midoriya then opened the floor for theories and questions. One student asked if Mr. Aizawa could erase multiple quirks, while another wondered if he could erase his own. Hagikyure's question about whether he could see someone through a mirror and erase their quirk sparked laughter, and the class continued to share their amusing ideas. Midoriya sensed that Mr. Aizawa was both surprised and somewhat exasperated by their creativity. The bell rang suddenly, causing the class to jump in surprise. Siro expressed confusion about the class ending so soon. Midoriya frowned slightly, wishing they could have covered more material, but he acknowledged that they had gotten carried away with their brainstorming. He suggested they leave it at that, feeling a bit nervous about the lesson's outcome. Lita thanked him for the lesson and bowed, prompting others to follow suit. Midoriya waved his hands, blushing and insisting there was no need for such formalities. He felt awkward being called sensei, since he was the same age as his classmates. He requested that they call him Midoriya instead and emphasized that he didn't want to cause them stress over homework. He encouraged them to communicate if they found something too difficult or if they simply didn't feel like doing it. As he wrapped up, he noticed the class looking at him intently and asked if anything was wrong. Kaminari questioned why he wasn't acting more like a teacher, while Lita wondered if telling them not to do homework was a good idea. Midoriya explained that he was 15 and understood their feelings about homework. He reassured them that passing tests and assignments could be manageable if they approached them step by step. With a smile, he told them they could take a break, and the students began to rise. Kaken, however, lounged back in his chair, and Mr. Izuku remained seated. Midoriya perked up, asking who planned to listen outside the door for his conversation with Mr. Izuku and Kaken. The class looked at him in surprise, and after a moment, Mina hesitantly raised her hand, followed by most of the class. Midoriya was amused that they found him interesting and welcomed them to stay. He asked Kaken and Mr. Izuku what questions they had. Mr. Izuku inquired how Midoriya had ended up in his position as a teacher. Midoriya nodded, acknowledging it was a valid question. He explained that he and Kaken were childhood friends, and despite their differences, they had a shared history. He revealed that he was quirkless and had taught himself due to a lack of proper education. When he took a placement test, it indicated he had already passed high school level. He had joined Principal 𝗍𝗍's online school, where 𝗍𝗍 had taken an interest in him and offered to teach him. Midoriya had accepted, unable to refuse 𝗍𝗍's intelligence and charm. He recounted how 𝗍𝗍 had made various deals with him, recognizing his analytical skills, which eventually led to him teaching a class after obtaining his teaching license. He also mentioned that 𝗍𝗍 was helping him pursue his childhood dream, which felt distant now. Midoriya concluded his story, feeling satisfied with how he had summarized his journey. When asked about his mother, he stated that it was up to her to share that information. 𝗬𝗍 then bluntly asked what All Might needed to apologize to him for, leaving Midoriya to ponder how to respond. Everyone looked at her, then at him expectantly. Even Izuku seemed more alert. He had saved her once, but he had made a mistake that could have caused her significant harm shortly after. She believed he realized that later but never mentioned it. Mineta, curious, asked how that happened. She explained that she was attacked by a villain, and although All Might was in a hurry, he didn't ensure she received proper medical treatment, which led to her getting a bit sick. Kaken, confused, pointed out that she had received medical treatment after the slime villain incident. She clarified that she wasn't referring to that. The room fell silent as everyone awaited her to elaborate, but she chose not to continue. She quickly wrapped up her thoughts, mentioning that anyone could make a mistake. Apologizing, she stated that she had to leave for another class after recess and wanted to eat. With that, she slipped out of the classroom before anyone could stop her. Vlad King was startled by 2 knocks on the door before it opened. 𝗍𝗍 entered, accompanied by a green-haired boy, capturing the attention of all the students. Vlad, confused, asked 𝗍𝗍 what was happening and why the boy was there. 𝗍𝗍 explained that he wanted to introduce the new analyst teacher. Vlad frowned, puzzled, and then raised his eyebrows in surprise, questioning whether the boy had a quirk that made him look older. The boy introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, stating he was 15 years old and quirkless, hired this year to teach analysis at UA. The class began to murmur at the revelation, and Vlad noted that he was the student Izuku had mentioned, the one taking only the heroic classes. Izuku confirmed that he was indeed taking only the hero classes along with Class 1A, having already graduated high school at an academic level. Vlad looked to 𝗍𝗍 for confirmation, which he received. Minoma expressed disbelief that Class 1A now had a teacher in their midst. Izuku acknowledged that he was new to teaching but would try his best. The class reacted with surprise at his calm demeanor. Vlad questioned how he could teach without a teaching license, to which Izuku presented a card confirming he had one. The class erupted in murmurs of disbelief, questioning how a quirkless student could be allowed to teach. Izuku sighed and explained that he had faced many misunderstandings. He had been quirkless and struggled in a society that didn't accept him, leading to inadequate education. He had taught himself and, after taking a placement test, discovered he had already surpassed high school level. He revealed that he had attended Principal 𝗍𝗍's online school, where 𝗍𝗍 had taken an interest in him and helped him secure his teaching license. He concluded by stating that he had no intention of becoming a hero, but due to a dropout in Class 1A, 𝗍𝗍 insisted he be placed there. 𝗬𝗍 expressed disbelief that they were expected to learn from someone their age who was quirkless. Izuku assured them that his qualifications were valid, and being quirkless did not hinder his ability to understand information. He stated that anyone unwilling to learn from him was free to leave. 𝗬𝗍 fell silent, realizing his mistake. Vlad turned to 𝗍𝗍, questioning the decision. 𝗍𝗂 defended his choice, stating it was one of the best ideas he had in a while. He mentioned that details about Izuku would be shared in a meeting the following day, and that second and third years would start classes with him next week after an introductory assembly. 𝗍𝗂 encouraged the class to take advantage of Izuku's lessons, emphasizing their potential benefits. As 𝗍𝗂 left, Izuku took a deep breath and addressed the class. He stated that rules were better introduced at the start, asking them not to call him sensei or anything similar. He preferred to be called Midoriya, as he was the same age as them. Once he received nods of agreement, he continued with his lesson. He expressed that he didn't want anyone to feel too stressed about their work or homework. If anyone found it overwhelming or had too much piled up, they could skip the class's assignments without hesitation. 𝗵𝗃, unable to contain his laughter, teased the teacher about trying to be a cool instructor. Some classmates exchanged apologetic glances at 𝗵𝗃's nervous demeanor. Kendo playfully hit him on the head to silence his laughter. The teacher clarified that he simply wanted to ensure that those uninterested in participating could leave. 𝗵𝗃 continued to jest, but the teacher maintained a serious tone, stating that he didn't want to waste anyone's time if they weren't engaged. The class looked surprised as his words grew more resolute. With a smile, he asked if they were ready to start. The class, still a bit confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere, nodded in agreement. He then inquired about analyzing quirks, asking for their thoughts on the topic. Initially slow to respond, the students gradually began raising their hands to share their ideas. The teacher was momentarily taken aback when he heard his name mentioned. He decided to focus on 𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗁's quirk, asking the class what they knew about it. As he took notes on their contributions, he was astonished by the variety of ideas and questions that emerged over the next 30 minutes. Laughter and smiles filled the room as they brainstormed, with one suggestion being whether his BLD could be used as a medical tool due to its flexibility and control. The teacher found this idea surprisingly reasonable. Just as he was contemplating this, the door swung open, startling the class. Eraserhead entered, looking slightly annoyed. He informed the teacher that they had heroics class and that 𝗍𝗂 had warned him about the time. The student quickly apologized, stating he needed to put his things away before heading to the training ground. Eraserhead glared but nodded, stepping aside. The teacher apologized for going over time and promised to set timers in the future. He thanked the class for their participation and rushed out with his belongings before anyone could react. The teacher turned to Eraserhead, expressing disbelief that the student was actually a teacher and not an adult in disguise. Eraserhead dismissed the notion, mentioning that the student had spent a year studying with 𝗍𝗂 and that he wasn't going to question it further. This left the class to murmur among themselves, processing the unusual lesson. Later, Izuku sighed as he walked to the teacher conference room with a coffee in hand. He had woken up early, curious about the student. However, he had also brought earmuffs to block out the noise from Mike and Midnight, knowing they would be excited about the new addition to their teaching staff. He imagined that by the end of the month, they might be adopting the student. As he reached the door, he encountered Vlad. Izuku nodded curtly. He wasn't particularly fond of Vlad but tolerated him. They both entered the conference room, where the student sat at the head of the table, typing on his computer. The student looked up, visibly relaxing upon seeing Izuku and Vlad, and greeted them with a cheerful smile. Izuku merely nodded in response while Vlad waved before they took their seats. After a few minutes, the student put away his computer and leaned back, appearing smaller. Izuku frowned, realizing he couldn't sense the student's presence, which puzzled him. Just then, the door opened again, revealing Mike and Midnight. Izuku sighed, knowing the early birds would be lively. Upon seeing him, Midnight gasped and Mike called out his name. Izuku warned Mike to quiet down or face being thrown out the window. Mike laughed and took a seat next to Izuku, with Midnight sitting on the other side. Mike then asked what had prompted Izuku to arrive early, noting that he was usually late for meetings. Izuku closed his eyes in annoyance, realizing neither of them had noticed the student yet. They might not have the same situational awareness as I do, but they are heroes and quite adept at keeping track of everyone in a room. The kid, however, was gazing at Mike and Midnight with wide, starry eyes. I glanced up as ectoplasm and 13 entered, with lunch rush trailing behind them. I nodded at them as they waved to everyone present. To my surprise, even they didn't notice the kid. Vlad's eyes were darting between the child and the other heroes in confusion. Power Loader began chatting with Vlad about an overly energetic student he had in the support course. Finally, everyone was here except for 𝗍𝗬. No one had yet acknowledged the kid, and 𝗬𝗵𝗃 was even sitting right next to him. I thought to myself that perhaps 𝗬𝗵𝗃 couldn't see the child well due to his facial structure. I sighed, realizing that the lessons from that kid were starting to affect my thoughts. If only 𝗍𝗬 would arrive, we could finally get some answers. Just as I thought that, 𝗍𝗬 walked in, and I raised an eyebrow as he greeted everyone with interest while taking a seat at the end of the table next to the kid. Mike asked if we were still waiting for the new teacher, and I mentally scolded him for being so clueless. Vlad and all might exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Mick's words. 𝗍𝗬 quickly clarified that we weren't waiting any longer and introduced the new teacher for analysis, Izuku Midoriya, pointing directly at the kid to draw everyone's attention. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 jumped in surprise, and gasps filled the room as they finally noticed him. Mike exclaimed in disbelief, thankful that he wasn't using his quirk. Midoriya blinked in surprise at their reaction, asking if he had been there the whole time. Midnight, still confused, questioned how old he was, noting that he looked like a child. Midoriya introduced himself, bowing slightly, and stated that he was 15. Silence enveloped the room. 13 hesitantly wondered if he was joking. 𝗍𝗬 confirmed that Midoriya was indeed 15 and now the youngest teacher at UA. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 suggested that we might need more context about how he came to be here. Mike turned to me, expressing disbelief that I hadn't mentioned Midoriya was a 15-year-old. I explained that I didn't know much myself and anticipated his reaction. Midnight stared at me in disbelief. Power Loader questioned whether the kid had an intelligence quirk or if he was just exceptionally good at analysis. 𝗍𝗬 quickly responded that Midoriya was quirkless, had proven his intelligence, excelled at analysis, graduated high school, and possessed a teaching license. The room fell into a heavy silence as the information sank in. I sighed, wondering if 𝗍𝗬 was intentionally stirring the pot. Recovery Girl voiced her concerns, questioning how a 15-year-old quirkless boy could teach at a school known for its challenges. She worried about his safety amidst the potential dangers. The kid looked down, and I felt a strange sensation. Was he smiling? Before I could ponder it further, the conversation continued. 𝗍𝗬 explained that while Midoriya might not have as much combat experience as the others, he was in the hero course to gain it. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 demanded clarification, struggling to understand how a teacher could also be a student in the hero course while being quirkless. Recovery Girl pointed out that he hadn't taken the entrance exam, and 𝗍𝗬 admitted that he had decided to place Midoriya in the class due to a dropout. Recovery Girl was frustrated, insisting that there was a reason for the exam. 𝗍𝗬 stood firm, stating that Midoriya would remain in the hero course until he decided otherwise. Recovery Girl argued about the potential risks to the kid's safety, and Mike suggested we all take a breath. But Recovery Girl insisted that 𝗍𝗬 needed to explain his decision. 𝗍𝗬 calmly stated that he had known Midoriya for a year and was confident in his abilities. Hound Dog asked for clarification on what 𝗍𝗬 meant by not being able to get Midoriya to take the exam. Finally, the kid, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, spoke up nervously, stating that if his presence in the hero course was a problem, he would willingly withdraw. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Lunch Rush asked if he didn't want to be in the hero course, to which Midoriya replied that he didn't mind being there but didn't aspire to be a hero. Confusion spread through the room, and I found myself equally bewildered. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked what brought him here and how he knew 𝗍𝗬. Midoriya slumped slightly and explained that he had joined the wrong online school over a year ago. 𝗍𝗬, surprised, questioned how that was possible. Mike muttered that he hadn't even known 𝗍𝗬 had an online school, and others nodded in agreement. Midoriya looked at 𝗍𝗬, and 𝗍𝗬 simply nodded in understanding. 𝗍𝗬, you can't force someone into the hero course, Recovery Girl said with a frown. 𝗍𝗬 replied that the student had joined willingly after a deal, causing everyone to sweat drop at the unexpected revelation. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 questioned how a 15-year-old could teach, expressing disbelief at the idea. Vlad reassured them that the kid taught well, despite a rocky start, managing to engage everyone in the class. The kid blushed at the compliment, looking surprised at Vlad's words. 𝗍𝗂 confirmed that the student had his teaching license, prompting Midnight to ask how he obtained it in such a short time. The kid began shaking his head frantically, and 𝗍𝗂 encouraged him to explain. The kid firmly declined, leading Mike to jokingly suggest that perhaps 𝗍𝗂 had hacked the system. 𝗍𝗂 clarified that the kid had earned it himself, finishing the course early. The teachers looked at him in astonishment, with Power Loader asking if that was even possible. 𝗍𝗂 confirmed it, while the kid appeared increasingly embarrassed. 13 inquired about the kid's parents, noting his underage status. 𝗍𝗂 fell silent, and the kid explained that his father had divorced his mother, who had moved to America for work. He mentioned that they maintained a good relationship, but it was challenging for a quirkless child to find opportunities. He had encouraged his mother to take the job, and she was aware of his situation. The narrative shifted to the second week of school, where UA was recognized as a prestigious institution, known for its high-class graduates. Despite its reputation, it operated similarly to any other school, with affordable entry prices due to generous sponsorships and donations. The curriculum was advanced, led by capable educators who understood their students' abilities. The cafeteria and facilities were standard, aside from the unique training grounds. The students, while framed as exceptional, were just like any other group, engaging in typical school dynamics, including rumors. When whispers began circulating about a new teacher with messy curly green hair and youthful features, the faculty should have anticipated the students' curiosity. Many sought excuses to visit the office of the new teacher, who was only responsible for first-year hero courses. However, the kid was rarely seen, and the teachers collectively agreed it was for the best, considering the potential scrutiny he might face. He consistently wore a school uniform, adding to the mystery of his presence. The teachers had only glimpsed the kid a couple of times in the staff room, and if 𝗍𝗂 hadn't confirmed his quirkless status, they might have suspected he possessed an invisibility or teleportation quirk. He made brief appearances to collect books but vanished during recess and lunch, leaving immediately after school. This behavior was understandable, given the new school year, yet puzzling since he was enrolled in 6 classes and 8 hero courses with Class 1A. The faculty was eager to see how Monday would unfold, as it marked the day he would be introduced to the rest of the school, starting classes with 2nd and 3rd years, along with students from the support and management classes. Izuku sighed as he made his way to the assembly room. Normally, he would skip such events, but this time he felt compelled to attend. The kid remained a source of confusion. He had performed admirably in both heroics and teaching, sticking to the basics while excelling in planning. Izuku marveled at how a 15-year-old, especially one who struggled with conversation, could captivate a class. The kid appeared on the verge of breaking down during discussions, revealing his inexperience in communication. Yet, when it came to teaching, he transformed into a confident figure, leaving no room for doubt. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how this was possible, given that much of the subject matter was based on assumptions and theories. So far from what I had seen, the kid had earned respect, along with the other teachers who managed to attend at least one of the classes he took with either my class or Vlad's. He was always nervous when letting them in but seemed to forget them a moment later, sinking back into his teaching. I sighed again before entering the assembly room and standing in the corner near my class. Of course, I was one of the last ones there, and 𝗍𝗂 was mostly done with his introductions. Thankfully, it wasn't too long, as he had covered most topics in Thursday's intro. And onto the last matter, the introduction of the new analysis classes and the teacher teaching the subject, 𝗍𝗂 said with a smile. I looked up, along with the rest of the hall of students, as the analysis class was mentioned. Everyone's glazed eyes were now focused, the rumors piquing their interest enough to make them pay attention. 𝗍𝗂 gestured for the problem child to come up on stage. He walked there, albeit a bit stiffly. Mutters broke out as they saw him, likely discussing his age and speculating about his quirk. Hello, everyone. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I will be taking the analysis class for this school year and possibly more to come. I will be starting classes with the 2nd and 3rd year heroics classes this week, and anyone from the support and management classes can sign up. The class will commence in week 3, with 2 modules a week. If anyone from the general course thinks the class will help with their future goals, you can send an email to both me and 𝗎𝗍, and we'll work on placing you along with your year-level support and management class. I am looking forward to working with you. Thank you. He had a slight crack in his voice at the start, but it grew firmer with each word. He looked about done but paused. Oh right, one more thing. You may have noticed that I look quite young, which I am, so I prefer if you call me 𝗵𝘃𝗧 during class, he said, bowing before walking off stage. I raised my eyebrow as he finished. He had missed all the important information. The crowd seemed to agree, as there was a loud whispering of questions as he headed back down the stage. Confused and curious faces looked up at 𝗎𝗍 as he took center stage again. Thank you for that, 𝗵𝘃𝗧. I assume everyone has questions about his visual appearance and, if I'm not mistaken, about his quirk as well. I will briefly explain to avoid wasting class time, and 𝗵𝘃𝗧 won't have to repeat himself, 𝗎𝗍 said. I sighed, relieved that we wouldn't need to worry about random outbursts every time the kid took a new class during the week. 𝗵𝘃𝗧 may look young, and that's because he is. He is currently 15 years old. 𝗎𝗍 was interrupted as muttering broke out. He waited until the talking calmed down. Despite his young age, he has passed high school and has all the certifications needed for teaching, he continued. The school hung onto every word, except for the 2 first-year hero courses, who were looking around at people's expressions, anticipating the next information that was bound to cause a stir. And regarding his quirk, 𝗵𝘃𝗧 is one of the few people who is in the quirkless percentage. That was all that was said before the entire hall erupted in noise. Some of the quieter or sound-sensitive students from the hero courses thankfully had enough time to cover their ears. It took a good 10 minutes before anything could be heard, but one loud comment was easy to make out. You're joking, right? A kid yelled. No, I have no intention of joking about this, 𝗎𝗍 replied, looking at the student in question. I know there is a significant amount of discrimination regarding quirks, and I hope this group of students does not agree with or act upon it. 𝗵𝘃𝗧 has proven himself on multiple occasions to me, and his skills in analysis are outstanding. It took considerable effort to convince him to take this position, so I ask that everyone take full advantage of his teaching. Additionally, 𝗵𝘃𝗧 is also in the heroics class of 1A. I ask you to be mindful of his busy schedule and make sure to email him about any meetings, asking for his preferred times, as he most likely won't be available in the staff room most of the time, 𝗎𝗍 concluded. Now everyone was jumping or using their quirks slightly to get a better look at the problem child. I doubted many could see it, but his body posture suggested he was on the verge of breaking. Impressively, he maintained a firm face and smiled as he made eye contact with people around the hall. That will be all for today. Thank you for listening, and please make your way to your homeroom. Classes will start in 15 minutes, 𝗎𝗍 announced. It took a moment before people began to exit the hall, the chatter 5 times louder than normal. The other teachers and I made a beeline toward the section behind the stage where both 𝗎𝗍 and the problem child walked in. I had to do a double take when I entered. 𝗎𝗍 was standing uncertainly next to 𝗵𝘃𝗧, who was on the ground with his head in his hands. Kid, you okay? Mike asked, heading toward him. The kid looked up at the voice and flashed a smile. I'm fine, just not used to crowds, he replied, picking himself up off the ground. We should probably get ready for class, he said, heading toward the door. 𝗵𝘃𝗧, a moment. Can you please come to my office? 𝗎𝗍 asked. Is it about the analysis I gave you? He replied. The rest of us exchanged looks. This conversation felt completely random and left us out of context. Yes, 𝗎𝗍 confirmed with a nod. The problem child slumped a bit. Please, young 𝗵𝘃𝗧. All Might asked hesitantly. He nodded, following 𝗎𝗍 and All Might through the door. I raised an eyebrow at Mike. Anyone know what they were talking about? 𝗵𝘃𝗧 asked. Everyone shrugged. If no one knew, it probably meant it was confidential, which was surprising. How was a 15-year-old, whom 𝗎𝗍 had known for only a year, privy to more confidential matters than the rest of us? I just walked away to my homeroom. At least the less I knew, the less work I had to do, hopefully. I assumed that 𝗎𝗍 knew enough not to put the kid in a situation that would actually get him hurt. 𝗎𝗍 observed the tension in the air as he sat in his seat, noting that 𝗖𝗄𝗄 seemed particularly uncomfortable. He addressed the group, asking if there were any questions regarding his previous explanations. 𝗖𝗄𝗄 hesitated, clearly nervous around 𝗵𝗃, and expressed his concerns about the research that indicated all past users of 𝗃𝗏 had died early due to their quirks. 𝗵𝗃 nodded in acknowledgement, explaining that his lack of a quirk had allowed him to live longer than the others. 𝗖𝗄𝗄 insisted that 𝗵𝗃 could still be a hero, despite his reluctance. He argued that the world needed strong heroes, and there must be a part of 𝗵𝗃 that wanted to save others. 𝗵𝗃 calmly rejected the notion, stating that he no longer aspired to be a hero. He believed that if all for one was truly gone, then the quirk was no longer necessary. 𝗖𝗄𝗄 expressed concern about the power of the quirk, emphasizing its potential to save lives. 𝗵𝗃 countered that while one for all was indeed powerful, it shouldn't rest on the shoulders of a single individual. He pointed out that many people aspire to be heroes and work hard to achieve that dream. Relying on one person could lead to instability if that person faltered. 𝗖𝗄𝗄 listened, looking down in shame as 𝗵𝗃 articulated his thoughts with clarity and conviction. Nizu noted the surprise on 𝗖𝗄𝗄's face, realizing that 𝗵𝗃 had thoughtfully considered the topic. 𝗖𝗄𝗄 hesitated before asking if he had been the reason 𝗵𝗃 had given up on his dream. 𝗵𝗃 assured him that while he would have accepted the quirk if offered, his decision to step away from heroism was already in motion due to other ideas he had been developing. 𝗵𝗃 expressed understanding towards 𝗖𝗄𝗄's intentions, acknowledging the challenges heroes face, especially against formidable villains like All for One. He gently advised 𝗖𝗄𝗄 to be more thorough when checking for injuries in the future, especially in urgent situations. 𝗖𝗄𝗄 nodded solemnly, and Nizu felt a rush of gratitude for 𝗵𝗃's wisdom. As 𝗖𝗄𝗄 prepared to leave for his second-year class, Nizu inquired if he was excited. 𝗵𝗃 responded with a smile, indicating uncertainty about how the class would go before slipping out the door. 𝗵𝗃 sighed as he approached the classroom for his second-year class, feeling a sense of apprehension. He sensed something was amiss as he reached the door, bracing himself for whatever awaited him inside. The moment the teacher stepped into the classroom, a wave of water crashed down, drenching them and their clothes. Their hair covered their face, but a frown quickly turned into a smile, thinking about how they had waterproofed their bag. Looking up at the class, laughter erupted as they struggled to contain their amusement. Shaking their head, water flew off their hair, revealing a small smile. They tilted their head to the side and playfully questioned if this was their cue to leave, wondering if they were unwanted. A boy with a scowl remarked that they didn't understand why the teacher had been hired, expressing that they didn't want any help. The laughter continued, filled with comments about how they would never learn anything useful from the teacher. One student, however, approached with a nervous demeanor. He apologized sincerely, and the teacher smiled, reassuring him that it was fine since it was difficult to stand against the whole class. The boy, eager to help, offered to dry the teacher off with his quirk. The teacher nodded, intrigued, as the boy touched their shirt, warm air enveloping them and steam rising from their now dry clothes. As he moved to help with their breaths and hair, some classmates glared at him. Afterward, he returned to his desk, and the teacher went to theirs. Suddenly, the speaker chimed in, announcing that everyone in Class 2A would receive detention for the rest of the week during lunch and after school, except for Yuki Ryota. Silence fell over the room as everyone stared in disbelief. The teacher frowned but quickly regained composure, asking what the class didn't like about them. The room erupted with comments about being quirkless and younger than the students. The teacher raised a hand for silence, and when that didn't work, covered their ears, which finally made the class stop and glare. They expressed that pulling such a prank was harsh and requested the students' word that it wouldn't happen again. After a moment, everyone nodded in agreement. The teacher smiled and addressed the microphone, asking Principal Nizu if the class could be excused from detention. After a brief pause, the principal agreed, and the teacher expressed gratitude. The class stared, and the teacher acknowledged that most didn't want to learn from them. They offered the option to leave, stating that the classes could be taken as free modules without punishment. The first student to get up scoffed and headed for the door. Alarmed, the teacher warned him to be careful of the water, but it was too late. he slipped and fell with a loud crash. The class managed to hold in their laughter as he got up, growling, and exited the classroom. As others began to leave, they carefully navigated past the water. The teachers smiled at their departure, then turned to the last student remaining, Yuki Ryota. The boy looked down, and after a moment of silence, he spoke about not having friends in the class and his weak STEAM-based quirk. He explained how he had only passed the entrance exams due to luck and his brother's knowledge of mechanics. The teacher nodded for him to continue. Yuki expressed a longing to improve his quirk for fighting and rescue, hoping to become a good hero. He asked if the teacher could help him, believing in their skills. The teacher's demeanor shifted, and a warm smile lit up their face as they promised to do their best to help Yuki understand quirks and improve his own. Yuki felt a surge of gratitude and bowed, thanking the teacher. The teacher waved it off, insisting he should just be called Midoriya. Yuki requested to be called just Ryota, which surprised Midoriya but filled him with happiness. Midoriya welcomed Ryota and, to his surprise, grabbed his hand, leading him to the teacher's desk. He pulled another chair from the student desks and placed it beside him, stating that they didn't need much space between them. With excitement, he declared that it was time to start class. Ryota felt a shiver of anticipation at the spark in Midoriya's eyes, unaware that this moment could lead to either the best or worst decision he had ever made. It was just before dawn, and the scene felt suspicious to him. He had entered through the back door, his dark hood pulled over his curly hair, successfully avoiding all the cameras. He had a reason for this, he assured himself. The news of All Might teaching had taken the public by storm, and the reporters had swarmed UA, crowding the front gate with their bodies, campers, and vans. He was not enjoying it. Their persistence was overwhelming. They bombarded students with questions the moment they walked in or out of the school. Wearing a UA uniform only made things worse, as he faced constant inquiries during his train rides to and from school. To cope, he started bringing casual clothes along with spare uniforms, just in case his clothes got drenched or vandalized. He preferred to wear casual attire for his commutes. 𝗍𝗬 had suggested he get an apartment or small housing on campus, but he had politely declined, valuing his time with friends. He doubted how long he could manage living alone as a minor, even with government permission, but he would take whatever he could get. It was an ordinary day. Yesterday's classes had been dull and predictable. Most of Class 2A had left early, which he didn't mind, though he would have appreciated a few extra spare modules. A smaller class size allowed for more individual attention. Class 3A had been cautious around him, but with the unique yet kind personalities of the Big Three, they managed to connect well and seemed engaged in the lesson he was teaching. Class 3B, however, had set up a trap at the door for him. To their disappointment, he noticed it, avoided it, and removed it before anyone could get hurt. Surprisingly, when he offered them the chance to leave, they chose to stay, though they became difficult during class, throwing paper and refusing to participate. He could handle it, though. Class 2B was still ahead, and classes 1A and 1B had been cooperative, participating well in the lessons, aside from the occasional snide comments from Kaken and Monoma. Overall, things were going smoothly. He took the express route through the vents to 𝗍𝗬's office and dropped onto the couch, his backpack falling beside him. 𝗍𝗬 smiled upon seeing him and greeted him. Midoriya nodded in response. When he remained silent, 𝗍𝗬 asked if he wanted to indulge in a game of chess. Midoriya rolled his eyes, thinking it was a waste of time since the outcome seemed predictable. 𝗍𝗬 insisted that it didn't have to be that way and that there was enough skill for both of them to win, emphasizing the importance of giving it a chance. Midoriya declined, opening his computer instead. 𝗍𝗬 inquired about his friends, and Midoriya mentioned that Luna and Nox were around, likely busy with their own work for the day. The silence returned, and he found comfort in it. Luna and Nox preferred to keep their distance from 𝗍𝗬, choosing instead to play in the training rooms or hang out in a clearing they had discovered in the forest. They had also started assisting with some agency missions that seemed to require extra support. This gave the powerful duo something to focus on, rather than worrying about him being bullied or harassed. They worked together for a good hour before conversation resumed. They spent the rest of the time tackling relatively easy cases, which was beneficial since 𝗍𝗬 was compensated well for his work, some of which contributed to his own salary. 𝗍𝗬 wouldn't have him working without proper payment, and 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗂 appreciated that. He didn't mind the arrangement, as the money went to those in need, creating a win-win situation. Although the amount in his account was concerning due to the donations, he felt reassured knowing it could support his mother and friends if they ever needed it. It was nearly 7 when 𝗍𝗬 stood up from his seat. He suggested they take a walk as he needed to deliver some files, and it was time to stretch after sitting for so long. 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗂 agreed, getting up and stretching as well. Present Mike took a sip of coffee while looking at the screen, thinking about how much he disliked grading schoolwork, just like the students. Teaching was troublesome enough, especially with the low enthusiasm in his morning classes. At least he wasn't as grumpy and sleep-deprived as 𝗧𝗪, who had given up on work and was now on his 4th cup of black coffee, despite it being only 30 minutes since he arrived. Just as Present Mike considered snatching the cup from 𝗧𝗪's hand to prevent any health issues, he heard footsteps and chatter from the hallway. The door was open enough to hear the commotion. Everyone in the room glanced toward the door, curious about who was arriving. He smiled as he saw a familiar figure walk in, chatting happily with 𝗍𝗬. The newcomer quieted down upon entering the room, blushing and sending apologetic smiles to everyone present. 𝗍𝗬 greeted everyone, and while some replied, others merely grunted, like 𝗧𝗪. Everyone was keeping an eye on the little listener, who was still a significant focus of attention. To my surprise, 𝗍𝗬 approached the new desk, which was designated for 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗂, and placed a file there. The little listener quietly remarked that 𝗍𝗬 had led him there. 𝗍𝗬 cheerfully confirmed this, explaining that he was being kicked out of his office so he could use the desk and get to know his coworkers. The little listener sheepishly pointed out that 𝗍𝗬 could have simply told him to go to the office. 𝗍𝗬 playfully questioned whether he would have listened, prompting the kid to take a seat. 𝗍𝗬 smiled and reassured 𝗵𝘃𝗍𝗂 that he didn't have to hide from people. He belonged there just as much as anyone else. He promised to see him later as he left. I turned my attention to the little listener, who seemed to shrink into his seat, mouthing silent words. I could barely make out what he was saying, but thanks to my ability to lip read, I understood, with good reason. I smiled and swung my chair around to greet him, saying it was good to see him there. The kid returned the smile and politely greeted me back. I nodded enthusiastically but hesitated, unsure of what to say next. Thankfully 𝗧𝗪 broke the silence by asking if the little listener had been avoiding the staff room, noting that he was rarely there. The other teachers and I exchanged glances, thinking that 𝗧𝗪's straightforwardness was a bit much, but that was just his style. The little listener admitted that he had gotten used to 𝗍𝗬's office over the past year, before shrinking further into his seat and opening his computer. I felt a wave of nervousness wash over me, realizing that the kid had been taught by 𝗍𝗬. I wondered what kinds of tactics 𝗍𝗬 might have shared with him. The rest of the room seemed to share my thoughts, and for a moment, we were all lost in our musings. The little listener became engrossed in typing on his computer, and we kept the noise level low, trying not to disturb him. We exchanged worried glances as he quietly left the office just before home group started, disappearing without a trace. For the first time, we were unsure how to handle a kid. Izuku sensed that something was bound to go wrong that day. Aside from the new addition to the staff lounge, everything had been too peaceful. He figured it was only a matter of time before chaos ensued. He found himself reluctantly paired with Mike to deal with the reporters. Izuku had become an underground hero to avoid the media, and he couldn't understand why 𝗍𝗬 would send him out there. However, he recognized that having someone like him on guard made the reporters hesitant to approach, at least for a moment. Eventually, even Izuku found himself surrounded and pestered by the reporters. He and Mike contemplated giving them a little scare to send them away. After a few minutes of standing guard with little success, they decided to head back into the school, letting the gates do the rest. The day continued without incident until lunchtime, when the alarms blared loudly enough to make Mike wince. It didn't take long for Izuku to realize that the reporters had somehow gotten inside. Ignoring how they managed to bypass security, he and Mike rushed out to try to usher them back outside, but their efforts were met with minimal success. Meanwhile, Izuku was minding his own business, eating and working on analysis in his safe spot in the vents when the alarm blared throughout the school. He peeked out to see the reporters had infiltrated the building. Students were running around, trying to escape the chaos. Izuku wondered if 𝗎𝗍 had failed to prepare them or if he simply assumed they already knew how to handle such situations. The teachers were struggling to manage the crowd of reporters, and Izuku decided to settle back into his seat, hoping the students would regain their composure and that the teachers would resolve the situation. Just then he received a message from 𝗎𝗍, asking for his help in getting the reporters out of the school. The gate was broken, and the reporters were not planning to leave anytime soon. 𝗎𝗍 requested that Izuku avoid using force, as he intended to negotiate with them. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku decided to assist and prepared to create some chaos. Aizawa was not pleased with the situation. He felt overwhelmed by the combination of a troublesome new coworker and a loud group of students. Just as he was brooding over his life choices, he heard Mike and Midnight scream beside him, drawing his attention to a school robot that was jostling its way through the crowd. Confusion washed over me as I watched a slot open in the strange device, revealing a robotic claw that handed me a cylindrical package. I noticed that Midnight and Mike were also receiving similar packages from the robots. Mike began to ask a question, but was abruptly interrupted by a loud bang. The crowd and I turned our attention to another robot that had appeared. The robot greeted us in a mechanical tone, stating that it was nice to meet everyone but that we needed to leave immediately, as we were trespassing on private school grounds. It warned us of consequences if we did not comply within a minute. I thought to myself that this must be 𝗎𝗍's doing as I opened my parcel, joining the teachers in doing so. The reporters, who had been quiet, were now looking around as if uncertain about following the robot's instructions. As I finally opened my package, my eyes widened in surprise. I quickly opened the umbrella above me just in time to shield myself from the sudden downpour of water that the drones began spraying over the crowd. Mike stifled a laugh while glancing between me and Midnight, who were both covered by our umbrellas. I sighed, realizing that this was indeed 𝗎𝗍's method of crowd control. Looking up, I saw several large drones spraying water at the reporters, who quickly scattered, disappearing within moments. I thought that this was quite effective. The gate then transformed, creating a thin wall that emerged from the side, enclosing the door like a semicircular barrier. 𝗎𝗍 approached, holding his own umbrella, and Snipe weakly remarked on the situation, suggesting it was a bit excessive. No one responded, as it was clear that 𝗎𝗍 had his reasons. 𝗎𝗍 then shifted his focus to the gate, and I turned to see a gaping hole where it had once stood. I sighed, knowing that life never seemed to give us a break, even at school. As 𝗎𝗍 typed something on his device near the door, all the teachers gathered around. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 commented on the unusual nature of the situation, while 𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗲 speculated on the powerful quirk that could have caused it. 𝗎𝗍 asked about the quirk responsible, and I noticed he was looking at someone. I turned to see the problem child crouched by the dusty remains of the gate, his face filled with curiosity. A chill ran down my spine as I realized he had appeared without any of us noticing. The kid shrugged in response to 𝗎𝗍's inquiry about whether we should be concerned about further attacks. After a moment of silence, he speculated that it was likely a decay quirk based on the dust, suggesting it could be either emitted or touch-based. He guessed it was touch-based since the attack occurred when the crowd was close to the gate, affecting only the object touched. I was taken aback by his analysis, realizing why he was the analysis teacher. 𝗎𝗍 thanked him and asked if he had any idea about the motive behind the attack. The kid pondered for a moment before suggesting it might be a declaration of war. The room fell silent, everyone startled by the gravity of his words. 𝗎𝗍 then speculated that this could involve villains targeting All Might or the students, which made Yagi tense. 𝗎𝗍 dismissed everyone, indicating it was time to calm the students. I reflected on the unsettling realization that the students had been caught off guard on purpose. As the problem child walked away, the tension in the room began to dissipate. Vlad finally broke the silence, remarking on the kid's impressive insight. Hound Dog noted that he must have been exceptional to be 𝗎𝗍's student. 𝗎𝗍 then praised Midoriya's intelligence, advising us to heed his advice when he offered it. We all stared at him in surprise, wondering if we had ever seen 𝗎𝗍 give such praise before. 𝗍𝗂 instructed Power Loader to meet him after school to prepare another gate for the next day and left once he received confirmation. The following day, I sighed as I read the news headline while preparing for work. It reported that reporters had been forced to leave the school premises due to UA's unexpected waterworks. I couldn't help but think about 𝗍𝗂's resourcefulness as I took a sip of my coffee. In the UA staff room, I felt a familiar presence and turned to see 𝗍𝗂 entering through the vents. He greeted me cheerfully, reminding me about the importance of proper sleep and questioning why I was there so early. I greeted him back, and he expressed gratitude for my help in dealing with the reporters and for ensuring that all the staff had umbrellas. I nodded, a small smile on my face, thinking it was unnecessary to soak all the teachers. Something told me they wouldn't appreciate being drenched either. 𝗍𝗂 crackled with laughter, and I rolled my eyes, choosing to ignore him and return to my work. I perked up, curious about any lawsuits. 𝗍𝗂 mentioned there were attempts, but it helped that the individuals involved had been warned and were breaking the law by entering the school grounds. I nodded in acknowledgement. Izuku stared idly out the bus window, his hands fidgeting with the need to do something. He had surprisingly left his computer behind, but his bag contained some electronic toys and a notebook, along with a small book in his suit. He focused on not damaging his book and began jotting down random quirks, trying to keep his hands busy. He was on a UA-owned bus with the rest of Class 1A and Mr. Izuku. The heroic class was apparently an excursion, which sounded fun. Both his heroic classes and lessons were progressing well. Class 2B had been kind, albeit a bit reluctant at first, but they quickly adapted to his teaching style. Class 2A had walked out, which wasn't a significant issue for him. He enjoyed the one-on-one lessons. The most challenging class was Class 3B, which had low participation. They seemed determined not to learn from him, and their pranks were becoming a nuisance. He recalled getting splashed with water upon entering their classroom, forcing him to change clothes quickly before the lesson began. Despite this, he was determined to teach them unless they crossed another line or walked out. Thankfully, he had reminded 𝗍𝗂 that he had authority over his classes, so there would be no expulsions or detentions for them. That was a problem he planned to address later. Other classes were doing well, grasping the basics of quirks. The second and third year classes that were participating had progressed to identifying strengths and weaknesses. He thought it might be time for the first years to move on as well. They needed to study their own quirks, and he lamented the number of pro heroes who didn't understand their abilities. It was ironic, considering he felt emotionally numb these days. He wondered if his Midoriya tears were broken. Then there was the looming concern of potential villains attacking UA. As he pondered this, he noticed more eyes on him, causing him to shrink in his seat. Everyone was looking at him, and some, like 𝗂𝗂, were giving him sidelong glances. He managed to stammer out an apology, asking what he had missed. Azui wondered how he had managed to secure a spot in the hero course if he didn't want to be there. She was curious about why he was being forced into these classes. He sheepishly admitted he had no idea, though he had a personal guess that was too private to share. Kirishima asked if Principal 𝗍𝗂 had directed him to the hero course. Izuku explained that while he had expressed reluctance, 𝗍𝗂 usually got what he wanted, and he was not much of an exception to that rule. The class exchanged glances, and Tokoyami solemnly remarked that no one was ready to face 𝗍𝗂 yet. Uraraka then asked how he had been present at the entrance exam if he hadn't participated. Surprised, he explained that observing new quirks was his hobby, so he had to see the exams. He had analyzed many different quirks during that time. Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief, asking if he had already analyzed all of them. Izuku waved his hands, clarifying that he hadn't studied everyone, just the quirks that caught his attention. He admitted that he hadn't written everything down, as thinking was easier than taking notes. 𝗂𝗂 muttered a teasing remark, but the class ignored it. Mina asked which quirks had stood out to him, guessing Bakugo's would be among them. Izuku acknowledged that it was hard to ignore the explosions but mentioned he already knew too much about 𝗂𝗂's quirk and fighting style. He noted that Uraraka had caught his eye for her help during the exam and mentioned Monoma from Class 1B, whose quirk kept changing. He also highlighted Shiozaki's efficient quirk usage and smiled at Hagakure, who suddenly yelped in surprise. Concerned, he asked if she was okay. She apologized, explaining that he had caught her off guard by looking directly at her, making her feel visible for a moment. He felt a bit confused by the situation, recalling a similar moment with Izuku. The silence lingered for a while after that. Hagakure then asked how he had noticed her, expressing disbelief that he could see her since she was invisible. The protagonist looked at her in confusion, noting her impressive fighting style and ability to identify the robot's weak point. Her performance had been remarkable, and her quirk had allowed her to move undetected by the robots. The protagonist expressed admiration, eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, a squeal from her startled him, and laughter erupted around them, with comments about being too innocent. Just then, Izuku announced their arrival, his eyes glowing red, prompting everyone to disembark from the bus. The attention shifted away from him, and he felt the thrill in the air as they approached the large building. Upon entering, they were greeted by a well-known hero. Izuku inquired about All Might, and 13 responded that All Might had been delayed but would try to join them later. The protagonist shrugged off the absence, smiling as 13 introduced himself, as rescue was his preferred method of heroism. However, the smile faded as he sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere, something unsettling. 13 welcomed Class 1A with enthusiasm, but the class's murmurs interrupted him, leading Izuku to quiet them down. 13 fondly thought about the excitement of new students when a whisper caught his attention. Midoriya stood beside him, asking about 13's understanding of his own quirk. 13 hesitated, wondering if this was a test. Midoriya warned him about the dangers of using his quirk near a warp user, emphasizing the potential risks. Just then, another student exclaimed about the arrival of villains, and the lights flickered ominously. As a large warp portal formed, a group of villains emerged, prompting Izuku to shout for 13 to protect the students. In the chaos, 13 noticed Midoriya had moved back into the crowd. He quickly assumed a fighting stance, realizing they were in serious trouble. Kaminari was instructed to contact the school, while Lita was urged to escape before the doors closed. 13's leadership impressed the protagonist as they observed Izuku skillfully handling the villains. Some classmates were amazed, while others, like Kaken, were eager to join the fray. The protagonist moved slightly away from the group, preparing for what was to come. Azui felt her heart race, confusion clouding her mind. The situation had escalated rapidly, and despite their inexperience, Izuku was holding his own against the villains. Lita finally managed to slip past the closing doors, but the relief was short-lived as the doors shut, trapping 20 students inside with 2 teachers and hundreds of villains. Gasps filled the air as Izuku fought valiantly. Suddenly, a misty figure appeared, introducing himself as Kurogiri from the League of Villains. He warned them not to resist if they wished to leave alive and mentioned that they had information about All Might's presence. Bakugo and Kirishima charged at him, but before they could reach him, they vanished into a portal. Kurogiri asked for All Might's whereabouts, his yellow eyes flickering ominously. The students were frozen in fear, and 13 urged them to stay back. Just then, a roar echoed, and they were enveloped in purple mist. Ojiro was pulled into it, and Azui reached out in desperation, but she soon found herself disoriented, her surroundings blurring before coming back into focus. She realized she was submerged in water, her mind racing to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Okay, I can work with this, the protagonist thought as they pulled themselves up to the surface of the water. It didn't take long to spot another person, much to their displeasure. It was the short purple-haired boy who had been eyeing the girls in a rather unsettling manner. With a sigh, they quickly used an approaching opponent to leap onto and off of. They wrapped their tongue around the purple-haired kid, Mineta, and landed safely on the boat. Mineta scurried over, holding onto their waist and exclaiming his gratitude, calling them a goddess. The protagonist frowned slightly and pushed him away. Mineta then noticed the villains surrounding them and panicked, exclaiming that they were going to die. The situation felt dire, and after a while of calming down, the villains were still closing in but had yet to attack. Mineta nervously asked what they were going to do. The protagonist shushed him and scanned the area, finally spotting the source of a slight buzzing noise. It was a drone. Suddenly, a voice spoke from it, introducing itself as Principal 𝗍𝗍. The principal informed them that most connections had been cut off at the USJ, and it would take time for the teachers to arrive. He reassured them that backup would come eventually. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, still panicking, yelled that they were still stuck. The protagonist ignored him and asked what they should do. Principal 𝗍𝗍 instructed all students to return to the entrance of the USJ and wait for backup. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 protested, worried about the villains surrounding them. The principal explained that he would control the boat with the drone, steering it as close to the USJ entrance as possible. He instructed the protagonist to grab 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and jump off to solid ground when it was safe. The protagonist agreed, using their tongue to pull 𝗵𝗃𝗲 along to the side closest to their destination. For a moment, everything seemed fine, and they were nearing the ground. However, the boat suddenly rumbled as it was split in half. The protagonist gasped, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 yelled in surprise as the boat accelerated, causing the water to churn around them. It was now or never. The protagonist let go of the railing and pushed off as the motors gave one last surge. To their surprise, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 used his hair to throw sticky ball at the villains, entangling them and causing chaos. The protagonist thought that they were all doing their part well enough, even as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 lamented about how his hair would be extra sticky today due to his breakfast. Meanwhile, Principal 𝗍𝗍 had gathered all the teachers. 𝗍𝗧 had informed them of the villain attack, and 𝗧𝗍𝗄 had rushed off immediately. The principal worried about the students, especially myheroacademia, who was with them. He hoped everything would be all right, knowing that they wouldn't have to worry about casualties on their end. They needed to get there quickly. After all, the others were just children. From Izuku's perspective, he watched in horror as Mr. Aizawa fought against the creature known as 𝗵𝗄𝗧. It was a tough battle, and he had just managed to instruct everyone to reach the entrance of the USJ using drones. He was grateful to have brought the drone along, even if he had forgotten his computer. Pretending to be Principal 𝗍𝗍 had helped the others listen, as he doubted that someone like Kaken would have followed his orders otherwise. 13 was struggling to fight the mist with the remaining class members, and although the situation was chaotic, no one seemed to be in immediate danger. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Mr. Aizawa get caught by 𝗵𝗄𝗧, his arm being pinned down. He didn't hesitate to run when he saw 𝗵𝗄𝗧 gain the upper hand, gritting his teeth as he witnessed Mr. Aizawa's head being slammed into the ground. He dashed forward, weaving through the villains and bodies strewn across the ground. From Shigaraki's perspective, he grinned at the chaos unfolding around him. Aizawa had finally been subdued by 𝗵𝗄𝗧, but his focus was on All Might. He felt a surge of irritation as he was forced to take a hit to his arm. A child had intervened, and he growled, realizing he was dealing with someone who didn't understand the danger. The 𝗵𝗄𝗧 quickly moved to capture the child, holding him firmly. Shigaraki taunted the child, suggesting that if he harmed some kids, perhaps All Might would show up. He paused in surprise when the child looked up at him. It wasn't the child's appearance that caught his attention, but rather the expression on his face. The child's eyes were wide, not filled with anger or fear, but with an unfamiliar curiosity, as if they had simply bumped into each other on the street rather than being in the midst of a battle. Something caught my attention as I noticed a boy with bouncy green hair looking at me, a hint of surprise on his face. He seemed apologetic, explaining that All Might wasn't there but would hopefully arrive soon. Confusion filled my mind. I had been ready to confront him, yet here he was, expressing regret that All Might was absent. Just as I was about to respond, the boy continued, mentioning his admiration for Eraserhead and that he needed to take him out of the fight for first aid. He bowed his head slightly, apologizing again. Suddenly, I heard a sound and looked down to see a metal ball spinning and releasing a gray gas. I scoffed mentally, thinking a smokescreen wouldn't do much. But as the gas reached my face, I was taken by surprise. My eyes began to tear up, burning painfully. I noticed 𝗵𝗄𝗧 release the boy to assist me, but I struggled to think as I choked, my eyes streaming with tears. Izuku quickly scampered away, keeping his mouth and eyes shut, using his hand to cover his nose once it was free. He ran at full speed in the direction he believed Mr. Aizawa was in, cautiously breathing in as he opened his eyes when the burning gas was a safe distance away. Despite his bruised arm and chest, he managed to pick Mr. Aizawa up off the ground, grateful for his strength training. Mr. Izuku gasped, struggling to speak, and Izuku expressed concern, reminding him to be careful not to worsen his injuries. Finding a covered area was a challenge, but he managed to hide behind a large tree with Mr. Izuku. He sat beside him, retrieving the med kit he had thrown earlier while running. For the next few minutes, Izuku focused on cleaning Mr. Izuku's wounds. He barely noticed as All Might crashed through the USA, engaging the Nomu with a punch that seemed ineffective. If what Shigaraki had said was true, All Might would find the Nomu a formidable opponent. Izuku thought about whether he should have advised All Might to aim for the brain as he continued bandaging Mr. Izuku, who was barely conscious. Mr. Izuku gasped again, trying to speak, and Izuku looked at him with concern, noting that he was still bleeding but had only been hit once. His attention was drawn away as Todoroki, Kaken, and Kirishima joined the fight. All Might had managed to throw the Nomu out of commission, but he appeared to be running low on strength. The rest of the class gathered back at the entrance of the USJ, and Izuku noticed the purple mist named Kurogiri standing beside Shigaraki. Mina spotted Izuku, but he motioned for her to stay put, assuring them they were safe for the moment. He winced as All Might took a blow for Kaken, who was now safe on the sidelines. It seemed All Might was bluffing at this point, and Izuku noted that the smoke coming off him could provide some cover. He watched as Shigaraki rushed toward All Might, and just then, a drone flew toward Shigaraki, blasting as they neared each other. Kurogiri used his quirk to teleport Shigaraki away, preventing the explosion from affecting him. Izuku turned to see the teachers arriving, with Snipe immediately shooting at Shigaraki. 4 bullets hit their mark before Kurogiri managed to warp himself and Shigaraki out of the building. Present Mike, upon seeing Mr. Izuku, yelled at the remaining villains with his quirk, prompting Izuku to cover his ears and use earplugs for Mr. Izuku. Thankfully, 𝗬𝗵𝗃 had the sense to shield All Might before he deflated, keeping his secret safe for another day. Medics arrived, and Izuku waved them off, directing them to Mr. Izuku instead. He approached Nizu, who was coordinating the rescue, and noticed a troubled expression on his face. Nizu acknowledged Izuku's safety with gratitude, and Izuku humbly downplayed his contributions, mentioning that he had flown some drones around to provide evacuation instructions in Nizu's name. Nizu agreed to the story and suggested Izuku get his arm checked out by Recovery Girl or the medics, but he declined, preferring to handle it himself. As he walked away to meet the rest of the class, he reflected on the chaotic introduction to UA, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. After checking in with his classmates and avoiding the medics, he managed to hitch a ride with the ambulance while erasing his presence, donning a random medic suit. Once they arrived, he ditched the suit and hurried to Mr. Izuku's room, waiting for him to receive treatment. When he finally looked over at Mr. Izuku, he saw that he was bandaged up, with both hands in casts and other injuries, but overall, he seemed to be in stable condition. Present Mike was there too, having fallen asleep in his chair from exhaustion, leaving behind some fruit and a note along with a thermal cup of coffee for Izuku. Izuku then took a train back to UA and settled in at Recovery Girl's office, ready to face whatever came next. All Might was awake, not in good shape, but alive, laying on the medical bed. There was some mild chatter, but eventually, silence fell over the room. After 15 minutes of stillness, I finally moved. All Might looked at me questioningly for a moment before sensing the movement and glancing toward the door. The detective walked in, his eyes flickering to the connected room where Recovery Girl was busy. He greeted All Might with a sigh, settling into a seat. I leaned back in my chair, closing my eyes again. All Might expressed his frustration, admitting that things had become chaotic and that he felt responsible for missing class and the injuries sustained by Izuku. The detective reassured him not to be too hard on himself, reminding him that he needed to focus on his role as a hero for the kids. He inquired if All Might had found anyone suitable to inherit his quirk. All Might hesitated, revealing that new information had surfaced that might complicate the process of passing on his quirk. The detective, sensing the weight of the situation, decided to leave, promising to take All Might's statement later. Recovery Girl returned to the room, and I stood up to leave, wishing her well and hoping for All Might's recovery. As I exited, Recovery Girl realized she had forgotten to heal All Might's broken bone. When Yagi attempted to get up, She firmly instructed him to stay in bed, wielding her cane with authority. 𝗵𝗃 sat up alertly as he noticed 𝗧𝗪 waking up. Relief washed over him as he acknowledged 𝗧𝗪's consciousness. 𝗧𝗪, trying to get up, inquired about the kids, his concern evident. 𝗵𝗃 reassured him that most of the students were fine, with only 𝗵𝗃 sustaining minor injuries. 𝗧𝗪 smiled, relieved, but then expressed his worry about the close call with the creature they had faced. 𝗵𝗃 reminded him that the students had done well for their first encounter with villains. 𝗧𝗪 reflected on 𝗵𝗃's bravery, acknowledging that the boy had rushed in to help him. 𝗵𝗃 encouraged 𝗧𝗪 to be gentle with 𝗵𝗃, as he owed him for saving his friend. 𝗧𝗪 took a sip from a thermal mug on his bedside table, surprised by the taste of the coffee. 𝗵𝗃 clarified that he hadn't made it, as he had been too worried about 𝗧𝗪 and the students. 𝗧𝗪 then discovered a note on the table, confirming that the students were all fine and urging them both to rest and eat. Todoroki sighed as he returned home, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle into his bones. His sister had picked him up, and 𝗳𝗪𝗏, his father, had met them there, offering a stiff apology for not being able to pick him up himself. They had been given 3 days of rest due to the recent incident, and while they had come away relatively unscathed, he couldn't shake his concern for Izuku, who had looked quite hurt. Izuku felt jolts of pain in his legs as he walked, but it was manageable. Recovery Girl had been able to remove his casts, and he was determined to recover quickly. My whole body was still bandaged up, my face with a few extra wraps, but honestly, it could be worse. I hummed slightly every now and then as 𝗧𝗪 talked to me. He briefly tried to talk me out of coming but quickly gave up. He knew I would have dragged myself to the meeting even if I was in worse shape. Plus, I had already taken a break from hero work, so I might as well do one job properly. The students were returning the day after tomorrow, and we had to get things ready anyway. I slowed slightly as I neared the meeting room, voices coming from the slightly open door. 𝗵𝗃's voice was among them, though I couldn't hear what he said before it finished. I stopped before the door, 𝗧𝗪 doing the same and listening intently. 𝗧𝗪's voice chirped, asking what 𝗵𝗃 thought about the teachers. 𝗵𝗃 replied that they were all amazing and that he had expected good choices from 𝗧𝗪. I raised an eyebrow at the professional tone coming from him, which contrasted with his usual childish demeanor. 𝗧𝗪 chuckled and included 𝗵𝗃 in the praise, but 𝗵𝗃 quickly countered, claiming he was a terrible influence on the students, especially the hero ones. 𝗧𝗪 insisted he didn't regret having 𝗵𝗃 around, especially after he saved lives the previous day. 𝗵𝗃 protested, saying he was sure they would have been fine without him, but 𝗧𝗪 pointed out that at the very least, he had prevented any significant injuries. The conversation shifted to a new student, Hitoshi Shinso, who had signed up for the hero course. 𝗵𝗃 expressed his concerns about Shinso's powerful mental quirk, hinting that he might be the cause of his own downfall. I exchanged a glance with 𝗧𝗪, both of us puzzled by the comment. 𝗧𝗪 asked if 𝗵𝗃 thought Shinso would make it, to which he replied that he would check if Shinso was aiming for the hero course and recommend him to Mr. Izuku. I was startled to hear my name mentioned. 𝗧𝗪 questioned why 𝗵𝗃 wouldn't take him on himself, and 𝗵𝗃 explained that he was still in the hero course and didn't want to teach something he was still learning. 𝗧𝗪 remarked that Izuku wouldn't appreciate more work and might grinned at me, but I focused on listening to 𝗵𝗃's response. He suggested that Shinso would become a good hero and that Mr. Izuku would likely like him anyway. 𝗧𝗪 then turned to me, asking if I would take on another student. I scowled as I walked into the room, Mike right behind me. I stated that if Shinso had potential, I wouldn't mind taking him on. 𝗵𝗃 looked mildly surprised but smiled at my reply, though that smile quickly faded as I glared at him, causing him to shrink back. I registered some people walking into the room but ignored them to start my lecture with 𝗵𝗃. I expressed my frustration about his reckless behavior, explaining that he should never run into a mob of unknown villains. I emphasized how close he had come to serious danger, almost turning to dust. He looked down, avoiding eye contact. 𝗧𝗪 intervened, reminding me that 𝗵𝗃 wouldn't have acted without a plan and understood the risks he took. I scowled, insisting that he almost died and that he needed to rest, both physically and mentally. As I continued, Recovery Girl entered the room, ready to address Problem Child's injuries. She expressed her concern about his reckless behavior and mentioned that she hadn't had the chance to heal him yet. Problem Child startled slightly at her words, looking over to 𝗍𝗬 with a confused expression. 𝗍𝗬 reminded Recovery Girl that she needed permission from both parties to use her quirk. She grumbled about Problem Child's broken hand, insisting he needed treatment. Problem Child, however, claimed he was fine and that his body healed quickly. Everyone looked at him in surprise as he insisted that he could manage with his other hand. We all stared at him, taken aback by his nonchalant attitude toward his injury. You should have given permission for Recovery Girl to use her quirk when you completed the paperwork to join the school, Vlad remarked. 𝗍𝗬 interjected, stating that 𝗵𝗃 had not followed the usual paperwork process due to his unique situation and had expressed a longing to avoid quirk healing unless absolutely necessary. He then instructed everyone to take their seats, and after a brief hesitation, they complied. 𝗬𝗄 questioned 𝗍𝗬 about the presence of the student, suggesting that he should not be involved in the villain debrief since he was not a hero. 𝗍𝗬 explained that 𝗵𝗃 was a teacher and should be informed in case a similar incident occurred in the future. Additionally, 𝗵𝗃 had been present during the attack and could provide valuable insights. 𝗵𝗃, feeling the weight of everyone's attention, recalled how he had advised against using his quirk when warp quirk users were nearby, just before the villains arrived. He wondered how he had sensed the impending attack so quickly, fearing what might have happened if he had acted differently. He shared that he had noticed the portal's emergence and a sudden change in air pressure, along with the decay of the gates, which hinted at a possible villain attack. Just then, the detective and All Might entered, diverting attention from 𝗵𝗃. All Might took the last available seat while the detective prepared to address the group. The detective paused, looking at 𝗵𝗃 with a mix of surprise and confusion, questioning his presence. A collective sigh filled the room as Izuku leaned his head against the table in exasperation. Snipe pointed out that 𝗵𝗃 had been part of the USJ incident, prompting the detective to express his disbelief that he had not received 𝗵𝗃's statement. 𝗵𝗃 clarified that he was in Class 1A and explained that circumstances had led him to take on a dual role as both a teacher and a student. The detective, still processing this information, asked to take 𝗵𝗃's statement about the events. 𝗍𝗬 assured him that it would likely align with the others, and the detective, albeit caught off guard, agreed to continue. He detailed how the self-proclaimed League of Villains had infiltrated the USJ, separating students and attempting to overpower them with a larger force. Students had reported receiving instructions from drones sent by 𝗍𝗬 to assist in their escape. Surprised by this revelation, 𝗵𝗃 and Izuku exchanged glances, both unaware of the drone's involvement. Izuku questioned when 𝗍𝗬 had arranged this, but 𝗍𝗬 simply nodded for the detective to proceed. The detective resumed, explaining the chaotic events and the students' experiences during the attack. After the meeting concluded, the detective sighed, clearly exhausted. Izuku rubbed his temples while All Might shielded his eyes with his hand. 𝗵𝗃 pondered the gravity of the situation, realizing how fortunate they were that no students had been harmed. 𝗍𝗬 turned to 𝗵𝗃, asking for his thoughts on the best countermeasures. All eyes were on 𝗵𝗃 as he suggested standard security improvements and increased restrictions for the school. 𝗍𝗬 listened attentively, prompting 𝗵𝗃 for any additional ideas. With a thoughtful frown, 𝗵𝗃 hesitantly proposed that perhaps All Might should be removed from the school, though he acknowledged the potential drawbacks of such a decision. The room fell silent as everyone processed this unexpected suggestion. 𝗵𝗃 continued, noting that while All Might was a primary target, his presence could also provide crucial support in the event of another attack. He recommended a swift approach to dealing with the villains. 𝗍𝗬 agreed to take action, promising to analyze recordings of the villains' fight and implement new security measures, which would be communicated via email. As the meeting wrapped up, 𝗍𝗬 reminded everyone to investigate the creature involved in the attack, hinting at the need for further understanding. The room buzzed with questions, but 𝗍𝗬 dismissed the meeting, and no one objected. Izuku entered the classroom, noting the surprised expressions of his students. He had grown accustomed to their reactions, but it still required a measure of self-restraint. Today, He needed to inform them about the upcoming sports festival, a task he approached with reluctance. He reminded them that they had already faced enough challenges in their short time at school. Now, they had to prepare for a festival in just over a week. After delivering the news, Izuku gratefully retreated to his sleeping bag, thankful for the earplugs 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had lent him, which helped dull the noise of the classroom. As he settled in, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 entered, greeting him cheerfully. Izuku warned the class to avoid any chaos, directing a pointed look at Bakugo before stepping out. Uraraka watched Izuku leave, feeling a mix of guilt and acknowledgement of his words. She noticed 𝗵𝗃𝗲's arm was in a cast, but he still wore his usual smile as he greeted the class. The students responded with a collective murmur of greetings, but the atmosphere felt heavy. Jiro broke the silence, expressing that while they had survived a villain attack, the calm that followed felt strange. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 encouraged them, and Kirishima added that they were excited for the sports festival. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then asked where everyone had been during the attack. Uraraka hesitated but shared that she had been at the entrance, assisting 13. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 recalled the chaos of the fight, mentioning how he had been separated from the group but had tried to help Izuku during the confrontation. The class listened intently as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 recounted his experience, and Uraraka felt a pang of sympathy when he described receiving a scolding from Izuku. Hagakure chimed in, recalling how she had seen 𝗵𝗃𝗲 caught by a villain. The class gasped, intrigued by his escape. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 explained that he had used a tear gas bomb, which allowed him to slip away from danger. The students were astonished that such a simple tactic had worked against powerful villains. Jiro expressed frustration, wondering if they could have avoided the fight altogether with tear gas. 𝗵𝗃𝗲's eyes lit up with a new idea, and he excitedly asked if anyone remembered the quirks of their opponents. The class engaged in a lively discussion, sharing their experiences and observations from the attack. Uraraka smiled, realizing that they were turning a frightening experience into a learning opportunity. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 wrapped up his thoughts but felt he had much more to share. He stretched his arm, careful of his injury, when Uraraka and Lita approached him. They hesitated before asking if he would like to join them for lunch. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was taken aback, surprised that they had gone out of their way to find him. Uraraka blushed, explaining their assumption that he was eating alone. Lita added that they thought it would be nice to eat together since he might not have many friends yet. 𝗵𝗃𝗲's heart swelled with gratitude, and he accepted their invitation with a smile. As he gathered his things, he noticed the rest of the class watching the interaction, and he felt a rush of warmth at the newfound camaraderie. As they walked toward the door, one of them sheepishly mentioned that they were usually free during lunch but had planned to talk with someone today, hoping to join later. The response was enthusiastic, but it trailed off as they noticed a large crowd blocking the doorway. Confusion filled the air as they wondered what was happening. One of them muttered about the crowd being there to scout for the sports festival, pushing through the throng to exit. The choice of words stirred tension among the onlookers. A voice from the crowd remarked on the arrogance displayed, warning that such behavior could lead to trouble. The speaker, surprised to find himself face to face with one of the group, hesitated before introducing himself. A gentle smile was offered in return, and the introduction was completed. The speaker seemed taken aback by the friendliness, rubbing his neck nervously. The conversation turned to the reason for the meeting, as one expressed interest in joining the other's class, noting the respect for his determination despite being quirkless. The other explained his own struggles with a less favorable quirk and his aspirations to become a hero, despite setbacks in the entrance exams. They discussed the upcoming sports festival and the opportunity it presented. Admiration was expressed for the plan, and the conversation shifted to the idea of joining the class for an edge in the competition. A firm acknowledgement of respect followed, but the topic turned to the judgments made about others based on their quirks. One pointed out that strong quirks did not guarantee perfect lives, using an example from their class to illustrate the point. The other listened intently, realization dawning as he recognized his own hypocrisy in judging others. Apologies were exchanged, and a teasing remark about superiority brought a moment of levity. The conversation shifted to aspirations for Class 1A, with encouragement given to pursue that goal through hard work. Determination sparked in the other's eyes as they discussed the challenges ahead, with reassurances that analysis would become easier with practice. The conversation continued as they approached the staff room, curiosity lingering about what lay ahead. The training session was about to begin, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The instructor, known for his no-nonsense approach, addressed the students with a stern yet encouraging tone. He emphasized the importance of hard work and dedication, warning them that the journey ahead would be challenging. One student, Shinso, expressed his eagerness to improve. The instructor acknowledged his potential and mentioned the possibility of introducing him to someone who could help him further. Shinso's eyes lit up with interest when he learned about the underground heroes, a topic he was passionate about. The instructor introduced Mr. Izuku, known in the underground as 𝗬𝗍𝗄, who was currently recovering from a recent encounter with multiple villains. Shinso was taken aback by Mr. Izuku's condition but quickly regained his composure. The instructor explained that Mr. Izuku had been injured while bravely facing numerous adversaries alone. Mr. Izuku, with a skeptical gaze, confirmed that he had heard of Shinso and was willing to give him a chance to prove himself. The atmosphere was tense, but Shinso stood firm, determined not to let the opportunity slip away. As the conversation continued, the instructor expressed his longing to observe Shinso's training sessions. Mr. Izuku, initially hesitant, eventually agreed, allowing the instructor to join in on the training. Excitement surged through the instructor as he anticipated the chance to learn more about Shinso's quirk. Meanwhile, Midoriya was proving to be an exceptional addition to the teaching staff. He worked diligently, impressing everyone with his ability to connect with students and facilitate their learning. His presence was often felt even when he wasn't physically in the room, as he efficiently managed his responsibilities and assisted other teachers when needed. The staff had grown accustomed to Midoriya's surprising capabilities, and it was no shock when he took on additional responsibilities, including overseeing all 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 classes. His dedication did not go unnoticed, and even 𝗍𝗏 recognized the value he brought to the team. However, one day, Midoriya's absence raised concerns among the staff. Mike, noticing the unusual quietness in the staff room, decided to inquire about Midoriya's whereabouts. His playful approach drew attention, and the staff began to share their observations. As they discussed the situation, 𝗍𝗏 entered the room, capturing everyone's attention. His presence indicated that something significant was unfolding, and the staff awaited his insights with bated breath. Sho was the one to ask, blessed with an extra boost of bravery when it came to dealing with their boss. As he spoke, I thought about how straightforward he was. He inquired about 𝗍𝗏's activities, to which 𝗍𝗏 replied easily, as if collecting lesson plans was the most normal thing in the world. Sho stared at him for a moment before confirming, Midoriya's lesson plans. Are you teaching his classes? 𝗍𝗏 simply nodded. A collective wince spread around the room as we wondered what had happened to earn the kids 𝗍𝗏's attention. 𝗍𝗏 reassured everyone, stating that Midoriya had labeled everything, and he would only be supervising. Yagi then asked what had happened to Midoriya. 𝗍𝗏 responded that he had received an email indicating Midoriya needed someone to take over his lessons for the. He would have asked someone else, but everyone was busy, and ectoplasm was out for most of the day. Since it was merely supervising, 𝗍𝗏 concluded he didn't mind stepping in. We all shared a moment of concern, realizing that it was unusual for 𝗍𝗏 to take on a class for someone else. There was also the fact that 𝗍𝗏 didn't know why Midoriya was absent, which was odd since no one could take a day off without a valid reason. Midoriya was known for being prepared and reliable, so his sudden absence was unexpected. However, as the day progressed without any traumatized students and everything running smoothly, we decided it wasn't a big deal. Hours later, at Mick's home, I had my hair down and was finally in comfortable clothes, cooking like a normal person with the news running in the background. The reporter discussed a series of bombers and villains with natural disaster quirks who had been apprehended with the help of an unknown organization. The situation had been serious, but the heroes managed to catch the culprits before things escalated. The other reporter commented on the incredible feat that saved many lives, mentioning rumors of assistance from an unknown organization. I pondered the implications, wondering what this organization could be. The next day, I greeted Midoriya with enthusiasm, lifting him up and earning a glare from 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked surprised but smiled, explaining he had felt unwell the previous day. I praised him for taking a rest, pointedly eyeing 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who was still bandaged and chose to ignore me. Izuku found himself in an unexpected situation that day. He had only wanted to walk to the cafeteria to meet myheroacademia and 𝗧𝗵𝗲. However, as he crossed a hallway, a third-year student from a class that disliked him decided to give him a shove down the stairs. In that moment, instinct kicked in, and instead of tumbling down, he jumped off the middle step, twisting in midair to regain control. He landed on 3 limbs, skidding across the floor as he tried to shake his hair out of his face. When he looked up, he noticed the expressions of horror on the faces of the students around him, including the one who had pushed him. Realization dawned on him as he spotted Mr. Izuku watching in disbelief. With a sheepish greeting, he acknowledged Izuku, while the student who had pushed him quickly decided to leave the scene. Izuku had been prepared for many things that day, but seeing Izuku come flying down the stairs and skidding across the floor like a cat was not one of them. He had been hoping for a quiet day, perhaps with a cup of coffee, but instead found himself confronted with the antics of his problem child. I had a training session with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and problem child yesterday, and it went well enough. I discovered that both 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and problem child had impressive stamina. Although 𝗧𝗵𝗲 still needed to develop his physical training with a structured plan, he showed a flicker of determination to reach class 1A if he put in the effort. I had invited problem child to join the training to assess his basic physical skills and, in hopes that he would stop showing up if I pushed him hard enough. To my pleasant surprise, he continued to attend the next class, and the one after that. After about a month, we could finally start training both of them properly with my capture weapon. For now, they were just warming up, but I believe that with my guidance, we could potentially get 𝗧𝗵𝗲 into heroics by the end of the year. As I walked and thought, it seemed that merely thinking of problem child was enough to summon him. He literally fell to the ground in front of me. To make matters more amusing, he looked at me sheepishly and greeted me as if everything was normal. This prompted me to move over to him quickly. Thankfully, he didn't appear injured and got up swiftly to meet me. I immediately asked who had pushed him. He nervously replied that no one had and that he had simply tripped. I frowned, knowing that after 8 years of teaching, I recognized the signs of someone being pushed down the stairs. He hesitated before admitting that it didn't matter. I pressed him, asking what didn't matter. He insisted that since he wasn't hurt, everything was fine, relaxing into the conversation and looking at me earnestly. I glared at him, stating that his lack of injury didn't make the situation acceptable when I was interrupted by a ring from my pocket. I grumbled as I pulled out my phone, surprised to see a call from 𝗍𝗫. I told problem child to wait a moment, giving him one last glare before answering the call. 𝗍𝗫's voice chirped cheerfully as he greeted me. I asked what he needed. He instructed me to come to his office immediately. I replied that I was busy and asked if it could wait. 𝗍𝗫 insisted that the situation I was dealing with was precisely what he wanted to discuss, mentioning that myheroacademia could go have lunch while he explained what was going on. I stared at the phone in confusion for a moment, and I would have continued to do so if problem child hadn't started shuffling around nervously. Letting out a sigh, I told him to go, explaining that 𝗍𝗫 wanted to talk to me. I assured him that our conversation wasn't over and that we would discuss it later. He responded eagerly, thanking me and bowing before heading off quickly. I abandoned my attempt to get coffee and turned to head to 𝗍𝗫's office. Without thinking twice, I walked in without knocking, the door opening perfectly as I entered. I raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight before me. In front of 𝗍𝗫 were the usual chairs and a cup sitting in front of one. However, it wasn't the mug that caught my attention. It was the enticing aroma wafting through the room. The cup contained coffee, and I was unsure how to react. The thought crossed my mind. On one hand, 𝗍𝗫 had excellent brands, so the coffee was likely to taste great. On the other hand, if he was actually offering coffee instead of his usual tea, it meant he was trying to ease me into the information I was about to receive. I took a moment to sit down and gulped down about half of the mug to prepare myself for what was coming. I nearly raised an eyebrow as 𝗍𝗫 produced a pot from seemingly nowhere and refilled my half-empty cup. I really needed to figure out if he had some sort of hidden quirk. But that would have to wait. I still needed to address a troublesome situation. After taking another sip, I let out a sigh, closing my eyes for a moment before opening them again. A new, determined light shone in Izuku's eyes as he confronted 𝗍𝗍. He asked firmly how long the situation had been going on. 𝗍𝗍 smiled, suggesting that he would explain if Izuku agreed to a deal. Izuku, feeling frustrated, insisted that he didn't want any jokes and pressed for the truth about how long the child had been bullied and how long 𝗍𝗍 intended to ignore it. 𝗍𝗍 maintained his calm demeanor, reiterating that a deal was the only way he would provide an explanation. Izuku glared at him for a moment longer, unwilling to back down. Before accepting to listen to 𝗍𝗍, there was a lingering regret about making that deal with him. The last 20 minutes felt like a nightmare, filled with frustration and exasperation, especially directed at 𝗍𝗍. Deep down, there was a wish that it had all been a dream, as that would mean it might not be real. The sight of the kid being tripped, drenched with water, and subjected to mockery was hard to bear. The kid let out a sigh, mentally steeling himself before entering the third-year classroom. 20 names and faces etched in his mind, there was a determination to see them expelled at the first opportunity. He glared at 𝗍𝗍, demanding to know why he shouldn't take action against the students. 𝗍𝗍, calm and composed, reminded him of the promise he had made. The use of his first name felt inappropriate, but it didn't matter at that moment. He pressed for a valid reason, feeling the weight of his quirk stirring within him. 𝗍𝗍 asserted his authority, reminding him that he owned the school and was in charge. In disbelief, he sank back into his chair, rubbing his eyes as he heard 𝗍𝗍 filling his empty coffee mug. Confusion filled his mind as he questioned 𝗍𝗍's stance on bullying, knowing it must evoke unpleasant memories for him. 𝗍𝗍 simply stated that he was observing how long the situation would persist. He raised his eyebrows, looking at him questioningly, needing more than just a simple response. Despite everything, he trusted 𝗵𝗃. The boy was kind, sometimes too much so, but he was also smart and had his limits. He was just waiting for the class to become an example for the rest of the school. He raised an eyebrow, pointing out that 𝗵𝗃 could barely hold a normal conversation without stuttering. The boy was scared to even enter the class and was too naive for his own good. Good head or not, he was getting hurt and was good at hiding it. He had even fallen down the stairs that day. Yue was meant to be different. He felt his voice rising in anger but quieted down as he continued. He asked Shotokuin to lay off, insisting that despite what he thought, 𝗵𝗃 was smarter than he appeared. He knew what he was doing and suggested they leave it for a while. If things extended past a term, he promised he would intervene. He was about to argue but was cut off when Shotokuin raised a paw, urging him to trust him. The kid may seem naive, but he was not. In fact, he suggested keeping an eye on 𝗵𝗃 as homework. He didn't show it, but if one looked closely, there were times when it was evident how much thought he put into everything he did. He glared for a moment longer before slumping down, realizing there was no point in arguing once homework was mentioned. Shotokuin liked to assign that to his staff, especially to him because of the nature of his work. He reluctantly agreed to stand by for now but warned that if 𝗵𝗃 got too hurt or if he thought things were going too far, he would step in. He grumbled that he would rather not work in a school that allowed such things. Shotokuin continued, revealing that he had wanted to expel the entire third-year class and give detention to a second-year class. When asked why he hadn't done so, he revealed it was because 𝗵𝗃 had requested it. He was simply waiting for the impact of his actions to kick in, suspecting that the two classes would soon be crawling back, asking for forgiveness. He involuntarily shivered at the smile that crept onto Shotokuin's face. He left the room with more questions and concerns than he had entered with. Not only was he worried about the problem child getting hurt, but he was also concerned about how clever the problem child had to be to make Shotokuin look so pleased. The last time he had seen him that excited was never. And that was saying something. Little did he know that he would understand a bit of what Shotokuin was saying just 3 days later. 3 days later, Izuku sensed something was off that day. The morning felt too peaceful, especially since he had just gotten his cast off. Peacefulness usually avoided his agenda like the plague. So, he wasn't too surprised when he walked into the third-year class that had little love for him. Standing in the doorway, he noticed a bundle of red flowers, spider lilies, sitting at a desk. Approaching it, he saw a note and narrowed his eyes slightly as he read it. "You should have been killed by those villains." Yuji, a third year in the class, smirked as he watched their so-called teacher look at the note. Everyone shared glances around the classroom, waiting for any movement or reaction. He looked up expectantly as Midoriya moved, taking something from his pocket. To their surprise, the note he picked up ignited into flames, floating to the ground. They all exchanged looks, shocked that he had a lighter in his hand. But that surprise soon turned into a smirk, wondering if they would witness the little useless kid throw a tantrum. Yuji tried to decipher Midoriya's reaction, but his eyes were hidden beneath his hair. He raised an eyebrow as Midoriya turned around and lightly jumped onto the desk, sitting with his legs dangling. A chill ran down Yuji's spine as he saw Midoriya's expression, a genuine smile. Was the kid crazy? Panic surged within him as everyone in the class shifted slightly, watching Midoriya pick up the flowers and smile at them. Midoriya's voice filled the room, thanking them for the flowers but expressing his discontent with the message they were trying to convey. Bewilderment spread across the classroom as he assumed they disliked him because he was quirkless. He posed a question about whether they would save a quirkless victim if they saw one being harmed. He stopped smiling, his eyes burning with intensity as he insisted on an answer. His tone bordered on something dangerous, yet remained oddly kind. They all nodded their heads in response, which seemed to please him as his smile returned. He continued, stating that since they didn't like him teaching, he wouldn't teach them anymore. They now had 3 free PRDS or could choose to replace them with an extra module of other subjects, which the teachers would decide. With a cheerful goodbye, he hopped off the desk, flowers in hand, and headed toward the door. Confusion spread through the class as Misa asked if he was really just leaving. Midoriya confirmed he was, explaining that he had decided not to teach any classes that didn't want him or that he didn't want to teach. He was simply following through with that decision. Before he could leave, another student stood up, insisting he couldn't just walk out of his own class. Midoriya calmly replied that he could, as Principal Nizu had given him that authority, and if anyone had a problem with it, they should take it up with him. "What do you mean you don't want to teach us?" "It's not your choice." One student stood up, frustration evident in their posture. The teacher looked back, confusion etched on his face, as if the student's words were incomprehensible. "I don't ask for much from people, but those who treat others the way you treated me. I've encountered villains I respect more than you. I don't enjoy wasting time with those I can't respect," he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as if discussing the weather. He approached the door but paused, adding, "If you wish someone harm, don't bother with flowers or notes. If you intend to act, do it yourself. Don't be cowards." With that, he opened the door and left, leaving the students in stunned silence. It took a moment for anyone to move. One student let out a shaky breath, and another sank back into their seat, disbelief washing over them. "Can he really do that?" one student asked, uncertainty lacing their voice. "We can ask Principal Nizu, right?" another suggested. Anger surged within the first student, who stomped their foot. "Let's go, cowards. He'll regret that. I'd love to see us be the reason he's fired." And so, they began their march toward the principal's office. Aizawa had been resting his eyes while his class worked on quirk laws when the commotion outside drew his attention. It wasn't the noise that startled him but rather the shuffling and whispers from the hallway. He sighed, preparing himself as he stepped outside. "What are you doing out of class?" he asked, his voice laced with irritation. The students froze, fear evident on their faces, which pleased him. "We're heading to Principal Nizu's office," one of them said hesitantly. Intrigued, Aizawa instructed them to wait while he informed Lida to watch the class and followed them. The students, confused by his presence, quickly forgot he was there as he blended into the shadows. The office door opened before they could knock, and Nizu welcomed them inside. "What seems to be the problem?" Nizu asked cheerfully as the class shuffled in. "The analysis teacher. He walked out of class saying he wouldn't teach us," one girl explained, her voice wavering. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the lack of confidence in her tone. "I see. What's the issue?" Nizu inquired. He can't just decide not to teach, a boy protested. Of course he can. Any classes or students he deems unworthy of his time, he can dismiss, 𝗍𝗬 replied. The class gaped at him, shocked. Honestly, you should be grateful. I wouldn't want this class in my school either. The only reason you're still here is that Midoriya has vouched for you. That said, any harmless bullying or other issues will lead to expulsion. Now, please leave. Izuku stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. What? He said, noticing the students flinch at his sudden approach. They looked at him with a mix of fear and surprise. Izuku, 𝗍𝗬 called, causing him to pause. 𝗍𝗬 handed him a note. These are the places he's most likely to be if he's not in the staff room. He should be fine, but I doubt he would mind a chat. I'll keep an eye on your students since there are only 15 minutes left. Izuku took the note, muttering a quick thanks before heading out again. He glanced at the note, which listed several locations. The rooftop, the vents just call his name into a few of them. He won't ignore it, and the forest you've lost him, but if he hears you, he'll come. The list was extensive. To his surprise, he didn't have to yell into the vents. The staff room appeared empty at first, but after a moment, he spotted the student sitting in the corner, focused on his computer. Izuku felt a wave of relief as he approached and sat beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. He had learned that students who had experienced hardship often needed space. When the student remained silent, Izuku decided to break the ice. "Hi," he said, cringing internally at how abrupt it sounded. The student looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes before he offered a gentle smile. "Hi, Mr. Izuku," he replied. "I'm sorry for what happened," Izuku continued, pushing through before the student could respond. "Even if it wasn't my fault, they were students of UA, ones who have been here for 3 years. If it were up to me, I would have them expelled immediately. Don't worry. It's happened before, and I don't doubt it will happen again. Everyone learns from their experiences. At the end of the day, they're human and act based on what they've seen. That's why I didn't stop teaching them after the first few times. They needed to understand their actions were wrong," the student explained with an understanding smile. "Yes, but they're hero students. They're not meant to. Hero students are still people, Mr. Izuku. My expectations of them are no different than for anyone else. Besides, this works out for me. I had too much on my plate before," he said. Izuku frowned. "You seem awfully calm about this." "It's not the first time this has happened," the student replied, returning his focus to the screen. "You know that's not a good thing, right?" Izuku remarked, receiving only a nod in response. "That doesn't mean it should be overlooked, Midoriya," he sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. Midoriya smiled, expressing that if expulsion was the solution, they would end up expelling more than half the school. He emphasized that these kids were the future and that expelling them all was not the answer. He pointed out that the issues they faced stemmed from society, a reality Mr. Izuku should understand better than most. Midoriya held hope that one day, people might realize the similarities between them. Izuku's eyes widened as he took in Midoriya's honest and earnest expression. He looked away, feeling a sense of concern for someone so young who had seen so much. A sinking feeling settled in his stomach. A moment of silence filled the room before Izuku offered his support, stating that if Midoriya needed him to intimidate the students instead of expelling them, he would be there. He thought about how Hisashi would disapprove of his softer side. Midoriya looked surprised at the offer and expressed his gratitude, hoping to resolve the situation before it escalated. After closing his computer, he stretched on the couch and announced his departure, mentioning a promise to eat with Uraraka and Lita. Izuku nodded, encouraging him to avoid trouble. A bright smile spread across Midoriya's face as he thanked Izuku again and left the room. Izuku frowned as he watched Midoriya exit. There was something unusual about him. He had remained calm after the incidents at USJ and the recent events. It was as if he was always prepared, unfazed by the chaos around him. Izuku shook off his thoughts, realizing he didn't have enough information to make assumptions. Uraraka felt a buzz of nervous energy inside her. Despite not using her quirk for the past 12 hours, her stomach churned. With an hour left before the festival, everyone was on edge, even Bakugo, who was unusually quiet. The silence was broken when the door opened, and 𝗬𝗧𝗏𝗃's spirits lifted upon seeing 𝗵𝗃𝗧 enter. He greeted everyone with a warm smile, which made her feel a bit better, though she could only manage a small, awkward smile in return. 𝗵𝗃𝗧's attention shifted as he noticed two others staring at him intently. Just as it seemed a staring contest was about to begin, Bakugo spoke up, teasing 𝗵𝗃𝗧 about being overwhelmed in the competition. Todoroki joined in, asserting that he would also defeat 𝗵𝗃𝗧, which surprised everyone. Todoroki bluntly stated that he believed he was more powerful, causing 𝗬𝗧𝗏 to choke on her drink. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 nodded in agreement, acknowledging that no one had managed to beat Todoroki in exercises. Todoroki explained that while he wasn't a combat fighter, he could devise tricks during exercises, but those wouldn't help in straightforward combat. He noted that the sports festival had many factors that could be used strategically, and he intended to win. 𝗵𝗃𝗧's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he gently declined Todoroki's challenge, expressing that he didn't consider himself a worthy opponent and wouldn't be participating. He pointed out that he was wearing formal attire instead of the gym uniform, which caught everyone's attention. Kaminari was surprised and questioned why he wasn't competing. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 explained that he preferred to avoid the spotlight, as he didn't want attention drawn to the fact that he lacked a quirk. He smiled, wishing everyone good luck and encouraging them to use their quirks to their fullest potential. As he prepared to leave, he exchanged a few goodbyes, his gaze lingering on Bakugo for a moment before stepping out. Izuku sighed, having finished speaking. With the first-year classes. As he made his way to the teachers' meeting spot, he was taken aback by the chaos in the room. Teachers were bustling about, and Mr. Aizawa was attempting to rest in his sleeping bag. Before he could process the scene, Midnight swept him into a hug, excitedly mentioning that Nizu had informed them he wouldn't be participating in the sports festival. She playfully suggested he join in on the betting, which Vlad cautioned against, emphasizing that students should learn to save money rather than lose it. Mike chimed in, urging Midnight not to encourage gambling. Midnight insisted it was all in good fun, and as they gathered around the betting screen, Izuku noticed the odds for Todoroki and Bakugo. He pondered the outcomes, thinking that those betting on Bakugo might have a good chance, while Todoroki would likely come in second. He zoned out, lost in thought until 13 asked if he was okay. Startled, he assured her he was fine, though he had indeed spaced out. Snipe suggested they shouldn't teach students to gamble, unless they wanted to. Just then, Nizu entered the room through the vent, catching everyone's attention. If he can be my student for a year, then he can bet all he wants. He's mature enough, he said as he hopped onto a chair. Mike, sounding exasperated, expressed his concerns about gambling being a good habit, regardless of maturity. Midnight playfully smacked his shoulder, encouraging a more relaxed attitude. Suddenly, my voice startled everyone as they turned to look at me. Yuki Ryota, Hero Corps student, Class 2A. I'll bet 100 that he's coming in second, I declared, still lost in thought as I calculated the potential outcomes of the matches. Nizu chuckled softly. Midnight moved closer to check Ryota's name after a moment of silence lingered in the room. You sure? He barely got past the first round and fell out at the start of the second, she said, with some teachers peering over her shoulder to see his page. Mike smiled at me, intrigued. Oh, is he one of the favorites in the classes you teach? My eyes lit up as I responded, yeah, plus he puts in a lot of effort all the time. Why second? That's oddly specific, 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧 remarked. Just a gut feeling, I replied uncertainly. If he actually comes in second, I might start believing you have a future sight quirk, Vlad joked. Remember when Night Eye came here? We were all confused when he won all the bets, Lunch Rush added. Ectoplasm nodded, his voice tired as he commented on Night Eye's ban from betting again. Nizu asked if I planned to watch just the second year, as everyone engaged in various conversations. No. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch the first and third years too. And that's if I'm lucky enough not to have work. Knowing my luck, the one time I don't want work is when something will come up, I said, feeling defeated. I glanced at the clock. Well, I suppose you have to get everyone in position soon. Yes, in about 10 minutes. They're having their fun for now. I didn't expect you to actually bid. You could easily win over $. You're the only one who bid for him. Any plans for the money? 𝗍𝗂 smiled. I didn't respond to that part. 𝗍𝗂 knew well that if I had any plans with money, I would have executed them by now. A small part of me wanted to support him, I admitted with a shrug. Yes, he asked you for help after school, didn't he? 𝗍𝗂 inquired. I hummed in response, thinking to myself that I wouldn't be biased enough to give him extra support. I'm going to get going, I have work to do, I said, rising from my seat. 𝗍𝗂 chuckled one last time, reminding me to take a break and watch for a while at least. I nodded and walked off. Meanwhile, Izuku earnestly asked if he could call Shoto by his first name. Shoto's brain halted in surprise, but he nodded numbly. Izuku smiled brightly, suggesting they eat together with Lita and 𝗬𝗪𝗏. Shoto felt a mix of emotions, guilt, happiness, and sadness, making it hard to say no. He nodded, and Izuku beamed in response. As Izuku led Shoto to the table, he encouraged him to eat well for the next fight. Shoto thought about Kaken, hoping he would keep his mouth shut. To the group's credit, they didn't force Shoto into the conversation, allowing him to drift between their discussions. Izuku smiled as he noticed Shoto finally joining in, thinking he would be fine. After saying goodbye and wishing them luck, Izuku left for the stands, as he had someone to meet. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 prepared for the battle trials, moving around the stands to find a seat. As he settled in, he felt something was off. Turning around, he noticed a green-haired kid standing behind him, eyes blazing with determination. Startled, 𝗳𝗏𝗄 realized he hadn't noticed the kid approach. What do you want, kid? I'm not giving away signatures, he said gruffly. I don't need any signatures, but some of your time will do, the boy replied with a smile. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 frowned, stating he wasn't free and was there to watch. The boy insisted on discussing Shoto, explaining he was his classmate. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 noted the boy's uniform, surprised that he was old enough for high school yet looked like a middle schooler. What is it? 𝗳𝗏𝗄 asked, curiosity piqued. Can we please go inside? It's not for everyone's ears, the boy said, lightly tugging on 𝗳𝗏𝗄's shirt. Once inside the room, 𝗳𝗏𝗄's patience wore thin. Brat, you better have a good reason. You're wasting my time here, he said, his eyes narrowing. The boy took a seat and gestured for 𝗳𝗏𝗄 to do the same. Pro-hero 𝗳𝗏𝗄, number 2 on the hero leaderboard, known for abusing his own family. That would be quite the scandal, he stated. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 froze at the words. The boy continued, Todoroki told me that himself. Despite that, I don't think you have to worry about legal issues for now. So, why are you here? I wanted him to be strong, 𝗳𝗏𝗄 admitted. The boy nodded. You wanted him to beat All Might. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 remained silent, feeling a flare of anger rise. Who the hell are you, kid? What does this matter to you? Is this blackmail? He growled, waiting impatiently for the boy's response. Shoto's classmate expressed his admiration for heroes directly, stating that it mattered to him because of his respect for them. He confronted the other person about the situation, questioning what would happen if Shoto were to defeat All Might. The classmate's silence spoke volumes as he contemplated the implications of such a rivalry. The boy pressed on, asking if Shoto's victory would truly bring fulfillment. The answer was clear even before it was voiced. No, it wouldn't. The classmate continued, pointing out the consequences of the other person's actions, mentioning a deceased child, a hospitalized wife, and 3 traumatized kids. The other person flinched at the harsh reality laid bare before him. The boy, undeterred, explained that the situation seemed foolish to him. He asserted that if Shoto tried, he would become a great hero, perhaps even surpassing All Might, but only if he received the right support. He warned that if the other person continued down the same path, there would be consequences, framing it as a serious warning. As he stood to leave, he introduced himself as a part-time hero course student, hoping to befriend Shoto, who he noted was kind but closed off due to his upbringing. He emphasized that he could not overlook the issue of child abuse before bowing and exiting the room. After some time, the other person emerged to see Shoto in action on the television. Shoto was engaged in a battle, using his fire to burn through tape while encasing his opponent in ice. It was the most fire Shoto had ever used in a fight. Meanwhile, Izuku reflected on the first round of battles, thinking about 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃's well-thought-out strategy. He encountered 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who was frustrated with the plans that had been laid out for him. Izuku reassured him that 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗃 had performed well on her own, despite 𝗧𝗵𝗃's annoyance. He encouraged 𝗧𝗵𝗃 to take care of his injuries and wished him luck for his next match. As the second round of matches approached, Izuku found himself watching the match between Todoroki and Shinso through his phone. He noticed Shinso's frostbite and quickly wrapped a thermal blanket around him, offering words of encouragement. Shinso, feeling down about his performance, expressed his frustration but was surprised by Izuku's support. Izuku reminded him that his future in the hero course depended on his hard work and that they could find a way to help him this year. While watching Todoroki's match, Izuku received a message about a situation involving 𝗵𝗃𝗻, who had been injured in a fight with Stain. The news was concerning, but Izuku was reassured that 𝗵𝗃𝗻 would be okay with the hospital's resources. After confirming the details, he prepared to support 𝗵𝗃𝗻 as needed. Later, Izuku observed 𝗧𝗵𝗃's frustration as he struggled against chains. He sighed, realizing that healing from past trauma was not something that could be resolved quickly. As he moved through the building, he overheard voices in the staff room and cautiously peeked inside. He was greeted with excitement, and before he knew it, he found himself enveloped in a hug from a fellow student. It was a moment of warmth amidst the chaos, reminding him of the bonds they were forming. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 was hanging half in the air, a silent surprise on his face, before it fell into a warm smile. He returned the hug, wrapping his arms around the second year's back. Everyone stood in shock and surprise, with midnight cooing at the scene. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 expressed his congratulations to Ryota for achieving second place, his voice full of warmth. Ryota, feeling grateful, apologized for the sudden hug, explaining that he had never gotten this far before and thanked 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 for his help, bowing in appreciation. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 waved his hands around, his face slightly flushed, but his expression calmed as Ryota stood up. He acknowledged Ryota's effort, noting that it takes time to get used to new moves. He suggested that they analyze Ryota's fight in class and encouraged him to think of improvements or counters for the mistakes he made. Ryota agreed to have it done by class and asked if they were going to the gym first. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 realized they needed to provide some context for the audience. Both of them looked up, momentarily forgetting they were in the room with several teachers. Ryota explained that he had asked for extra help to improve his quirk and fighting style for the sports festival, and 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 had assisted him. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 nodded enthusiastically, his eyes bright with excitement. When asked if this was done during class, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 explained that it had been planned for class but was expedited because Ryota had done some homework and they had spent a day after school brainstorming moves. He clarified that it was just the two of them, as the rest of the class had left on the first day. This revelation surprised the teachers, and a frown settled on 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃's face as Ryota mentioned he needed to get to his home group teacher. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 offered to walk him over, and as they left, he expressed concern for Ryota's well-being, reminding him to rest after overworking himself. Ryota insisted he hadn't overworked himself, but his voice faded as they passed through another door. Mike commented on how, aside from the serious part at the end, it was the cutest moment they had seen that day. He jokingly suggested expelling the students who didn't want to learn from Ryota. The room agreed, but it turned out that Nizu had decided against expelling them, which left everyone speechless. Ryota smiled and waved to his classmates as he walked away from the room, heading to a bench in an outdoor area. Since it had been just the two of them in class, they had been moving around, sometimes for physical testing or simply to enjoy the weather. Upon reaching Midoriya's table, he noticed a small square package and focused on Midoriya, who opened the box. Ryota's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the cake inside, decorated with his name and a congratulatory message. Midoriya explained that while it might not be a whole cake, it was fun to make. Ryota was amazed at how perfect it looked and realized this was why Midoriya had asked about his favorite type of cake. Midoriya invited him to eat together, and Ryota couldn't help but smile brightly. At lunchtime, Ryota found himself struggling to eat a mouthful of soba while a class full of students stood in front of him, gathering attention from the entire cafeteria. When they bowed and asked to return to his lessons, he blinked in confusion, unsure of what to say. They expressed their longing to learn from him and apologized for underestimating his teaching abilities. Ryota reassured them that they could join at any time, as it was their choice to leave. The students explained they had been trying to reach him for days, believing he was avoiding them. Ryota clarified that he hadn't been avoiding anyone, just taking advantage of the warm weather with problem child. He encouraged them to send emails in the future and welcomed them back to class, reminding them to eat lunch before their next lesson. As the students slowly dispersed, Ryota turned back to his table, only to find everyone staring at him. Mina asked what had just happened, and he stared at them, still processing the unexpected turn of events. I shrugged and explained that they wanted to join my class again. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃, sitting to my left, asked why they hadn't been in my class before. I told her they had walked out on the first day because they weren't interested in the subject or learning from me. It seemed they had changed their minds. Todoroki questioned whether they had really just left without facing any consequences. I confirmed that they only needed to take my class if they wanted to. Kaminari seemed surprised and asked if I was serious. I nodded in response. Kaken grumbled from his spot near the table, and Tsu wondered aloud why they had changed their minds. I had no idea. Just then, I felt another familiar presence approaching and greeted Ryota with enthusiasm. He asked if they had caused any trouble and if they were joining class again. I shook my head at the first question and mentioned that we would meet inside, possibly moving outside later if they wanted. Ryota then asked if we were still making milkshakes. I explained that it would be difficult to prepare enough for the whole class, but perhaps we could do it during a study session one day. He agreed and said he would see me in class. I waved goodbye and turned back to the silent crowd. Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief that I made milkshakes during class. Mina complained about it being unfair that I taught and made milkshakes with my other classes. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃 expressed her surprise. I raised my hands in a surrendering gesture, ready to explain. I mentioned that I had made a cake that day and brought it in, and Ryota had talked about making caramel milkshakes, which we planned to do before our lesson. Hagukuri was incredulous that I had made a cake for him, while Lita questioned if making food was allowed during class. I tilted my head and clarified that I had asked permission from Lunch Rush, so it was acceptable. Shiro chimed in, asking why I was making milkshakes and cakes for students. I reminded them that Aizawa had mentioned teachers could personalize their lessons as long as we completed our work and didn't endanger anyone. I explained that Ryota had placed second in the sports festival, which was why I made a small cake for him. Sada asked what type of cake it was, and I replied that it was lemon-flavored, as I had just followed a recipe. Mina eagerly inquired about when we would have our milkshake-making lesson. Kirishima pointed out that Todoroki, Bakugo, Lita, and Tokoyami had also placed in the festival, questioning why they hadn't received cakes. Bakugo yelled at him, causing a few small explosions. I acknowledged that it did seem unfair, but Ryota was my only student, making it easier to prepare. I mentioned his significant improvement compared to last year's festival, calling it favoritism but expressing my excitement for his success. I added that we were making milkshakes because we were ahead of schedule and there were only 2 of us. A brief silence followed before Tsu suggested that the class wanted to join again because I had helped Ryota nearly win the sports festival. I shrugged, stating that it was all his effort. I had merely taught him what I had planned, and he had analyzed his classmates on his own. Mina exclaimed that I had still helped him win. Just then, the bell rang overhead, and I stood up, taking my empty tray. I announced that it was time for heroics and that Mr. Aizawa would be teaching today. Everyone groaned, including Kaken and Shoto, who showed signs of distress at the mention of Mr. Aizawa, known for his rigorous classes. Meanwhile, Aizawa let out a yawn as he strolled through the hallway, hiding his face in his capture weapon. Midnight and Nizu were a couple of steps ahead, engrossed in conversation about a case. He thought it was far too early to be at school, especially since it was 3:47 a.m. They were heading back to the staff room, and he hoped to snag an hour or 2 of sleep before class started. Aizawa nearly bumped into Midnight and Nizu when they stopped at the doorway. He quickly understood why they had halted when his gaze landed on a familiar figure on the couch. The student was asleep, head drooped down, arms hanging at his sides, and Izuku felt a mix of worry and amazement at the sight of him sleeping upright in his uniform. Bright emerald eyes blinked open, and the student's gaze met Izuku's, causing him to freeze momentarily. After a few seconds, the student looked over at Midnight and 𝗎𝗎, then out the window. He greeted them with a slight bow as he got up. Midnight exclaimed in surprise at the time, asking how long he had been there. The student admitted he had stayed the night, stretching and making soft popping sounds with his spine. 𝗎𝗎 noted that the student usually slept in his office, and Midnight questioned why he was allowed to sleep at school. The student explained that his mother was not home, and he sometimes stayed over when it was just him. He gathered his computer, book, and papers, preparing for the day ahead. How many assignments had been set? She wondered. Only 2, he replied, taking a sip of water, adding that the second years would receive theirs today. Confused, she asked what work he had been doing, noting that it couldn't be assignments if they hadn't been finished yet. He shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't for school but something else entirely. She glanced over at 𝗵, who was signing, expressing her doubts about whether it was one of their plans to take over the world. Sighing, she returned her gaze to the boy who was watching them with a tilted head. His eyes flickered over to 𝗎𝗎 before returning to them, prompting 𝗎𝗎 to look back as well. The boy announced he would go get ready, placing his book and papers into a drawer and locking it before heading to the staff bathroom. 𝗎𝗎 turned to them, mentioning that Midoriya could understand sign language. If they wanted to discuss something without his knowledge, it would be best to do so when he wasn't around, though that might not work if it was information he found interesting. She raised an eyebrow at that, while 𝗵 took the lead, questioning why he hadn't slept in 𝗎𝗎's office as usual, noting that he had the comfiest blankets. 𝗎𝗎 explained that Midoriya had banned himself from his office. He wouldn't even come over for chess, tea, or case solving, and he was working on mending that situation. They exchanged looks, realizing that the problem child could be quite petty, and 𝗎𝗎 seemed somewhat upset about it. As 𝗎𝗎 bid them farewell, reminding them to get some rest and work done before school started in about 4 hours, 𝗵 turned to her, expressing her uncertainty about whether she should be terrified of the boy. She questioned if it was bad that 𝗎𝗎 was so responsive to him, her voice wavering between distress and confusion. Shaking her head, she settled into her seat. Hours later, during the last 2 modules of the day, she didn't see the boy until it was time for heroics class. It was a mystery how he knew to meet at the gym, likely having checked the lesson plans online. As he emerged, she greeted him as problem child, noting a small group of students who had changed early. Class 1B was also present for a shared training session that day. The boy looked at her, responding to her greeting. She sighed, feeling drained in his presence, and informed him that although he hadn't participated in the sports festival, there were agencies he could intern with, and it was compulsory to choose one. She promised to give him the sheet later, but he interrupted, revealing that he had already placed his form on her desk with the pile of Class 1A's forms. Surprised, she raised an eyebrow and asked who he had picked. He replied that he chose 𝗎𝗎, which made sense to her. He blushed slightly, explaining that this way, he could continue teaching and fulfill his part in the hero course. She frowned, reminding him that interning was a requirement and he couldn't simply pass it off with a pretend one. He argued that he technically already had a year of experience on everyone else and couldn't just leave without taking any classes for a week. Uraraka chimed in, stating that internships were a good way to improve their fighting abilities, sharing that she was going to Gunhead's agency for that reason. Most of the class was now listening intently. The boy shrugged, admitting that he already knew the basics and wasn't planning to advance too far in the hero course, so it didn't really matter to him. Ojiro expressed surprise, asking who had taught him basic martial arts. She looked at the boy, knowing 𝗎𝗎 couldn't teach humans how to fight. He hesitated, claiming to be self-taught to some extent, mostly through online resources and by copying others. He mentioned passing an exam with 𝗎𝗎 where he fought actual people, looking at her uncertainly. Suddenly, 𝗎𝗎 appeared, climbing onto her shoulder, causing everyone to jump. She sighed, asking what he was doing there. 𝗎𝗎 apologized for interrupting class and informed Midoriya that he was needed elsewhere. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as 𝗎𝗎 assured him he could make up the class later with her. Midoriya took the phone 𝗎𝗎 offered and headed toward the exit. She noticed two blondes scoff as he left but chose to overlook it for now. Kirishima asked where Midoriya was needed, and she shot him a glare. 𝗍𝗂 waved it off, explaining that he couldn't provide specifics since he wasn't entirely sure himself, but Midoriya was involved in some matters outside of school. He apologized for taking him away, assuring them it wouldn't happen often. Uraraka expressed amazement, wondering if that meant he was a teacher, 𝗍𝗂's personal student, and doing work outside of school as well. 𝗍𝗂 clarified that it was only 2 out of the 3. Vlad quickly asked if he wasn't 𝗍𝗂's student anymore, to which 𝗍𝗂 replied that he had been, but not anymore. Lita expressed surprise, asking if he had stopped once he finished high school. 𝗍𝗂 explained that Midoriya had completed high school before they met, having done some degrees together and then completed them. He mentioned working on extra credit and supplementary work with him, but she cut him off, rolling her eyes as the students looked astonished. 𝗍𝗂 admitted he had decided to make up some of the work near the end, which Midoriya had not appreciated, leading to the end of their lessons together. Bakugo expressed his confusion and anger over Deku cutting off lessons, questioning how the timid boy could have the nerve to do so. 𝗍𝗂 was about to respond when another voice interrupted, causing everyone to jump slightly. The problem child returned, still in his hero costume, his expression filled with curiosity as he observed the reactions of those around him. 𝗍𝗂 welcomed him back and asked if he had taken care of the situation. The boy replied that he needed to leave and requested All Might to accompany him, handing back a phone. Bakugo, annoyed, questioned why they needed to go. The boy's face lit up at the question, revealing that they were going to meet a ghost whisperer. The entire class stared at him in disbelief. All Might, half frantic, urged them to go, while the boy insisted he wasn't lying. As All Might practically dragged him outside, I sighed and suggested we return to our lessons, rolling my eyes at the situation. 𝗍𝗂 chuckled before leaving the room. During the first month of school, a significant discovery about Izuku Midoriya was made on an otherwise normal Tuesday morning. Aizawa observed with mild curiosity as Mike, 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗀, and 𝗍𝗂 entered the staff room. The unusual trio drew the attention of the staff, especially since the problem child was often present in unexpected situations. The boy looked confused as they approached him, indicating he was unaware of the purpose of their visit. 𝗍𝗂 greeted him cheerfully, and Midoriya responded with a questioning look, asking if something was wrong. 𝗍𝗂 reassured him that nothing major was happening, but they needed a bit of help. Mike explained that they desperately needed someone to fill in for 2 classes the following day. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗀 added that he had been caught up with a midday mission and was supposed to take over for Mike, who had to attend a meeting. They had tried to find someone else, but others were busy, on break, or injured. Mike quickly clarified that they just needed someone with a license to supervise the class, as the students had assignments to complete. I raised an eyebrow, wondering about their unusual persuasion tactics. Midoriya seemed to be in an internal struggle and ultimately said no, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. It was rare for anyone to refuse 𝗍𝗂. The boy explained that he had agreed not to take on any reliefs and wouldn't say yes just because they had no one else to ask. 𝗍𝗂 then proposed a compromise, which piqued Midoriya's interest. 𝗍𝗂 offered him access to the underground training rooms, which caught my attention. Midoriya's eyes brightened at the suggestion, tilting his head in curiosity. 𝗍𝗂 assured him that he would remove the cameras and allow him to use the room whenever he wanted, as long as he covered classes that rarely came his way. The boy's excitement was palpable as he agreed, asking if he would receive updates on what the classes were doing during the lessons. Vlad broke the silence, expressing surprise at the existence of the underground training rooms. Midnight questioned the nature of the deal, while 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗀 muttered in disbelief. Midoriya explained that he had stumbled upon the entrance and managed to hack into the lock pad, granting himself permission to enter. 𝗍𝗂 confirmed this, revealing that Midoriya had discovered the room a semester ago, even though he hadn't been present at the school then. As the realization sunk in, I remarked that Midoriya had been attending UA every day for a year. 𝗍𝗂 confirmed this, and the staff exchanged incredulous looks. They had been unaware that he had been wandering the school halls without anyone noticing. Midoriya shrugged sheepishly, explaining that he had avoided walking in areas where he could be seen. I turned to 𝗍𝗂, questioning why they had not been informed about the underground training room. 𝗍𝗂 explained that it was secure but posed a risk of collapse due to its underground location and the potential for various quirks to cause issues. He had reserved it as a safe bunker, large enough to accommodate everyone on school grounds. Everyone groaned at the revelation, realizing they should have known about the room's existence. Midoriya, eyes shining with interest, asked if he could use the room whenever he wanted. 𝗍𝗂 confirmed that he could, but cautioned him to be careful, as something powerful could impact the school. I raised an eyebrow as the kid spoke and rummaged through his desk drawer. We exchanged glances, and then my attention returned to the problem child. His smile was wide, making me think he was acting like he had just received an early Christmas present. I observed 𝗍𝗂 take the folders and flash drive from him. It was unusual, but I should have anticipated that 𝗍𝗂's student might have a penchant for making deals. At least it was relatively tame, I thought as I took a sip of my coffee. A week later, I found myself reflecting on the entire situation again. It was the morning of sending my class off to their internships, and I was busy with last-minute paperwork when 𝗧𝗵𝗲 burst into the room, yelling. I sighed, resigned to my fate, and shot him a glare. Only a few of us were in the staff room, but he managed to capture everyone's attention. Ectoplasm asked what was going on, while Nem patted 𝗧𝗵𝗲's back. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 struggled to catch his breath before finally managing to say that the class average on the essay he assigned was a 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Mike, still catching his breath, expressed his surprise since this was the same class that had received a C on their last assignment. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 suggested that perhaps they found this assignment easier, while 13 voiced her confusion about why Mike was so worried. Mike explained that this was a harder assignment than the last, and he was astonished because it was the class Midoriya had taken. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 pointed out that Midoriya couldn't have helped 20 students individualize their essays in just 2 lessons. Mike wondered if Midoriya was somehow a super teacher or if he had a quirk that allowed students to perform better on assignments. Hound Dog expressed doubt about that idea. Just then, Problem Child walked into the room, and everyone's eyes fell on him. He looked around in surprise and asked if something was wrong. Mike confronted Midoriya about the exceptional performance of his students. On the essay, Midoriya's expression shifted from realization to uncertainty as he quickly denied any involvement with the assignment. When pressed further, he explained that he had advised the students to simplify their writing and to include something they thought Mike would appreciate. 𝗬𝗵𝗃 questioned why they would add something Mike liked, to which Midoriya replied that it was a strategy he had used in middle school. When the room fell silent in shock, Midoriya seemed exasperated and asked if he could leave to get some work done. I sighed and told him to go ahead. He shot me a grateful smile before heading to his desk and quickly exiting the room. That day, we discovered that Problem Child had a knack for making deals and reading people, which was both impressive and a little unsettling. However, it could have been worse. The rest of that morning passed in a somewhat usual manner, and soon it was time to drop the kids off for their internships. I took them to the train station, giving them a final briefing. Problem Child chatted with his friends, and there was a peaceful buzz as they said their goodbyes. I noticed Problem Child and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 running up to 𝗧𝗏 to talk. 𝗧𝗏 had been unusually quiet lately, likely due to Tensei. I thought about visiting Tensei, who had been stuck in the hospital without visitors for too long. We were confident he would pull through, but his absence from our group chat had thrown us off balance. I hoped 𝗧𝗏 would find some calm during the internships. When Midoriya bounded up to me with a smile, I asked if he was ready to go. He enthusiastically replied that he was. I had worried that the walk back would be awkward, but Problem Child had a way of keeping himself distracted, gazing at people's quirks with awe. Thankfully, he remained alert, and we made it back to UA without incident. The following days passed quietly, perhaps too quickly for my liking. I used the time to work and noticed new things, such as Problem Child's keen understanding of everyone's personalities. He knew when to speak up and when to remain silent. I also realized he had started going home early. On the first day he stayed for the usual time, but the second day he left shortly after school ended, bidding everyone goodbye. It struck me as strange since he usually stayed longer. However, he returned the next day looking as cheerful as ever, so I brushed it off. Yet, as he left early again on the third day, I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. A few hours later, I moved silently through the streets of Hosu, feeling a sense of unease. I was certain that if 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were to attack, it would be soon. My priority was to ensure that 𝗧𝗲 survived his hunt for revenge and that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was kept at bay. The thought of how to deal with the situation lingered in my mind as I noticed another person passing by. An explosion echoed in the distance, drawing my attention. It was 𝗵𝗲. The heroes would handle that for now, and I had some time to find 𝗧𝗲. I turned and headed into an alleyway. Half an hour later, 𝗧𝗲 felt her heart pounding in her ears, her body frozen in fear, unable to escape. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 loomed over her, his presence overwhelming. He mocked her for seeking revenge, calling it foolish and unheroic. As he held a knife, poised to strike, panic gripped her. She thought about how foolishly she had acted, putting both herself and native in danger. Just as despair began to settle in, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stumbled slightly, distracted by something flying toward him. A familiar voice cut through the tension, declaring that he wouldn't allow 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to hurt his friend. 𝗧𝗲's heart raced as she recognized myheroacademia. He approached her, offering reassurance and a hint of hope. Despite her panic, she urged him to leave, fearing for his safety. myheroacademia, however, remained calm, assuring her that they would all get out alive. Though she wanted to argue, exhaustion and the comfort of his words overwhelmed her, and she closed her eyes, praying for their safety. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 observed with keen interest as the curly-haired boy approached the armored one, kneeling to offer comfort. He noted the boy's attempt to put him to sleep with a technique that wouldn't work on him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned whether the boy was trying to be a hero, to which the boy replied that he didn't aspire to be a hero but wanted to help people. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 considered this as he brandished a larger dagger, warning the boy to move aside. The boy refused, wanting to engage in a conversation about what it meant to be a true hero. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 scoffed at the notion, believing that true heroes were those who saved others selflessly, unlike the fakes who sought fame and fortune. The boy mentioned All Might as his favorite hero, prompting 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to question the past tense of his admiration. The boy shared a story about meeting All Might, revealing a deeper understanding of heroes and their imperfections. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 tightened his grip on the boy's throat, he was surprised by the boy's calm demeanor. The boy spoke about his past aspirations of becoming a hero and how he had come to terms with the complexities of heroism. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, intrigued yet frustrated, listened as the boy pointed out the flaws in his reasoning. The boy argued that not all heroes were fake and challenged 𝗧𝗵𝗲's perspective on those he had harmed. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 growled in response, insisting that the heroes he targeted deserved their fate. The boy pressed further, questioning 𝗧𝗵𝗲 about a specific hero, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who was known for his charitable actions. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's resolve wavered as the boy presented facts that contradicted his beliefs. The conversation shifted when the boy asked about quirkless individuals, catching 𝗧𝗵𝗲 off guard. He acknowledged their struggles and the harsh reality they faced. The boy posed a poignant question about a hero's responsibility toward a hopeful quirkless child, leaving 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to contemplate the true meaning of heroism and the lives affected by his actions. The hero urged him to be realistic and left him alone on the rooftop after a villain attack without proper treatment. Rage flickered inside him as he thought, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. His mind returned to the moment when he heard a quiet laugh. The voice remarked on how quickly he had called All Might 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Realization washed over him as he stared in disbelief. He demanded proof, insisting that All Might wouldn't act that way. The response was simple, there was none, and the speaker could be lying. But the truth was evident, quirkless individuals were nearly extinct, and he was looking at one right now. The boy continued, expressing that he wasn't truly angry at All Might. He had come to understand him better, acknowledging that All Might didn't mean to hurt anyone. He was not perfect, he had been in a rush and likely wasn't thinking clearly. He believed All Might was a good hero, but not the best or the only good one. The listener remained silent, unable to refute the honesty in the boy's words. The boy then spoke of 𝗧𝗵𝗲, revealing that out of the 41 heroes 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had either harmed or killed, only 4 truly deserved such a fate. He pondered the possibility of change, suggesting that even those who had erred could become better people. He reflected on 𝗧𝗲's actions, recognizing them as wrong but understandable due to anger. Perhaps with more training, 𝗧𝗲 would learn to prioritize the safety of victims and bystanders before acting on his rage. As he walked away to tend to Native's wound, he wrapped bandages around it to slow the bleeding. He questioned 𝗧𝗵's motives, suggesting that while his actions would attract attention, they might not lead to meaningful change. There would always be good, bad, and gray areas in people. Hurting heroes might draw attention, but it likely wouldn't help much. After finishing the wrapping, he turned to 𝗧𝗵, revealing his plan to take him down if the conversation didn't go well. 𝗧𝗵 was taken aback, realizing the boy had intended to kill him. The boy continued, stating that while most people were fine, 𝗧𝗵 had hurt many heroes, including those he admired. Yet, he acknowledged 𝗧𝗵's acceptance of his mistakes, recognizing that humans are capable of change. However, he didn't have time to change everyone's mind. If 𝗧𝗵 continued to hurt others without remorse, he would put a stop to it. 𝗧𝗵 remained silent, finally conceding that he would hand himself in. He needed time to think, especially since he couldn't even redeem himself in the eyes of this child. The boy expressed gratitude and attempted to lift Native, but soon gave up and lifted him more easily by grabbing his legs and back. He mentioned that the heroes would arrive soon. 𝗧𝗵 moved to take Native from him, insisting he would carry him. The boy smiled and stepped back, picking up a knife and smoke bomb before disposing of the bomb and pocketing the knife. He then lifted the armored boy with surprising ease. As they reached the mouth of the alleyway, 𝗧𝗵 encouraged the boy to pursue his dream of becoming a hero, believing he had the right heart for it. The boy smiled back, expressing gratitude for the encouragement but clarifying that he had stopped wanting to be a hero not just because of all might. He felt he was worse than others and had decided that he no longer wanted to pursue that path. He would help people when he could and wanted to, but his dream of becoming a hero was over. 𝗧𝗵 felt a pang in his heart, a sensation he hadn't known existed. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. 𝗬𝗪 arrived, unmistakable with his flames, accompanied by a child and other heroes. The child, confused and worried, called out for myheroacademia and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, seeking assurance of their safety. Before the boy could approach, 𝗬𝗪 raised a hand, his gaze fixed on 𝗧𝗵, growling his name. Shoto was confused as he received a message from Izuku, instructing him to come to a specific location with a pro-hero for backup. He felt a surge of fear, worrying about myheroacademia's safety and whether he was too late. When he finally arrived, he was met with a chaotic scene. Izuku was holding an unconscious 𝗧𝗪𝗲, and 𝗧𝗵 was nearby, holding Native. Everything became a blur as heroes rushed in, taking 𝗧𝗪𝗲 and Native while attempting to restrain 𝗧𝗵, who complied without resistance. Suddenly, chaos erupted as a 𝗵𝗵 flew past, causing screams and confusion as it snatched Izuku. 𝗧𝗵 broke free from his restraints and launched himself at the 𝗵𝗵, which seemed to freeze midair before crashing down. With one swift movement, he was atop the 𝗵𝗵 and Izuku. A sense of dread washed over me as he brought a knife down, momentarily fearing for Izuku's safety. 𝗧𝗵 turned around, his glare piercing through me, causing my body to instinctively freeze. He questioned whether we had planned to simply watch, calling us pathetic heroes. His voice rose with each word, expressing his disdain for our actions. He declared that we didn't deserve to live, and I stumbled, losing my balance and struggling to regain my composure. 𝗧𝗪𝗲, who had also awakened, trembled on the ground. My eyes widened as I noticed a movement behind 𝗧𝗵. Izuku observed the scene, feeling a mix of frustration and determination. He sighed, realizing they were facing a 𝗵𝗵 and that 𝗧𝗵 was back to delivering another speech. He shook off the unsettling feeling of being watched and focused on the task at hand. As he approached 𝗧𝗵, he noticed the frozen expressions of his classmates. He made eye contact with Shoto and 𝗧𝗪𝗲 for a brief moment before turning his attention back to 𝗧𝗵. He tugged at 𝗧𝗵's clothing, prompting the villain to turn sharply, his eyes narrowing. Upon recognizing Izuku, 𝗧𝗵 stiffened slightly before relaxing. Izuku released his grip, signaling to the heroes that it was time to end this. 𝗧𝗵, with a huff, stepped forward and offered to surrender, raising his hands. The situation unfolded smoothly from there. 𝗧𝗵 was taken into custody, and an ambulance arrived to collect the injured students and Native. I pretended to lose consciousness during the ride and actually fell asleep upon reaching the hospital. Despite having no injuries, It was decided that I would stay the night along with Shoto to recover. The following morning was anything but calm. All three of us found ourselves facing a furious Mr. Izuku, a stern chief of police, an annoyed detective 𝗬𝗂𝗁, and a disappointed pro-hero, 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Mr. Izuku expressed his frustration over being disturbed during his patrol due to our involvement with the hero killer, 𝗬𝗵𝗲. 𝗬𝗲 flinched, and even 𝗳𝗪𝙢𝗀𝗀 grimaced, while I kept my head down. Mr. Izuku informed us that our actions were highly against the law and that we could be arrested for using our quirks, categorizing us as vigilantes. He warned us that engaging in fights could lead to serious consequences, including expulsion from school or worse. 𝗳𝗪𝙢𝗀𝗀, unable to hold back, argued that 𝗬𝗲's intentions were to save lives, and if Izuku hadn't intervened, both native and 𝗬𝗲 would have perished. 𝗬𝗲 attempted to calm him, but Shoto continued to press the issue, questioning what they were supposed to do, let each other die. I raised my hand as if in class, drawing the officer's attention. When he acknowledged me, I stated that I didn't have a quirk. The room fell silent, and the officer looked to the detective, who confirmed my statement. I explained that I was 𝗍𝗍's personal student and was currently working at UA as an analyst teacher. The chief of police pointed out that using weapons in a fight still fell under the law. I clarified that the only weapon I had used was a pocket knife to keep 𝗬𝗵𝗃 away from 𝗬𝗲, and it hadn't harmed anyone. The detective acknowledged my point, and the chief expressed surprise at how I managed to convince 𝗬𝗵𝗃 to surrender. I admitted that I had talked to him, explaining that while his morals were technically correct, his methods were misguided. The detective pressed further, asking what I was doing out there. I explained that I had a feeling something might go wrong and presented a signed sheet allowing me to patrol alone. Mr. Izuku acknowledged my permission but questioned 𝗬𝗲's decision to pursue 𝗬𝗵𝗃 on his own. 𝗬𝗲 confirmed that he had acted independently. I pointed out that 𝗬𝗲 had not used his quirk before being subdued by 𝗬𝗵𝗃, meaning he hadn't broken any laws. I suggested that while he should be reprimanded for recklessness, he shouldn't face legal trouble if he hadn't violated any laws. The detective agreed, and the police sighed in resignation. With my permission, they decided to announce that 𝗬𝗲 had captured 𝗬𝗵𝗃 to avoid any commotion regarding our involvement. I nodded in agreement and turned to 𝗬𝗲, who bowed in gratitude, followed by 𝗳𝗪𝙢𝗀𝗀. I thanked them both, and after enduring more of Mr. Izuku's frustration and 𝗵𝗃𝗀's disappointed speech, we were finally left alone. 𝗬𝗲 confronted me about my lie, questioning how I managed to deceive a lie-detecting quirk. I explained that when I arrived, he was on the ground, and in my eyes, he hadn't fought or used his quirk. I reassured him that no one needed to know the truth, as the outcome would remain the same. 𝗬𝗲 was puzzled by my reasoning, and I admitted that I felt bad for him. I smiled, knowing I had taken a risk to protect my friends. How much trouble would one get into if caught? Why would anyone do that? 𝗬𝗲 expressed her concern, her eyes wide with realization. The response was clear. It wasn't about being a hero. It was about moments like this that made one hesitant to embrace that role. The longing to prevent someone from getting hurt compelled action. The speaker paused, acknowledging 𝗬𝗲's anger and determination to confront 𝗬𝗵𝗃. It was a testament to her caring nature, a sign of her strength. Standing up for a friend or doing something for someone loved were acts of heroism in their eyes. A smile crossed the speaker's face as they urged 𝗬𝗃 to be cautious in the future and thanked Shoto for his timely arrival. As they prepared to leave, Shoto inquired about the destination, and 𝗬𝗃 looked on curiously. The speaker explained they were heading to school to teach classes, reassured that they wouldn't miss anything important. 𝗬𝗃, concerned, insisted that rest was necessary after the recent events. The speaker, however, felt fine, having escaped unscathed and well-rested. They shared news about 𝗬𝗃's brother, who had recovered from his hospital stay, though with a minor long-term injury. The speaker noticed 𝗬𝗃's expression shift from relief to apprehension at the mention of their brother's impending visit. With a sympathetic smile, the speaker bid farewell, wishing them luck with their internships, and left, reflecting on how things could have been worse. Meanwhile, Bakugo grumbled at the laughter surrounding him, annoyed by the state of his hair. He shouted for silence, but his frustration was interrupted by Kaminari, who struggled to contain his amusement. Just then, Deku entered the room, his cheerful demeanor brightening the atmosphere as he chatted with his friends. The conversation turned to the recent events in Hosu, where heroes had faced off against Nomu. The class greeted Deku, returning to their activities as they awaited the teacher. Bakugo's attention shifted as he noticed 𝗵𝗃 and engine legs staring at Deku in surprise. Confusion filled his mind, but it was soon overshadowed by the entrance of their teachers, Mr. Izuku and Midnight. The class quieted down as Midnight announced that they would be selecting hero names. Bakugo felt frustrated as he struggled to come up with a name that would be accepted, while others seemed to breeze through the process. Midnight, noticing the difficulties some students faced, decided to change the lesson. She suggested watching the news for inspiration from hero names. The class perked up at this shift, and Bakugo watched with mild interest as footage of the heroes battling fires in Hosu played on the screen. The report indicated that the Nomu were weaker this time, resulting in only minor injuries. Suddenly, the reporter introduced a new video source from an anonymous online account, showcasing Stain surrendering. Bakugo's interest peaked as the footage revealed Stain glaring at the heroes, questioning their worthiness. The atmosphere in the room shifted as Stain's words filled with disdain echoed, causing 𝗵𝗃 and engine legs to visibly react. Bakugo straightened in his seat, his attention focused on the screen. In the video, a figure emerged from behind Stain, unmistakably recognizable even in the blurry footage. It was Deku, who, despite the danger, approached Stain without hesitation. The scene unfolded as Deku tugged on Stain's scarf, seemingly unfazed by the villain's presence. Stain declared his surrender, prompting the heroes to spring into action, securing him and tending to the injured. As the video concluded, the news anchor speculated about Deku's involvement, hinting at a possible hypnosis quirk that had influenced Stain's actions. Bakugo felt a knot of dread in his stomach as he processed the transformation he had witnessed in Deku. The boy who once flinched at every movement had become someone who faced danger head-on, exuding confidence that left Bakugo unsettled. The news segment ended, but the atmosphere in the classroom remained tense as everyone turned to Deku, who sat quietly in the corner. 𝗵𝗃 and engine legs exchanged glances, uncertain of how to react. The truth of what they had witnessed hung heavily in the air, leaving Bakugo to grapple with the changes in his former rival. Out of everything that could have happened, this was one of the worst. The other presence in the area seemed to thrive on attention. I should have known, well, I did know, but I was hoping I would be wrong. Murphy's Law always played a large role in my life, I thought as I shrank into myself under the gazes locked on me. Mr. Izuku and Midnight were also staring at me in shock. They knew I had been there, but I suppose they didn't know how it went down. I grimaced and timidly suggested that perhaps it was time to stop watching the news. Half the class exclaimed in disbelief that I had been there. I nodded in response. They bombarded me with questions about how I managed to get Stain to listen to me. I sheepishly explained that we just talked, and he handed himself over. When asked why I hadn't told them I was there, I clarified that I had only accidentally walked into the meeting and talked until the heroes arrived. I was there because I was signed off for some lone patrol experience for my internship. Mina expressed her disbelief that I had casually approached the hero killer while everyone else was scared of him. I reassured them that I didn't think he would hurt anyone after our conversation. I sent a pleading look to the teachers, and thankfully they took the cue. Midnight addressed the class, explaining that while it was surprising someone caught it all on camera, they were not to press for answers as it was meant to stay under wraps. She turned off the TV and asked if anyone else had an idea for a name. I sighed, thinking that after the news, their brains were likely frozen. I raised my hand, keeping a sheepish smile on my face. Midnight watched with interest as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 walked to the front, her eyes widening slightly when she saw the name he chose, Deku. She questioned him about it, noting that it was a rather unusual choice. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 smiled and confirmed that it was the name he would want if he became a hero. Midnight's mind raced as she realized that he hadn't even wanted to become a hero in the first place. She accepted the name, and he returned to his seat, the rest of the class proceeding with a bit of tension. After school, I noticed the vent opening as Nizu dropped into the room. He greeted everyone, receiving nods and hellos in return. He approached 𝗵𝗃𝗲, apologizing for the news leak and explaining that he had tried to remove the video, but once it was out, it spread quickly. Midoriya reassured him that it was fine and that people would forget. 𝗍𝗂's eyes widened as he realized it was never an issue, but rather a calculated mistake, and he smiled. I froze slightly, realizing that he must have known he was being recorded. The thought left me in silent shock. I shook my head, hoping they were discussing something else, as it seemed impossible for a kid to think that far ahead. I didn't pay much mind to the rumor at first, trying my best to ignore it when one of my students was among the first to receive a mysterious gift. It was placed in the inside compartment of 𝗬𝗂𝗧. On the first day of February, I entered the classroom to find everyone intrigued by what was on 𝗬𝗂𝗧's desk. Wrapped in a large spotted gold, black, and silver design on a white background was a present tied with a small bow. 𝗬𝗂𝗧 looked worried as he explained that he didn't know where it came from. I sighed, telling him not to make a mess, and then settled into my sleeping bag, keeping an eye on the situation. 𝗬𝗂𝗧 opened the gift, revealing a card with a simple message wishing him a happy birthday, some chocolates, and a handmade keychain shaped like a bird. The surprise in the room was palpable, especially since we never discovered who had gifted it. I assumed it was one of his friends trying to brighten his day. The day passed with everyone being more talkative, and his friends even shared some of his favorite foods with him. I might not have thought much of it if I hadn't heard another rumor about something similar happening to a student in the second year. However, I brushed it off as overthinking. Just 11 days later, I walked into the classroom again, ready to let them do whatever they wanted. Moments after I announced this, 𝗬𝗪 exclaimed in surprise that she had received a present too. I looked over from my sleeping bag to see her pulling out a gift wrapped in the same style as 𝗬𝗂𝗧. Uraraka jumped over to her, excitedly noting that it was also a birthday present. Inside was another card, chocolates, and a handmade keychain shaped like a frog. The rest of the morning was spent trying to figure out who the gifter was, with students openly threatening, bribing, and begging for information. But in the end, nothing was discovered. That day was marked by a noticeable kindness among people, with many sharing food and warm wishes with 𝗬𝗪. It seemed someone was playing Secret Santa for birthdays, which didn't seem harmful. The quiet lasted for 3 days until Shoji was the next recipient. Instead of loud cheers, there were squeals of happiness when Shoji revealed his gift: a card, some chocolates, and a keychain. The keychain featured flowers, specifically gladiolus, symbolizing strength. It seemed this was going to be a regular occurrence, and I shrugged it off. The class was filled with kind-hearted individuals, and if they wanted to brighten someone's day, why not? I began marking down all my students' birthdays to anticipate gifts on their desks. Thus, it wasn't surprising when nothing appeared for the rest of February. I knew Bakugo's birthday was at the end of April. However, I was both surprised and intrigued when I discovered another present on March 9th, not in my class but in the staff lounge. There was 𝗵𝗃, gazing down at a gift wrapped similarly to those my class received. The surprise was what lay inside: a slightly larger box containing an appealing bracelet, along with the usual card, chocolates, and a well-crafted keychain made of thin wires, topped with a flower that likely represented good sleep. Mike exclaimed in excitement, wondering why only his students were receiving gifts. I raised an eyebrow, questioning how his students were involved. He explained that one of the little listeners seemed to be the secret gifter, but they hadn't yet figured out who it was. 𝗧𝗵𝗄 chimed in, expressing confusion as other teachers nodded in agreement. When they looked at me, I simply nodded. The realization dawned on Power Loader, who questioned how someone could afford such an expensive gift while giving presents to every student in the school. It clicked for me, and I inadvertently voiced my thoughts. Everyone turned to me, eager for answers. I pointed out that the person who spent time with both teachers and students, had a big heart, could access everyone's records to know their birthdays, and had enough money for such gifts was likely Midoriya. My silence confirmed their suspicions. They were shocked by the value of the bracelet and noted that he hadn't even signed his name. Determined, Mike suggested they ask Midoriya about it later and perhaps advise him to reduce his spending. Strangely, that day, we didn't see Problem Child during school hours. It wasn't until half an hour after school ended that he entered the staff room. Midnight rushed to him, thanking him for the present and spinning him around, but he looked at her as if she were an alien. She asked how much he spent, insisting he didn't need to give gifts at all. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 frowned, denying he was the one who gave her a present, which led to more questions from Mike and the others. Eventually, he admitted to being the gifter, and everyone was taken aback. They inquired why he was giving presents to everyone, especially since he didn't know them well. He shrugged, explaining that most people appreciated a small surprise, especially if it was chocolate. When asked how many presents he had given out, he admitted he hadn't kept count. Concerned, I asked how much time and money he was spending on these gifts. He replied that it wasn't too much, except for Midnight's gift, which he acknowledged was more expensive. Mike, being great with kids, approached him and suggested that if he didn't like the present, he could throw it out, except for the bracelet, which he should sell. Midnight assured him that she loved the presents but emphasized that he didn't need to give gifts to everyone. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 looked confused, explaining that he enjoyed making the keychains and seeing others happy. He mentioned having too much money just sitting in savings, with only food being his personal expense. He had even dabbled in the stock market out of boredom, leading to his current financial situation. Hound Dog gently advised him to save his money for the future, suggesting he might want to buy a house one day. The kid's shoulders slumped as he expressed that he had been working on police cases with 𝗍𝗬 for a whole year. He mentioned that if the present wasn't wanted, it could simply be left on his desk. He clarified that he only gifted it because he enjoyed giving, and there would be no judgment if it wasn't accepted. He smiled and reassured everyone that if it truly bothered them, he wouldn't offer again. His calm demeanor was frustrating. It was hard to read him. He then mentioned his plan to leave early that day, looking at everyone in turn. Nem, worried, insisted that she loved the present and was only concerned about him spending too much. The kid waved his arms, insisting he wasn't upset and that it was just something he did for fun. He earnestly asked if he could leave, and Midnight sighed in relief. The others exchanged glances before Mike smiled and wished him a good night. The kid smiled one last time before exiting, waving cheerfully. As the month drew to a close, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and ectoplasm received gifts on their desks, and they expressed their gratitude, especially since the kid had chosen a book for 𝗵𝗲𝗄 that he had enjoyed and an album of songs for ectoplasm that he loved. How the kid knew about ectoplasm's interest in singing was a mystery. The long weekend arrived, providing a relaxing 4 days off school before the chaos of exams resumed. Naturally, the troublemakers of Class 1A decided to gather at least once. What began as Kaminari and Minata's idea to sneak a peek at the girls quickly evolved when they invited Yue's youngest teacher to the pool. Midoriya had also invited the rest of the boys from Class 1A but dismissed the idea of inviting Class 1B, recalling their previous interactions. Kaminari, breathing as he and Mineta ran towards the school gate, blamed Mineta for their tardiness, suggesting that if he hadn't gone off on a rant, they wouldn't be rushing. As they approached the gate, they spotted a figure with curly green hair who greeted them with a bright smile. Midoriya looked excited to see them. Kaminari noticed that Midoriya didn't seem prepared for swimming, commenting on his choice of attire. Midoriya explained that he didn't own swim trunks and intended to swim in his clothes. Mineta expressed concern about the heat, but Midoriya assured them he would be fine. They decided to drop the topic and headed to the pool, their anticipation growing. However, their moment of bliss was short-lived. Upon arriving at the pool, they realized that all the boys from their class were already there. The thought of girls and Midoriya's unusual outfit faded as they faced the prospect of training, especially with Lita's serious expression. Unlike Kaminari and Mineta, the rest of the class had not discussed Midoriya's choice of clothing but were wise enough to avoid asking. Many had personal reasons for not wanting to reveal too much skin, and they preferred not to touch on sensitive topics that might make their friend uncomfortable. Bakugo, observing Midoriya, noted how he stood out in his oversized clothes while everyone else wore swim trunks. It was unusual for Midoriya, who had previously worn normal swimwear during their junior school lessons. Bakugo felt compelled to comment on it when they took a break. He questioned Midoriya's choice of clothing, drawing attention from those nearby. Midoriya simply stated that he preferred it this way. Bakugo, frustrated, raised his voice and pressed for an explanation, but Midoriya insisted it was just a matter of preference. Bakugo glared at him, feeling an unfamiliar discomfort in Midoriya's earnest gaze. Turning away, he decided to get a drink, trying to shake off the feeling that perhaps it was his fault Midoriya chose to cover up, possibly due to scars hidden beneath his shirt. Lita suggested a race while standing next to Deku. Excitement surged through me, and a competitive grin spread across my face as I felt the familiar thrill of potential explosions in my hands. Determined to win, I declared that we were definitely going to do this and stomped back toward the pool. From Izuku's perspective, the state of his swimwear was a topic best left untouched for the sake of his sanity. The races had gone well, but he felt relief when Mr. Aizawa interrupted the competition between Shoto, Lita, and Kaken. He dreaded the thought of what might happen if Kaken lost, especially since he sensed that Lita would likely win by a significant margin. After all, he was undefeated in straight-distance races. Uraraka called out to him from the doorway, where Mr. Aizawa stood with a stern expression, urging everyone to hurry. She asked if he was getting out of the pool. He waved his hand dismissively, saying he would stay a bit longer since he needed to remain at school for a while. Mr. Aizawa didn't seem pleased but chose not to comment further. Uraraka waved goodbye as she left, and he returned her gesture with a smile until she was out of sight. Mr. Aizawa glanced at him for a moment before departing as well. Once the chatter faded and everyone left the school, Izuku got up, his feet splashing as he retrieved his phone from his bag. He set a timer and took a deep breath before diving into the deep end of the pool. He swam around to acclimate himself and eventually found a small ledge on the tiles to hold onto. Grabbing it, he allowed himself to relax and focus on his breathing, letting the rhythm calm him. From Aizawa's perspective, he sighed as 𝗵 insisted on taking him to the pool again. She chastised him for leaving the kid alone, arguing that he might get cold and sick. He countered that Izuku was old enough to take care of himself. As they approached the pool, 𝗵 exclaimed that Izuku was still there, and she nearly tripped over his phone. Aizawa frowned and moved toward the water, his instincts kicking in. The moment he spotted Izuku, he used his quirk to pull him out of the water. Izuku gasped for air but quickly calmed down, looking up at Aizawa with wide, earnest eyes. 𝗵 smiled at Izuku and asked what he was doing. He replied that he was timing his breathing. Aizawa sighed, knowing this was typical. 𝗵 raised an eyebrow, pointing out that his phone indicated 6 minutes, even though he had only been in the water for 30 seconds. Izuku shrugged bashfully, admitting he might have forgotten to reset it. Aizawa let out another sigh as 𝗵 laughed and cooed at Izuku. He gently released the boy, wringing out his wet clothes. To his surprise, Izuku watched him intently and then flashed a mischievous smile. Before Aizawa could react, Izuku shook his head, sending water flying everywhere. Aizawa glared at him, but the sight of Izuku's ruffled hair, reminiscent of a cat after a bath, softened his annoyance. 𝗵 playfully asked why Izuku was wearing long sleeves and breathes, suggesting that the pool was more fun when everyone could see their figures. Izuku blushed at her comment. Aizawa groaned, feeling uncertain about the boy's choice of clothing but recognizing that Izuku should wear whatever made him comfortable. He decided it was time to leave, stating that it was getting cold and that Izuku needed to come inside. 𝗵 mockingly agreed, while Izuku responded with a cheerful acknowledgement. Izuku let out a sigh of relief as he settled onto the couch after drying off and changing into comfortable clothes. He crawled through the vents and dropped into Nizu's room. Nizu greeted him warmly, placing a cup of tea in front of him. Izuku thanked him, enjoying the warmth. Nizu inquired if there had been questions about his attire. Izuku shrugged, acknowledging that he stood out among his peers. Nizu remarked on the noticeable difference in their physiques, considering the years of training the other kids had compared to his own. Nizu pointed out that there were many confusions that could affect performance, especially since the individual was holding back on both strength and skill. The response was that strength wasn't the main issue, and there was no intention to take the test. It was clear that time was limited, but there was no rush to leave just yet. Everything would likely work out in the end. Nizu acknowledged this with a smile, noting that predictions were rarely wrong. As thoughts wandered, Nizu interrupted with a suggestion to play chess. He had pulled out an unopened chessboard, which sparked interest. The game was set up between the couches, and a blanket was wrapped around the individual as they settled in. It had been a while since they had played, and the atmosphere was comforting. As the game progressed, sleepiness took over, and the individual dozed off with a smile, feeling at peace. Izuku, reflecting on his own shortcomings, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment in himself. He had been observing for weeks and realized that he had missed something important. The sparring matches, a common practice, had revealed a surprising truth about one particular student, known as the problem child. It was concerning that this student had been quiet, and Izuku had expected more from him. The realization struck that the student had been passing tests and showing skill in ways that had gone unnoticed. While he excelled in teamwork and tactical skills, his performance in one-on-one sparring matches was surprisingly lower. Although he won a few, he lost most, which was puzzling. Izuku had initially thought the student was simply struggling, but deeper observation revealed a different strategy at play. During the sparring matches, the student seemed to focus on exploiting opponents' weaknesses, forcing them to adapt and improve. In the matches he won, he was not just competing, he was teaching his opponents, helping them recognize and correct their mistakes. This approach was subtle yet effective, and it became clear that the student was not merely fighting but also fostering growth in others. Izuku noticed the student's awareness and ability to recognize when he was being observed, a skill that was unusual for someone in their first year. This connection added another layer to the student's character, revealing a depth that Izuku had not anticipated. The realization that the problem child was not just a fighter but also a mentor was a significant discovery, and it changed Izuku's perspective on his role as a teacher. He always had an uncertain smile and would look back occasionally. This happened only a few times, maybe twice or 3 times, before it stopped entirely. The kid no longer glanced back when he was being watched. His shoulders remained relaxed, and he seemed completely unaware of the gaze. Despite this, confusion lingered within him. He couldn't understand what was happening with the kid. It was also hard to ignore the fact that the kid had been leaving the staff office at the first opportunity every day. Unlike the first month when he would stay at least an hour or 2 after school, these days, the kid vanished the moment the bell rang. Out of pure curiosity, he decided to set up a day for observation. He planned to watch the kid after school ended. The school day proceeded as usual, but the end of the day was crucial. The kid had a knack for slipping away quickly. Years of practice in stealth had prepared him, or so he thought. However, he soon found himself losing track of the kid within the school grounds. He mentally cursed himself for failing at his one task. Wandering the halls, he realized the kid had vanished the moment he turned a corner. Just then, his phone vibrated with a message. He raised an eyebrow as he read it. Nizu informed him that Midoriya was training in the underground grounds and would be there for a while. Nizu promised to give him a heads up when the kid was done so he could follow him. He sighed, knowing Nizu always had the inside scoop. True to Nizu's word, it took a while, and he managed to finish a good chunk of work before receiving the update. It was only at 6:30 that the kid began to head back. He followed him from the shadows and boarded another train car alongside him. Was this stalkerish? Yes, but he believed that understanding someone required knowing them well. From Izuku's perspective, he felt a chill as he walked through the streets. Eraserhead was good at his job, but after years of being overlooked and practically invisible, having him follow felt unnerving. It seemed he had caught Eraserhead's attention for some time now. Despite the discomfort, he tried to keep his head down. As he walked, he unexpectedly found himself in the midst of a villain fight. It was the one time he wished to avoid such chaos. He thought it would be fine as long as he stayed on the sidelines, but things quickly escalated. A small mistake led to the hero getting hurt. A broken window caused a bystander to flinch. A blast narrowly missed the hero and headed toward innocent people. A metal post fell dangerously close to a child. Frustrated, he rushed forward, grabbing the child just in time to pull them both out of harm's way. The child looked up at him with tears in their eyes, and he knelt down, reassuring them that they were safe. The worried call of Yuta came from the child's father, and he spent the next few minutes accepting grateful thanks from the frantic parent. Thankfully, the hero managed to regain control of the situation. He sighed, thinking that could have gone better, and almost speed-walked out of the area. From Izuku's perspective, he acknowledged that the kid truly lived up to his name. He had nearly intervened in the fight when he saw how things were unfolding. What was it with daylight heroes and their inability to protect bystanders? That was the hardest and most important part of the job, and they seemed to be failing at it. The kid had just saved someone and walked away from the situation as if it were a normal occurrence, which, knowing him, it probably was to some extent. Thankfully, the kid made it home in one piece. He had adjusted his patrol to be in the same area when the kid returned home. Yes, he had suched it around with the hero who usually covered that area, but only for tonight. Something still nagged at him, likely his heightened instincts regarding problem children. From Izuku's perspective, he noticed Eraserhead was patrolling in his area. He accessed the hero network to see the change and kept a close watch on all the UA staff and heroes he was interested in. However, he couldn't miss his usual night walk. He loved that walk. Although he didn't like blocking his ears, he enjoyed the music, which allowed him to rely on and train his other senses to warn him of danger. From Izuku's perspective, he watched absent-mindedly as the problem child exited his house. He kept a vigilant eye on him while adjusting the dial on his headset to listen for any disturbances. Thankfully, it was a quiet night with little going on, giving him more time to trail the kid. Based on 𝗍𝗂's information, the kid had been training for 2.5 hours after school and was now out for a jog. Did the kid ever run out of energy? It was 10 at night, he needed to get some sleep. After an hour of trailing, the kid stopped on his way back home and took a turn. A convenience store came into view, and the kid entered. Izuku settled on the side of a rooftop after helping a lost civilian. His eyes caught movement as the kid exited the store, sitting on a bench with a juice pouch in hand, sipping through a straw while scrolling through his phone. Izuku thought he had nothing to do for now as he watched the kid talk on the phone. The next 20 minutes passed quietly, and he barely registered when the kid went back into the store to dispose of his trash. Suddenly, his headgear picked up a disturbance. He stood up, listening to the update about a convenience store robbery on a nearby street. It took him a moment to connect the dots. That was the street he was on, and it meant the convenience store the kid had just visited was now involved. Without hesitation, he rushed to the scene. The shopkeeper looked nervously at the robber, who had a knife pressed against the child's throat, fear evident in his eyes. Fortunately, the robber appeared to be inexperienced, and within moments, his arm became entangled in my scarf. The child quickly seized the opportunity, freeing himself from the robber's grip, allowing me to restrain the assailant. The child's eyes widened as he recognized me, and I instructed him to head outside. I then turned to check on the shopkeeper before skirting the criminal out. A police car was waiting, and I swiftly handed the robber over. Once the exchange was complete, I found myself alone with the child, who was observing the situation with a mixture of emotions that I couldn't quite decipher. That expression changed abruptly as my scarf wrapped around him, causing him to flail as he hung suspended. His voice quieted quickly in the stillness of the night. He looked at me, confusion in his eyes, and asked about my name. I inquired how he had ended up in such a predicament while out for a run, pointing out his attire. I expressed my exasperation at his choice to be out running at such a late hour. Apologetically, the child responded, and I suggested he should have his quirk status checked, suspecting he might have a misfortune quirk. He looked down, admitting it was only his second incident of the day. I insisted he return home since he had school the next day. He reminded me that I also had responsibilities, and I acknowledged that I was on patrol. As we walked in silence, I asked why he had been following me since I left school. He seemed surprised that I had noticed, and I mentioned that he hadn't been very discreet. He shook his head, explaining that I hadn't reacted when he mentioned witnessing 2 villain encounters that day. I sighed, admitting he had a point. He probed further, curious about my motives for observing him. I explained that I was merely assessing how much of a problem he might be, noting that he had caught my attention by training his sparring partners. His eyes widened at my remark, but he shrugged it off, explaining that targeting weak points helped everyone improve for real encounters. I agreed as we finally reached his apartment. He thanked me for walking him home and urged me to take care during my patrol. I reminded him to stay out of trouble, earning a sheepish smile in return. I ruffled his hair, which surprised him but brought a bright smile to his face before he nodded and went inside. Meanwhile, Izuku reflected on the whispers and suspicious glances he had been receiving lately. After 2 months, he expected the rumors to fade, but they had returned with renewed vigor. He had quickly discovered the source of the gossip, which spread like wildfire throughout the school. Entering class, he was met with hushed murmurs and nervous glances directed at him. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty, and he found it exhausting by the end of the day. This continued for several days, culminating in a lunch where his friends gathered around him, clearly anxious to share something important. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 hesitantly began the conversation, revealing that there was a rumor circulating about him. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly reassured him that they didn't believe it, while 𝗬𝗧 confirmed they just wanted him to be aware. Izuku casually mentioned he was already aware of the rumor, which caused a stir among his classmates. He explained that the rumor suggested he was involved in the stain incident and that people believed he possessed a hypnosis quirk, leading to suspicions that he was a villain. His classmates were shocked, and 𝗵𝗃, from a nearby table, rushed over, incredulous that he had known about it all along. Izuku shrugged, acknowledging that the entire school was discussing it, and when pressed about why he hadn't defended himself against the claims, he questioned whether anyone would believe him. "That's the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard, and I'm in the same class as Todoroki and Kaminari," 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 thought in confusion. It wasn't affecting her any more than the past 4 months. It wasn't a big deal. Taking another bite, she noticed everyone staring at her, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as a wave of nervousness washed over her. She mentally sighed, thinking that if anyone was uncomfortable, she could move, but that wasn't the case. Waving her hands around, she smiled sheepishly and reassured everyone that it was honestly not a big deal. It would probably blow over, and if it didn't, at least she had some people who believed her. This seemed to relax everyone slightly. Todoroki, with a perfectly straight face, offered his support, saying that if anyone ever gave her trouble, she could tell him, as he could block them in a cube of ice for about 2 days if it was kept indoors. This broke the tension, and everyone erupted into laughter. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲 chimed in, her eyes sparkling with determination, expressing her eagerness to practice sparring with anyone who caused trouble. A bead of sweat trickled down 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲's forehead as others agreed, while 𝗬𝗃 tried to maintain order and refrain everyone from violence. Meanwhile, she simply smiled, settling into the chaotic but cheerful atmosphere around the table, making an unnoticeable effort to avoid looking at Kaken, who glared at her with suspicion. From Bakugo's perspective, he thought of Deku as a liar. He couldn't understand what had caused the change in him, but he was sure that the same crybaby Deku still existed inside. For some reason, this smiling version of Deku was more unnerving than the one who cried buckets. After all, there was no way that crying kid had ever truly left. Was there? A couple of days later, Present Mike felt his skin squirming with anger. He wanted to act on it, but Show's glare and Nem's reminder to ask the kid first helped him settle down a bit. It took a long time for the rumor to reach the teachers, but to be fair, the kid was hard to catch and was often less talked about among the faculty. It was an understatement to say he found it hard to sit still. The kid should have been there by now, but lately he had been showing up at the last possible minute, somehow managing to get to every class on time without being seen in the halls. Mike sighed and slumped into his desk for a brief moment before standing straight up. He declared that he was going to find him. Snipe rolled his eyes, telling Mike that it was a waste of time and that the kid would show up when he did. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 added that the kid might not even be there yet. Undeterred, Mike insisted he would go see Nizu, convinced that if anyone knew where the kid was, it would be him. As his colleagues groaned or sighed, Mick's expression dropped slightly. No one liked asking Nizu for favors. It was never a pleasant experience, often catching them at a bad time. Determined, he pushed his chair back and walked toward the door, thinking that he might as well get it over with. He quickly opened the door, only to stumble slightly as he was pushed back by a small but sturdy force. The group groaned, their heads hitting the table in unison. Show, exasperated, remarked on the problem child, questioning how much he hated the job, noting that he seemed to be the only one trying to get fired. The kid defended himself, saying he liked working there to some extent but felt he wasn't a good match and that he distracted the students more than he helped. Mike felt a twist in his stomach at that comment, insisting that it wasn't true and that the students were much better at using their quirks because of him. The only main quirk improvement training they had before was during training camp for the first and second years. The kids smiled but shrugged it off. Lunch Rush, who had been quiet until then, expressed concern about the possibility of the kids starting to use violence. He admitted that while he wanted to believe UA students knew better, he wouldn't put it past them after the start of the year. Mike almost flinched at that. If it had been up to him, quite a few students would have been sent packing already, and that was supposed to be 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝘁. The kid pointed out that it would be 𝗵𝘃𝗲 job, as he was their teacher. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reminded the kid that he was also their teacher. The kid replied that he was also a part-time student and had only signed up to teach his class, ensure no one got hurt too much during his class, and attend heroic classes. There was a moment of silence before a thump echoed in. Mike glanced over at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who had his face on the table again. The kid's comment about his contract brought Chuckles back to the group, and 𝗵 patted him on the back sympathetically. Vlad then suggested that if the rumor started to convince them, it wouldn't be a bad theory, considering the types of quirks out there. He shrugged, proposing the idea of a long-lasting hypnosis quirk that could stick with the victim. The group glared at Vlad, knowing he was just trying to provoke a reaction, but it didn't stop them from feeling uneasy. Unexpectedly, when they turned to look at 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, they found him with starry eyes, expressing that such a quirk would be good for them as heroes, even if not for him. He noted that a quirk like that wasn't impossible and that considering all options showed they didn't judge things quickly or underestimate anyone. Are you just going to ignore how Vlad made a clear threat about how you could end up in jail? 𝗵 asked, trying not to laugh at everyone's expressions. He continued, yes, good luck gathering proof of my crimes and convincing the police that I have a quirk I've hidden my whole life. Noble, pro-heroes like you can't throw someone in jail without proof, can they? His tone shifted to deadpan, politeness slipping just slightly. Suddenly, his smile vanished, and he looked at everyone with a frightened expression. He quickly apologized, saying it was meant as a joke, and blushed while almost covering his face. But it's not like I plan to do much. So, good luck with your students, and tell me if you get proof. He chuckled nervously before shrinking down into his seat. I'm just going to go now, he squeaked, and before anyone could react he slipped out the door. The others were left in stunned silence. DMN. That kid can move fast, one of them remarked. Stifled laughter brought attention back to the group. 𝗵 glared at Vlad, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Vlad, look what you did. He's back to how he was acting at the start of the year. Vlad raised his hands defensively. It's not like I knew he would act like that. Well, if he hadn't acted like that, it would have been you breaking the little trust he had in us, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 chimed in unexpectedly. I would still say we all lost some trust, but we should be glad he's like he is. Normally, someone would never trust you again after that, Vlad. Vlad flinched as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 continued without mercy. I didn't mean, he stuttered. It doesn't matter what you meant. You pretty much said that we're suspicious of him and that he could end up in jail, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pointed out, causing Vlad to flinch along with everyone else. I owe a proper apology. That sounds bad when you put it like that, he admitted weakly. Yeah. Came a quiet response, confusion evident on their face. As the chaos quieted down, everyone wandered off to do their own work. A sigh escaped, releasing tension from shoulders that had gone unnoticed. Rubbing the back of their neck, they frowned as an odd sensation crept up, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped danger. Meanwhile, Nizu observed in surprise as 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 leaned over the couch, growling softly. A large coat draped over him, but it couldn't hide the green fox ears atop his head. You got hit by an animal quirk? Nizu asked, astonished. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 hissed, his animal ears pinned back, pupils narrowed. I really apologize for the video. I won't take a risk like that again, Nizu said, trying to calm him. This seemed to ease 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, who stopped growling and huffed, sinking back into the couch. You should really go show the staff to give them at least a warning, Nizu suggested. After a moment, a small, I know, was whispered, barely audible. I'll help explain a bit, alright? Nizu offered. Fine. 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 replied reluctantly. It took several minutes before he finally exited through the vent. In another room, Midnight groaned as she fell back into her seat. "I'm tired," she whined, pouting when no one responded. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗧𝗪𝗧. "Come on, don't ignore me," she complained, playfully nudging Sho with her feet. "Stop that, today's Friday, just get through it," he sighed. Midnight slumped in her chair, still pouting. Her interest peaked when the door opened, but she frowned when no one walked in. Shota raised an eyebrow, eyeing the door. Finally, a figure popped their head in, and she smiled instantly, recognizing that head of hair. "Midoriya," she exclaimed, jumping up and moving toward him. To her surprise, Midoriya yelped as she approached. "Good morning," he stammered, and she took a closer look at him. "What are you wearing? Is it raining or something?" she asked, eyeing the large coat that covered him entirely, a hood obscuring most of his face. No, not really. I may have done something. I don't know," he whined, covering his face. Concerned, Midnight asked, "Hey kid, what's wrong?" Mike stood up, intrigued. Midoriya's eyes widened, and he began muttering to himself. "Hey kid, what?" Midnight prompted, but he spun away and started to walk back, only to collide with 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who had just entered the room. They both stumbled back from the impact. "Oops, sorry kid." 𝗧𝗵𝗃 stopped abruptly, staring at Midoriya. Midnight glanced at him in confusion, then gasped as she noticed the hood had slipped down, revealing his green hair and a pair of green wolf ears atop his head. "Kid, what did you do?" Mike asked, staring at Midoriya's now blushing and embarrassed face. Work was abandoned as everyone gathered around, staring at Midoriya, who sat on the couch with his coat draped over his shoulders, arms wrapped around his legs, and a fluffy green tail coiled around him. If he weren't having such a nervous breakdown, they would have been cooing over him. "How?" Shota asked, deadpan. "A quirk," Midoriya replied, his voice muffled behind his hands. Just then, Nizu entered the room, smiling brightly. "Good morning, Midoriya," he chirped. "Morning," the kid replied quietly. Nizu observed him, noting his nervousness. The kid expressed his longing to avoid attention, which caught everyone off guard. Vlad looked at Midoriya and Nizu, puzzled by the situation. Midoriya hesitated before admitting that he had asked for the quirk to be used on him. When questioned about his reasoning, he shrugged and said it was a cool quirk. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗁 inquired about the source of his distress, and Nizu suggested it was likely because everyone at school would see him like this. He then asked how long the quirk would last, turning to Midoriya for an answer. Midoriya sighed, saying it was supposed to last just a day. Shota sighed as well, commenting that it was a problem for the kid. Midoriya groaned, resting his head on his knees. One of the others smiled, forgetting their earlier reservations, and leaned in to pat Midoriya's head and furry ears, exclaiming how soft his hair was. This caught the attention of others, and soon Midoriya found himself the center of gentle affection, with hesitant hands reaching out to pet him. Shota perked up, watching longingly as Mike enthusiastically patted Midoriya, who was trying to curl into a ball. The observer teased Shota, suggesting he could ask to pet Midoriya's hair, but Shota declined, turning away. The observer remarked again on how soft it was, but Shota remained silent. They decided to let it go, thinking Shota would come around eventually. Aizawa noticed the moment Midoriya entered the classroom, all eyes turned toward him. There was something about the kid that drew attention, perhaps because he was another child their age. It was helpful for teaching, but the attention seemed to fade just as quickly as it came. Today, however, was different. Everyone was captivated by Midoriya. Aizawa winced as the noise level rose, thinking about the typical behavior of teenagers. He waited until Bakugo looked like he might explode from being ignored, deciding it was time to intervene. Lita appeared unsure of what to do, glancing between the students and Aizawa, seeking guidance. Aizawa glared, his eyes glowing red, and silence fell over the room. He instructed everyone to take their seats, acknowledging Midoriya's quirk accident and reminding them they had work to do. After some disappointed expressions, the students settled down. Midoriya smiled gratefully as Aizawa left the classroom, thinking to himself that this kid would be the end of him. During break time, the atmosphere shifted when Midoriya entered the cafeteria. Aizawa had been dragged there by Mike and Midnight, and he cursed the situation. When Midoriya walked in, the room fell silent before whispers erupted. It was no surprise when he quickly left after getting his food, and he didn't return for lunch. However, he was spotted walking the halls later, surprising Izuku, who had thought Midoriya was adept at disappearing. Fortunately, the kid managed to avoid any trouble throughout the day. As the school day ended, Midnight repeatedly asked where Midoriya was, growing more impatient with each passing moment. Izuku, resting on the couch in his sleeping bag, urged her to let it go, believing Midoriya had gone home. Midnight rolled her eyes but continued to pester 𝗵𝘃𝗲. Izuku was correct. Midoriya didn't show up until everyone else had left. He had stayed behind because his patrol started later that night. When the door opened, Izuku looked up to see Midoriya enter with a small smile. The kid moved to his desk, grabbed his computer, and settled on the other end of the couch, crossing his legs. Izuku observed as Midoriya's tail curled around him before returning to his work. They worked in silence for an hour until Izuku noticed something was off. He glanced over to see Midoriya had fallen asleep, his head drooping to the side and his computer going to sleep mode. Izuku felt a smile tug at his lips, amused by the notion that some thought Midoriya was a villain. Before he realized it, Izuku's hand moved to pet Midoriya's hair and ears. Midoriya stirred slightly, his sleepy emerald eyes opening just enough to meet Izuku's gaze before closing again. To Izuku's surprise, Midoriya shifted closer to him, settling down on the couch. Izuku paused, confused, before resuming his gentle petting. He watched as Midoriya made soft, contented sounds, curling up more comfortably. A small smile appeared on Izuku's face before he could stop it, slightly saved by the capture weapon around his neck. He spent the next 25 minutes absent-mindedly running his hand through the kid's hair before draping a blanket over him and heading out. No one except Nizu, the kid, and himself would know. 3 days later, it finally hit Izuku what had happened when he noticed the kid walking the halls more often, and no one had raised any objections. He thought to himself with wide eyes as he watched his coffee being made, realizing that the entire situation had been planned so they would start treating the kid more normally. Ever since that day when the glass had broken slightly, people had stopped treating the kid like fragile glass while also treating him better than usual. He quickly turned to look at the kid, who met his gaze and shot him an uncertain smile. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly, confirming his thoughts. The kid looked slightly alarmed, sitting up straighter and gazing at him questioningly. Izuku shook his head, turning back to the coffee. He could tell the kid tilted his head to the side for a moment before returning to whatever he was working on. Izuku decided not to get pulled into that situation any more than necessary. Who cared if he had been played like everyone else? At least the kid seemed genuinely worried about the whole situation. Perhaps he didn't know any better, or maybe it was just good timing. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 observed that he wasn't particularly close with Izuku Midoriya. In fact, he sensed that Midoriya held most people at arm's length. However, it was clear that Midoriya was an anomaly. His very existence and position were confusing, but one thing always stood out to 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Midoriya could literally appear out of nowhere. It wasn't a joke, he could materialize from thin air. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 used the term spawn carefully, as it required a specific quirk to do so. Initially, they spent months thinking the kid had some disappearing quirk, even after he insisted he didn't have one. The situation was much more complex than that, and it happened frequently, which only added to the confusion. The first few incidents were harmless. Midoriya would duck under their arms while they were talking at the doorway, giving them a scare when they entered the staff room that had been empty just moments before. It was amusing until Mike got startled and nearly caused a commotion, but thankfully, they were prepared for it. The second major incident was more embarrassing. About 2 months into the school year, they were still adjusting to Midoriya's presence, often unaware of him being in the room. One morning, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 walked in, slightly out of breath, and exclaimed that the kid wasn't there, expressing his need for an explanation and advice. As he settled at his table, they all turned their attention to the movement in the room. It was Midoriya, who had just gotten up from his chair to collect his things. They shared a half-horrified expression as they stared at him, causing him to blush at the attention. He awkwardly apologized, sidestepping toward the door. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, flustered, tried to clarify his earlier statement, leading to a moment of surprise for Midoriya. Thankfully, the kid remained calm and understanding, assuring 𝗧𝗵𝗲 that he didn't need to explain and wishing him luck with his situation before leaving with a warm smile. The third situation wasn't their fault. They had simply assumed they were out of earshot. It was mainly Vlad and 𝗵𝗃's fault, as 2.5 months into the school year, they were messing around like children. The result was spilled coffee on Midoriya's table, where a book and phone were sitting. Thankfully, the phone was saved, but the book was not. They were panicking when the vent door opened, and Midoriya's voice came from within. He calmly suggested they dispose of the book, which wasn't important. They were all taken aback to see him comfortably perched at the vent's opening. Yagi, trying to regain his composure, asked what Midoriya was doing in the vent. Midoriya hesitated before casually dropping down, handing Yagi his computer. Aizawa sighed, and they were all too astonished to feel guilty about the mishap. This time, the incident was entirely Midoriya's fault, and the adults had done nothing to provoke it. It didn't even happen at school. They were at a cafe, 3 months into the year, and everything was chaotic. Honestly, they were just trying to take a break. They definitely didn't expect to find a hostage situation at the coffee shop they visited together as a small staff group for the first time that year. To their shock, they saw a kid being dragged in from outside with a gun pointed at his head. He stared at them in disbelief. What followed was a few minutes of stunned silence as they watched the cashier hurriedly pack away money while the kid maintained a tense gaze. Thankfully, Midnight kept her composure and managed to put the 3 robbers to sleep, sending them off in a police car. This left the group of adults to exchange glances at the sheepish expression on Midoriya's face. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 finally broke the silence, asking what had happened. Midoriya apologized, covering his face in embarrassment. They took pity on him and decided not to press the issue, hoping it was a one-time occurrence. However, it soon became clear that encountering the kid in villain situations was not a rare event. During a midnight raid, Eraserhead, Midnight, and another member unexpectedly bumped into Midoriya. It was the holidays and they were puzzled as to why he was there. After a brief moment of silence, the kid pointed in a direction, claiming that the villains had gone that way, which led to confusion since he was pointing at a wall. They later discovered that the wall was an illusion created by a quirk, and their targets had indeed escaped that way. Eraserhead ended up staying behind to look after Midoriya while the others pursued the villains. The situation concluded with them all in a police van, Midoriya happily sipping hot chocolate and chatting animatedly with an officer. In another incident, although not present, it was too significant not to mention. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and Recovery Girl were in a hospital, tending to an injured civilian when Midoriya unexpectedly dropped in from the vent. They were in a different city, which added to the confusion. The kid was holding a crying child who turned out to be the injured civilian's son. Midoriya explained that he had come to see a hero convention and had stumbled upon the villain scene. When he was denied access to the patient ward, he decided to drop into the hospital instead of waiting. When Mike pointed out that Midoriya might have witnessed his mother in distress, he insisted he had checked to ensure everything was safe before entering the room. Aizawa had to take Midoriya to Recovery Girl's office to ensure he didn't have any unusual quirks attracting trouble. The entire first-year staff followed, as it seemed like the most logical course of action. They were now faced with a kid who could appear anywhere at any time, leaving them in a constant state of mild anxiety. That pretty much summed up their experiences with him. He was a bit unnerving. Later that evening, Nizu walked into the room and headed straight for Midoriya's desk. He rarely came by, and most of the time, it was to speak with Midoriya. As he approached, everyone turned their attention to him. Nizu greeted everyone and asked Midoriya if he had finished preparing for his exams. Midoriya replied that he still needed to print them out but planned to do so later since there was still a month left. Vlad, who was only teaching one class and year level, felt a bit embarrassed that he hadn't finished yet. Nizu then requested Midoriya to leave early that day and advised him not to look for any bugs or cameras in the conference room. The room filled with murmurs as everyone exchanged glances, wondering about the bugs and cameras. Midoriya asked if he had to leave early because of the practical exams or the recent attack. Nizu confirmed that it was indeed due to the attack and urged him not to overthink it, as he might figure out the exam details before they were introduced. Midoriya flushed at the thought but agreed to comply. As the school day ended, Midoriya waved goodbye to everyone, wishing them luck with their exam preparations. He quickly changed and slipped out through the back exit of the school, letting out a sigh of relief. Pulling out his headphones, he connected them to his phone and began to listen to music. The ride home was mostly peaceful, allowing him to unwind after the day's events. It would have probably stayed that way if thoughts about the exams hadn't started creeping into my mind during the walk home. I realized I shouldn't have let my imagination run wild, as I began to conjure up unsettling conclusions. Despite my attempts to reassure myself that there was no way it could happen, I failed to convince myself. It felt all too plausible. Before I knew it, I had completely stopped walking. Frustration washed over me as I gritted my teeth and turned back, running toward the place I had come from. Vlad stretched as they finally exited the conference room. Due to the changes in the exam, a significant amount of work had gone into organizing it, and it had taken longer than expected. He was grateful for his quirk, which allowed him to keep BLD circulating through his legs. Yagi looked as if he might collapse the moment he stood up after the conference. Vlad thought to himself how relieved he was that he didn't have any patrol that day. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a figure dropped to the ground right next to where they were standing. It took a moment to recognize the kid, who was wearing a thin jacket and still had the same backpack he used for school. He looked exhausted and disheveled. Vlad wondered what the kid was doing there as he coughed on the ground, gasping for air. Mike approached the kid, asking what he was doing there. 𝗍𝗬 appeared behind them, expressing surprise that the kid hadn't left early as instructed. The kid struggled to catch his breath, trying to respond. Vlad looked around, noticing that everyone's expressions mirrored his confusion. Even 𝗍𝗬 raised an eyebrow, his eyes wide at the scene. Finally, the kid managed to look up, his gaze suddenly sharp. He asked if they would be fighting the teachers in the exam. Silence followed his question. 𝗍𝗬 looked stunned for a moment before confirming the kid's suspicion. Everyone's attention shifted to the kid, who simply shrugged and stated that there weren't many options. He then asked if they would be working together. 𝗍𝗬 confirmed, but the kid pressed on, inquiring if he would be with Kaken. 𝗍𝗬 appeared baffled, questioning how the kid knew this. The kid's eyes widened as he admitted to having overheard something, then asked if he would be fighting All Might. The question was met with silence again, and the kid slumped, letting out a defeated laugh. Snipe, concerned, asked what was going on and how he knew. The kid took this as a confirmation and expressed disbelief that they would actually put him in such a situation, exclaiming that if they didn't like him, they could have just said so. 𝗍𝗬 stammered in confusion, but the kid quickly clarified that he was joking, adding that 𝗍𝗬 was being mean. Everyone looked surprised. It seemed the kid was acting like a typical child. 𝗍𝗬 approached the kid, asking what was wrong. The kid explained that he had run all the way back because the trains were full. He noted that if he hadn't done this today, the exam would already be locked in place. 𝗍𝗬 nodded in understanding. The kid then declared that he was overriding the exam decisions, holding out his hand. Vlad broke the ice, asking what he meant by overriding. The kid explained that he was changing the exam decisions, looking directly at Vlad. Mike expressed confusion, stating that deciding his own exam was cheating. The kid simply replied that he didn't like the exam and demanded the sheets. To everyone's surprise, 𝗍𝗬 complied without complaint. The kid winced as he reviewed the sheet, commenting on how harsh 𝗍𝗬 was for pairing 𝗍𝗬 with Kaminari and Mina. He suggested that they face them instead and recommended pairing Shoto and Momo with 𝗍𝗬, believing it would help them learn. He continued to strategize, suggesting that Kaken should work with someone he knew to help build his tolerance. He cautioned All Might not to break Kaken, emphasizing that they were still kids. As he spoke, he was interrupted by 𝗍𝗬, who pointed out that Shinso was in general education and not ready for the hero course. The kid insisted that Shinso would take the test and, if he passed, would be placed in the hero course. 𝗍𝗬 protested, but 𝗍𝗬 interjected, affirming the kid's planning skills. He stated that they would take the kid's suggestions seriously, but reminded him that he couldn't abstain from the exam. The kid agreed to take the other test, causing 𝗍𝗬 to freeze in shock. The look on 𝗍𝗂's face shifted from surprise to hope as he processed the kid's response. Everyone looked alarmed at 𝗍𝗂 at this point. He smiled, asking if it was just for the exam. The kid scowled slightly, looking down, and mentioned having 2 other favors but said they would discuss those after the exam. He handed back the sheets, confirming he would take the exam seriously, though with a defeated sigh. 𝗍𝗂's smile was somewhat unsettling as he remarked on how serious the kid had been about Shinso Hitoshi being his downfall. He informed Izuku that no more lessons would be given to Shinso before the exam, and if Shinso passed, he would be placed in the hero course. 𝗍𝗂 made some changes to the exam paper as he spoke. Izuku expressed concern that Shinso wasn't ready for the capture weapon, fearing he might get hurt. Midoriya, however, argued that the sooner Shinso was in the hero course, the less work he would miss. Izuku reiterated that Shinso wasn't prepared to use the capture weapon. The kid suggested that if Shinso wasn't ready, he could use another weapon, as throwing something could also take someone down effectively. Izuku seemed to concede, stating that he would resume classes after the exams, to which the kid nodded. 𝗍𝗂 then pointed out that if Midoriya had reviewed Class 1A's planning, not looking over Class 1B would be seen as preferential treatment. The kid's eyes widened, but he accepted the offered sheet. The atmosphere shifted as Izuku felt the weight of criticism, and he began to sweat slightly, sensing the scrutiny from others. However, when the kid looked up, he smiled and declared that the sheet wasn't that bad, which was a relief. 𝗍𝗂 took the sheet back, instructing Izuku to make some changes to the groups. Mike questioned why changes were necessary if the kid thought it was good. 𝗍𝗂 explained that most of Izuku's students were likely passing, and he doubted Midoriya would set it up for them to fail. Izuku understood and agreed to make the changes, while 𝗍𝗂 noted the kid's flustered reaction. Hound Dog asked how 𝗍𝗂 could be so certain about the kid's predictions. 𝗍𝗂 explained that the kid had a good track record for accuracy in his predictions, which made Midoriya flustered as he waved his hands dismissively. As 𝗍𝗂 left for his office, the kid's commanding demeanor faded, revealing a more childlike side. He sheepishly apologized for interfering, and Midnight complimented him, ruffling his hair, which made him blush. The kid stammered that he thought it would help the class, and the others smiled at his earnestness. Shinso felt his muscles ache as he walked to the staff room, reflecting on his training with Izuku. It was both a dream and a nightmare, filled with pain but also a sense of achievement. Each time he earned a nod from Izuku or moved faster, it felt rewarding, as if he were finally making progress. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, he approached the staff room, took a deep breath, and knocked. Ectoplasm let him in with a nod, and Shinso slipped past to Izuku's desk, where he found Izuku sleeping. He hesitantly called out to him, unsure if they had a lesson that day. Izuku's annoyed expression shifted to understanding as he muttered about needing a better communication system regarding a problem child. Shinso wondered if Izuku meant Midoriya, as he had often heard complaints about him. Izuku then apologized for not mentioning earlier that he had been instructed not to hold any classes for the next month. Shinso's eyes widened in panic, questioning if he had done something wrong. Izuku reassured him that it was only for a month but was interrupted by someone entering the room. Shinso turned to see Midoriya, whose curly green hair bounced as he approached. Midoriya smiled and explained that he would clarify things for Shinso since he was the reason for the changes. Izuku nodded, and Midoriya gestured for Shinso to follow him. Finally getting my feet to work, Shinso hurried to the door after sending a glance to Mr. Izuku, who nodded in reply. The door closed behind them as they continued walking. Shinso asked what Midoriya meant by being the reason for the situation, sarcastically wondering if he had told Mr. Izuku to stop giving him lessons. Midoriya's sheepish reaction surprised him. Confused, Shinso exclaimed that it sounded worse than it was. He couldn't understand why Mr. Izuku would change his mind, especially since he had recommended Shinso in the first place. Midoriya interrupted his thoughts, urging him to stop overthinking. He explained that it was temporary and that Mr. Izuku would be teaching him again next semester, possibly even sooner if luck was on his side. Shinso stared in confusion but felt relieved that he wasn't being kicked out. They entered a gym room, and Midoriya firmly shut and locked the door behind them. Midoriya then revealed that Shinso had a chance of getting into the hero course by the end of the semester. Shinso's mouth fell open in shock, questioning how that was possible since Mr. Aizawa hadn't given him the go-ahead yet. Midoriya reassured him that he would have a chance during the semester exams. If Shinso passed the practical exam, he would be doing the same one as the hero course, alongside Class 1A, and could potentially join them by the end of the semester. Shinso was still in disbelief, recalling Mr. Aizawa's words about not being ready. Midoriya reminded him of the entrance exam, which had been based on using both brute force and strategy to score points by defeating robots and rescuing others. He believed Shinso could work on the rescue aspect and that being strong enough would come with practice. They were determined to get him into the hero course so he could learn fighting techniques and hone his quirk. Mr. Aizawa could help with the capture weapon technique once Shinso was in. Shinso expressed his doubts about being able to pass, feeling overwhelmed by the short time frame. Midoriya encouraged him to do what he always did when faced with doubt, to push through and prove others wrong. He acknowledged that while Mr. Aizawa was an excellent teacher, he wasn't always right. They had time to prepare. Midoriya emphasized taking things one step at a time, focusing on what was important and what Shinso could do right now. When Shinso asked what he could do, Midoriya clarified that he had a chance to enter the hero course, but he wouldn't be thrown into the field unprepared. It took a moment for Shinso to realize that Midoriya intended to train him. Curiosity began to replace his panic. Midoriya hesitated, explaining that he would be giving pointers rather than full training. He admitted that while he couldn't teach techniques or fighting styles, he was good at analyzing mistakes and suggesting alternatives. He stressed the importance of keeping this arrangement a secret, as he didn't want to be seen as a teacher. He believed that understanding an opponent's moves made winning easier, but it was the multitasking and proper techniques that were challenging. Shinso nodded, agreeing to keep it quiet. He asked if Midoriya would be sparring with him, excited at the prospect of improving his quirk. Midoriya clarified that he had someone else to help with sparring and would only provide pointers. Their goal was to see how much control Shinso had over his capture weapon and assess his fighting ability to determine what needed improvement. Midoriya handed him a new timetable, indicating they would meet 3 times a week. Shinso felt a mix of uncertainty and determination as he took the paper. Midoriya explained that if Shinso wanted to become a hero, he needed to put in the work now. He recognized Shinso's determination and believed that with some improvement, he could focus on refining his skills later. Midoriya's smile and glint in his eyes suggested there was something in it for him as well. Shinso felt a spark of determination ignite within him, ready to face the challenges ahead. Shinso was informed that they wouldn't be working on his quirk for now, and he was advised not to use it. The instructor emphasized that his heroics teacher would handle that aspect. He reminded Shinso of the strength of his quirk and encouraged him to utilize it in the field, especially when collaborating with others. Shinso acknowledged the advice but expressed his frustration, noting that it wasn't always easy to communicate when others were aware of his requirements and reluctant to engage. The instructor reassured him that under pressure, people often forget details and revert to their natural instinct to talk. He encouraged Shinso to find the simplest solutions to problems rather than overthinking them. Shinso observed the instructor's calm demeanor and felt a sense of steadiness from the straightforward explanation. Suddenly, a girl entered the scene, catching Shinso's attention. She wore athletic clothing, and her short, straight brown hair framed her face. With narrow yellow eyes, she acknowledged Shinso before smiling at Midoriya. Midoriya introduced her as Umi, highlighting her exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills. He advised Shinso not to feel discouraged if he struggled, as Umi was one of the best fighters he knew. Midoriya pointed out that Umi would be there to allow him to observe rather than spar, and he mentioned that she was stronger than him. He made it clear that they would be sparring without quirks, subtly indicating to Shinso that Luna, a friend with a transformation quirk, was not to be revealed. Despite his reluctance, Midoriya smiled as Umi appeared to be playing her part well, and he noticed Shinso's determined expression. He took a quiet breath, thinking that he wouldn't want to repeat this experience. As they prepared for the sparring matches, Midoriya explained that there would be 5 rounds, starting and ending at his command. He instructed Shinso to make the best use of his scarf. With determined nods from both participants, Midoriya called for the match to begin. He had a pen and notebook ready, fully aware that he would want to forget this moment later. As Umi charged at Shinso, he attempted to capture her with the scarf, setting the stage for an intense sparring session.